All right, it looks like we have quorum. So let's go ahead and get started. I know that Jose will not be joining us this morning.
All right. Okay. Good morning. I would like to call the Monday, May 17th Board of Zoning Adjustments meeting to order. We will begin with roll call. Candace Forrest. Present. Todd James.
Present.
Mara Eggins.
Present.
Jose Alvarez is absent. Jamie Romero Diaz is absent. I can't see him. Alfonso Gonzalez
Present.
and Matt Rufo.
Present.
At this time, would the board make a motion to adopt the minutes from the April 19th meeting?
I, Todd James, so move.
Mara Egan, second.
It's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Eggins to adopt the minutes from our last meeting. Roll vote, Todd James,
Yay.
Tamara Eggins,
Yes.
Romero Diaz,
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez,
Yay.
Matthew Rufo,
Yes.
and Candace Forrest, yes. 6 yeas, no nays, the motion carries.
Will the chairwoman please read the special hearing rules for adoption?
Yes. Special public hearing rules for Board of Zoning Adjustments hearings held via video conference. Order of business. The order of business at the hearing shall be as follows. Call to order and roll call with recording of members present, approval of minutes, reading and adoption of the hearing rules, presentation of dockets, which include staff presentation, applicant presentation, and questions from members. Then recess for 30 minutes and consideration of dockets, which includes public comment, rebuttal by applicant, questions from members, voting, ending with adjournment. Presentation of dockets. The order of business for each docket shall be as follows. Presentation by the City Planning Commission staff or the Department of Safety and Permit staff. Presentation by the applicant or their representative. The appellant or applicant may appear on their behalf or be represented by a duly authorized agent. Only one representative may speak on behalf of a request and must pre-register with the staff of the City Planning Commission. Other representatives or speakers may sign up to provide comments during the public comment portion of the meeting. The applicant shall be allowed a maximum of 5 minutes. Questions from members. The members have an opportunity to ask questions of the staff or applicant. Recess. The board shall take a 30-minute recess to allow members of the public to submit comments. Public comment. Rules. Only written public comment will be allowed. Live public comment will not be allowed. No member of the public may submit more than one written comment per agenda item. Time allowed for public comment. The public comment form will be made available at the start of the meeting and will close at the end of the 30-minute recess. Form. Public comments must be submitted electronically on the form provided by the City Planning Commission. Any comment missing this information will not be read aloud. Each submission must contain the commenter's first and last name, the commenter's address, whether the commenter is being paid in connection with his or her comments, and the agenda item. Reading of public comments. A moderator will read into the record all comments pertaining to that item that have been submitted in accordance with these rules. Comments will be read aloud in a normal speaking voice. The moderator will discontinue reading a comment once it exceeds 2 minutes. Rebuttal by applicant. Following the public comment period, if there is opposition, the authorized representative of the application is allowed a rebuttal not to exceed 5 minutes. Questions from members. Following the public comment and rebuttal, the members have an opportunity to ask questions of the staff or applicant. Voting. Making a motion. The member making a motion shall clearly state their name when making a motion. For example, I, Candace Forrest, move to approve or deny the request. seconding a motion. The member seconding a motion shall clearly state their name when seconding the motion. For example, I, Candace Forrest, second the motion made by other member. Statement by chair. The chair will restate the motion, confirming who made and seconded the motion. Voting. The chair will request a verbal vote from each member by roll call. Each member will indicate yay to vote in support of the motion or nay to vote in opposition. That concludes the special public hearing rules.
Would the board make a motion to adopt the special hearing rules?
I, Todd James, so move.
Matt Russo, second.
It's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Rufo to adopt the special public hearing rules. Roll call vote. Todd James,
Yes.
Tamara Eggins,
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz,
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez,
Yay.
Matthew Rufo,
Yes.
and Candace Forrest, yes. 6 yeas, no nays, the motion carries.
In accordance with the adopted hearing rules, the public comment form link is available on the city's Granicus website, as well as NOLA.gov/CPC. It will be available until the end of the recess, after which public comments will be read into record as a part of consideration of dockets. As a reminder to applicants, action that the board takes today will be released in the form of a disposition notice by May 27th and sent via email, mail, and posted on the One Stop app. Requests that the board votes to approve must show compliance with any noted provisos prior to their case being finalized. Items 7 through 10, BZA dockets 04621, 04721, 04821, and 04921 have been automatically deferred to the June 21st, 2021 meeting. We will now begin with unfinished business for variances. The first item is BZA docket 02521 for a property at 6007 Bullard Avenue. Following the staff presentation, the applicant will have 5 minutes to present. Blake Weatherly is signed up to speak on behalf of this application. Aspen?
Yeah, this request came before the board at the March 15th meeting and was granted a 60-day deferral to revisit plans and look into changing some of the existing site to eliminate some of the requested waivers. The applicants did provide updated plans and do now comply with 4 of the original requested variances. Light poles have been reduced to 18 feet in height, the allowed maximum. All curb cuts are reduced to 24 feet in width, and the 4 parking spaces that existed between the building's front facade and the street frontage have been removed. These updated plans now only request variances from Article 15, Section 15.3.A1, Table 15.2, Article 15, Section 15.3A2, and Article 18, Section 18.16B3, which to permit a fast food restaurant with excessive front yard setback and build to line requirements, and parking as the dominant visual element. By attempting to utilize the existing site as previously developed, the applicants require variances of excessive front yard setback of 28.16 feet, a front yard build to line of 28.16 feet, and parking as the predominant design element. As the setbacks and the design of the majority of the parking remain unchanged, staff still believes the 3 requested variances fail to meet 7 of the 9 criteria, in that there are no special circumstances which are peculiar to the land. Literal interpretation of the ordinance will not deprive the applicant of rights commonly enjoyed by other properties in the district. The special circumstances were caused by the applicant. The variance will confer on the applicant special privileges. The property regulations will not result in a demonstrable hardship. The change is exclusively for the convenience and profit of the owner. And the variances won't be judgmental to public welfare. Therefore, staff recommends denial of the 3 requested variances.
Okay, again, Blake Weatherly is signed up to speak on behalf of this application. You now have 5 minutes to present.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for hearing us. As Ms. Aspen pointed out, of the variances previously requested during the March meeting, we were able to comply with 4 of those, and those were met, no longer requested. I am going to request to share my screen. I'd like to show you a picture here. you'll let me know if it shows.
Staff, are we, uh, so Mr. Weatherly, I'm not sure if we usually do that.
Okay.
Because it needs to, if there's something that was in your original package.
No, it was not in our original package. We basically took Google Photos, and you're able to see that with Google online right now, to look at the surrounding properties. I wanted to point out that the parking is a visual element, is a major visual element to all neighboring properties, and the setback. We're matching those setbacks that are there for all the neighboring properties with this variance request. That's all this picture showed. And we wanted to point that out that, you know, at the end of this project, it will match the neighborhood. It will match what's there on both sides of the property. It will increase the landscaping, increase the view. It will decrease the dominant feature of the parking lot by adding some islands into the parking lot. So it brings it toward that compliance, and it creates a better lot right there. And at the end of the day, you're taking a lot that's virtually abandoned and bringing it up, keep trailer trucks and different things from parking on it right now.
Candace, you're on mute.
It's not showing. Can you not hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay. I was just making sure that that was the end of your comments.
Yes, ma'am.
Any questions or comments from board members?
Question.
Oh, yeah, go ahead, Matt.
Thank you, Commissioner. For Mr. Weatherly, what is the hardship that's being considered here?
The variance request is for the setback of the building, and the parking lot is a dominant feature. It really goes back to the foundation. Is controlling feature here on our side.
There's an existing foundation that you wish to reuse.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Weatherly, this is Commissioner James. So just real quick, I do appreciate you revisiting this. I know we talked about this quite a bit in that last meeting in terms of trying to make sure that there was at least some options that you guys could address considering some of those items. And thank you, Aspen, for clarifying what those 4 were in the beginning of the presentation. So I don't have any further comment, Chairwoman.
Board members? Now we can go to the next item.
The next item is item number 2, BZA docket 04221. We have Tracy Ash signed up to speak on behalf of this application. Following the staff presentation, you will have 5 minutes to present. This request is for variances from the provisions of Article 9, Section 9(2)A, Table 9(2), Article 9, Section 9(3)C, Article 21, Section 21(6)N(1)A, and Article 21, Section 21(6)T(1) to permit the addition of an existing single-family residence resulting in open space that is not permeable, a fence with excessive height, and mechanical equipment that's located in the front yard. Based on this report, the staff believes that the requested variances failed to meet 6 of the 9 criteria for standards of variances of Article 4, Section 4.6F, in that literal interpretation of the ordinance will not deprive the applicant of rights commonly enjoyed by other properties in the district. The special circumstances were caused by the applicant. The variance will confer on the applicant special privileges. Granting the variance will alter the essential character of the locality. The property regulations will not result in a demonstrable hardship, and the change is exclusively for the convenience and profit of the owner. Tracy Ash, you will have 5 minutes to present.
Hi, good morning, y'all. I had actually emailed last week requesting to be deferred to next month. So I don't want to take up more time than I need to.
today. So I don't know if you had anything else you wanted to address at this point, or if not, we can just proceed.
No,
Are there any questions or comments from board members?
Thank you for consideration of our time, Ms. Ash.
sure thing.
We can move to the next item.
Okay, we will now begin with unfinished business for safety and permits decision appeals. The next item is BZA 03721. This is an appeal of the decision of the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits as per Article 4, Section 4.8 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance regarding the determination that a ghost kitchen is classified as a carryout restaurant rather than a catering kitchen. We have Mike Granderson signed up to speak on behalf of this application. Following the safety and permits staff presentation, you will have 5 minutes to present. Safety and permits.
Good morning, board. My name is Ashley Becknell. I'm the Chief Zoning Official for the City of New Orleans. The applicant's appeal in this case alleges an error in the department's determination that a ghost kitchen business model would properly be characterized as a carryout restaurant under the CZO. The appellant reached out to the Department of Safety and Permits regarding how the department would characterize a ghost kitchen use under the CZO, since the CZO does not expressly recognize ghost kitchens as a use. After some discussion, the appellant submitted the following zoning interpretation request. Quote, "This is an official request for zoning interpretation on the following question. Please confirm via interpretation that a ghost or commissary kitchen is considered a catering kitchen under the CZO, where food and beverages are stored and prepared for single or multiple serving consumption off-site, where there may be one or more individual entities, and where the food and beverages are not served to customers on-site, but rather provided to delivery persons to deliver said food and beverage to customers who are off-site and who are not allowed to be physically present on-site to order, receive, or consume the food or beverage." The department responded that ghost kitchens are properly categorized as carryout restaurants under the CZO. There are several reasons for our determination. First, the plain text of the definition of catering kitchen prevents this type of use. Catering kitchens, quote, "do not allow the on-site sale of individual meals or individual beverages." CZO 26.3. While the exchange of currency for the meals may occur virtually, the ghost kitchen is still preparing for sale individual meals and or individual beverages. These individual meals and beverages are not delivered wholesale to a second site, but rather picked up individually or in small group orders to be delivered separately to individual customers. This type of transaction substantially consists of an on-site sale, despite the cloud technology involved. Second, the impact of these uses are far more consistent with carryout restaurants than with catering kitchens. Carryout restaurants are defined in CZO 26.3. Restaurant, carryout. An establishment maintained, operated, or advertised or held out to the public as a place where food, beverage, or desserts are served in disposable containers or wrappers from a serving counter for consumption off the premises. Carryout restaurants may not offer alcoholic beverages for sale. Because individual drivers are accessing the ghost kitchen to retrieve individual orders, the traffic created is much more akin to a carryout restaurant, where individual customers retrieve individual orders, than it is to a catering kitchen, where large-scale orders are generally delivered to one singular location. Appellant argues that the requirement that meals be served, quote, "from a serving counter," means that a ghost kitchen could not be a carryout restaurant, but concedes that these kitchens, quote, "have a spot or spots for the pickup of food by delivery persons." The department believes that such spot or spots are serving counters. Carryout restaurants and other restaurants frequently offer designated areas for carryout orders to be picked up and taken off the premises for consumption. Whether a delivery person or the person intending to consume the food is doing the pickup is irrelevant to the impact caused by the use. In either case, a person is arriving at the premises to retrieve an individual meal or small order of individual meals to be taken off-site for consumption. Whether the transaction occurs by app or at a cash register does not change the number of people arriving to pick up orders, the parking and other requirements for the use to operate, or the impact on the neighboring properties. Additionally, carryout restaurants and catering kitchens have different parking requirements as a result of these disparate impacts. Catering kitchens require only one space per 1,000 square feet, while carryout restaurants require one space per 500 square feet. This further demonstrates that the catering kitchens are intended to be prep kitchens where there is not the traffic and need for parking that would be generated by a ghost kitchen selling individual meals and requiring frequent access by delivery drivers. The department appreciates that these uses are new and that other cities under other zoning ordinances may classify them differently. The department is tasked with interpreting our CZO, not that of Boston or Philadelphia. The department also understands the arguments pressed by appellant regarding the standards that we must use when applying the CZO. While there may be case law on the issue, our CZO directs us very clearly. Quote, whenever these regulations contain an actual, implied, or apparent conflict with other laws or regulations, including an internal conflict within this ordinance, the more restrictive regulation applies unless otherwise specified. CZO 1.4.g. Whether this provision passes legal muster is not a question for interpretation by the department or for this forum. Rather, such arguments fall to a court of law. However, we would like to clarify that we do not believe that both definitions are indeed both potentially applicable and imperfect, as applicant argues. We believe, for the reasons articulated above, that carryout restaurant is the correct definition for this use under the current terms of the CZO. Given all of this, the department believes that our decision should be upheld. Thank you, board.
Okay, Miles, you have 5 minutes to speak.
Thank you. I'd like first to start by painting a picture of what this use is. It's food preparation in a warehouse structure. The prepared food will be delivered to its location, often as individual meals by a third-party driver, but sometimes also to some users as traditional catering, as what you might consider to be traditional catering. Unless you work there or you're a delivery driver, you almost certainly have no idea what happens inside, or any more than you do any of the random warehouses that you're likely to drive by on a daily basis. It's just the kitchen, it's nothing more. You as a consumer of food aren't allowed there. You're not allowed on site, you're not an invitee, you're not a guest. You don't even know it's there. So this doesn't sound like a restaurant. It doesn't sound like one because it isn't one. And while in New Orleans we think of ourselves as unique, it's important to note that this client operates the same use in other cities as a catering use. It's also important to note that in the city that's most prevalent for this use type, San Francisco, catering is the predominant use type for this. With all this laid out, I'll note that, of course, we should shift focus to our CZO, the wording of which will dictate where we go here. And the very beginning of the definition of carryout restaurant states that it's an establishment maintained, operated, or advertised, or held out to the public as a place where food, beverage, or desserts are served in disposable containers or wrappers at a serving counter. Well, first, let's note that it's not advertised or held out to the public. Again, we noted that the public is not even welcome there, doesn't even know it exists there. Again, the safety and permits definition is a ghost kitchen. So element 1 is failed off the bat. Element 2, the food must be served from a serving counter. It's not served at all. You're served when you get your food, not when an intermediary delivery person may pick food up off-site or from a different site. So both of the material elements of carryout kitchen are failed here. Now onto the catering kitchen, carryout restaurant. Now onto catering kitchen. Certainly, per the catering kitchen definition, our use is, quote, a facility for the preparation and distribution of food in a ready-to-eat state. So element 1 is met. But safety and permits, I believe, is most concerned about another element, that catering kitchens do not include the on-site sale of individual meals, or cannot. It's already clear that there's no on-site sale. We've discussed that. The user isn't even able to go on-site. And the concept of it being a virtual on-site sale is a bit of a stretch, and I think probably clearly not what was intended by this language as written. So with that removed as a concern, both elements now of catering kitchen are met. With that being the case, we really don't need to go any further. But we can indulge in a second reason why this appeal should be successful, which is at the moment, you don't even have to decide that catering kitchen is the right decision or that safety and permits was crazy to choose carryout kitchen. You don't have to reach those conclusions. But the second that we are able to decide that catering kitchen is a reasonable classification, the conversation has to stop there and the appeal must be supported at that point. based on the definitions that we've discussed and the obvious factors we've discussed, the bar of reasonable is easily passed. And just to let us know where we're coming from here, Louisiana Supreme Court, a zoning ordinance being in derogation of rights of public ownership and curtailing and limiting the use of property must be strictly construed in favor of the property owner. Also, the Louisiana Supreme Court, a zoning ordinance which is subject to more than one reasonable interpretation should be construed in favor of unrestricted use of property. So, state Supreme Court is clear. Now, I will note that Safety and Permits has noted that the CZO, section 1.4G, notes that whenever the regulations are contain an actual implied or apparent conflict with other laws and regulations, including internal conflict, the more restrictive regulation applies. Now, in stating other laws, they have to mean city laws because you certainly cannot have a state or federal law overruled by a city CZO. Now, I know that there's been some question here with regard to what this all means and where we go with that. And I would certainly ask that if any board member has a question to maybe ask it now of your counsel as to does this
Mr. Granderson, that's the end of your time.
Sure, and I'd certainly welcome any questions so that we can continue to clarify.
Comments from board members?
Question for Mr. Grandison is the purpose of the appeal to, what's the main purpose? Is it to have a lower parking requirement, or am I misunderstanding?
So the purpose of the appeal is this, that the use that we feel is most connected here, and again, this is supported in other cities, is the catering use. There are items that are connected or with a catering use and items that are connected in the code with a carry-out kitchen use, and we believe that the ones that are connected with the catering use are better tied with this particular use than the carry-out kitchen. Parking would certainly be one of those, but again, when you look at this as a restaurant and you look at what goes along with a restaurant, it clearly envisions something that this is not. And again, I mentioned this maybe a little bit in passing, but not, there are going to be multiple users of this space, and not every user is going to operate through a delivery app to bring individual meals. Some are going to operate as a, maybe traditional caterer or whatever the case may be. So that's what we're looking at here is, again, it's a little different model. You asked the question at the last meeting about, well, how do we deal with a new use? Do we change the code? What do we do? And Ms. Becknell answered in a way that I 100% agree with, which is that there's a process. I believe they're looking into it already, but that process could go as fast as it humanly could. And you're still talking 6+ months. More realistically, you're probably talking over a year. And you certainly can't have a situation where an individual business can wait that long and can bear those kind of costs, whether we're talking about that or as the chair of the board asked about, but my legal argument, she asked about, well, what about going to civil district court as a remedy? Well, certainly the time involved in that would certainly kill this or any other, deal that could possibly be there. And then the money involved on top of the time, not everybody, can hire lawyers. Your average small business person, your average homeowner can't go through months and years and tens of thousands of dollars to go through processes to get to this point. So I appreciate those questions, and I think those answers speak to that.
May I just jump in briefly to point out, Miles, your zoning verification request did specifically say that the meals would be provided to delivery persons to deliver said food and beverages to customers who are off-site. So that is the parameters under which we answered.
Right.
So Ms. Becknell, just to clarify, and this is getting back to, I think, what Mr. Rufo's initial question was. The biggest driver in this conversation is, I know while we're not talking about a particular location, we're just talking about the definition of use, is the driver behind this application because of its location and how it impacts the parking.
So I can't speak to the motivations behind the applicants filing this, but I can say that the main difference between the two, besides, where they are permitted would be that there is a much larger parking requirement for a carryout restaurant. It's essentially double the requirement for a catering kitchen.
Right. So coming back to that, between the two uses, so just making sure I understand, those two uses are allowed pretty much in all the same districts?
As far as I know, that's generally correct, but I hesitate to say that without doing a more
Check.
detailed review.
So maybe it may just be of some value before we come back to the second round of commentary. If we could just verify if that is actually the case, if that does take a longer amount of time, not trying to kill somebody doing research in between.
No, that should be something that we can check during the recess for sure.
Okay, thanks.
And I have one quick related question. This is for on-site parking spaces. What about like loading zones or reserved parking? Because I'm finding with the restaurants around me that are doing so much more, pickup and delivery with Uber and Uber Eats and whatever, that the standing cars parking on the streets is just unbearable. I mean, we've got 3 or 4 cars just sitting all the time at the corner, blocking, causing hazards. And so I'm just wondering if there's anything in the code about that side of it, the requirements in addition to, or in lieu of parking, like if there's a way to trade, parking spaces for loading zones. I don't know how that works.
I can also look into that during the break. I will say that in general, ghost kitchens and the increase of pickup orders at restaurants that has been brought on by the pandemic are a new use that the zoning ordinance is not tailored to at the moment. However, we are working with some council members to talk about making some amendments to bring these new food delivery, food service uses into the code in a way that makes more sense and is more thoughtful. So right now we can only work with what we've got, but we're hoping to make some long-term legislative changes that will make future projects like this much more easy to classify, and will have the correct parking requirements for this type of use. Whatever those may be is determined by the Planning Commission and the council.
And if I may, in looking into this, I've looked at some other city codes, and as Ms. Becknell pointed out, of course, our city code is different than theirs. So, but one thing I've noticed is other city codes are generally shorter, more general in nature. You have one sentence definitions, fewer subclassifications. We've got tons of subclassifications. They're hyper specific. They're paragraph long definitions. So whenever something new and novel comes up, it's very difficult to fit it within the CZO that we have, whereas it may be less difficult to fit it into Chicago or to fit it into Philadelphia, because here our code is set up so very specifically that it becomes difficult, and we end up with an ill fit in what we're trying to do here. And certainly what I would propose is that when we have 2 imperfect fits, because our definitions are so specific, that when we have 2 imperfect fits, that at that time we should use the one that is least restrictive and most favorable to the property owner, and not the one that is on the opposite end. And I understand that the city is taking the position that they should take the one that's on the opposite end. I'm taking the position that one we certainly shouldn't for reasons beyond the law, but in the law, the state requires us to take the least restrictive. And I do think that that's important. And I don't want to undersell that as a point.
So just to that point, and I think it's something that we'll be able to revisit a little bit later in the dialogue. So put that into consideration. That, as Ms. Becknell described earlier, she's looking at it purely from how their department has to interpret, which to your point, Mr. Grandison, is the fact that it's such an elongated definition. So we're kind of stuck with looking at it through the lens of how it's currently defined. And if it's currently defined to create such a narrow box, unfortunately, that's where we fall. But I think that comes back to what Ms. Becknell's point was earlier about the legislative body who actually can modify it so that this can become more friendly in alignment with national standards may be the process that this still needs to go through so that the definitions are better suited. But not saying that's where the decision needs to fall, but at least let's put that into consideration as we look at this through the rest of the meeting.
And we support that, and we expect certainly that that's the way things are likely to go. But as you know, right now we're limited to the definition that we have. And as I started out with my points, if I took the two main elements of each, I think that the two main elements of catering kitchen are met, and the two main elements of carryout restaurant are failed. And so one, I think we don't even get into this whole legal argument. I think right there, that's it. And then two, if we were to get into the legal argument at that point, certainly they're both reasonable. And again, the second they're both reasonable, the state constitution is, and the state Supreme Court is 100% crystal clear. And in those quotes that I read you, one of the things I didn't read is that they say that that the state Supreme Court has, to use our word, consistently ruled in this way. So, and again, Ms. Forrest last time said, well, would you go to civil district court? Well, that's not reasonable. Nobody can't expect that anybody's going to do that. I'm not in the business of suing the city, and clients aren't in the business of waiting 6, 12 months and spending tens of thousands of dollars to get a simple question answered. So I would certainly ask that if that is a question, and if there's any doubt as to what I'm saying, again, that the board's counsel could speak to again, the question, if the state Supreme Court has made a statement, is the city, including safety and permits and BZA, bound by that statement? And the statement is as has been read.
Quick question, Ms. Quigley. And I know we got to change over at some point. In either scenario of however we would make a recommendation here as a body, let's say in the case of if we were to uphold a decision by safety and permits, will we be able to add some language that could be transferred to council just as a point of support in terms of how things should be clarified going forward? Or at least just any commentary that could be provided, since that legislative body is looking at how to change the definition?
Not in the disposition of this item. You could do a resolution of the board asking the council to work on this, but this doesn't go to the council unless it, but you could take that up at another time and make a resolution supporting the creation of this use or changing the regulations around this use.
Okay, thank you. You muted, Chairwoman. It's still showing you as muted. So I know you're trying to work through the audio issues on her side. So maybe let's just go ahead and move on to the next item.
Okay. The next item is item number 4. BZA docket 04321 for a property located at 2156 Agriculture Street. Gordon Cobb is signed up to speak on behalf of this application, and following the staff presentation, you will have 5 minutes to present. Emily?
Thank you. This request is for a variance from the provisions of Article 24, Section 2411 F4B of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to permit a wall sign on the interior side building wall on the Elysian Fields Avenue side of the site. Wall signs are only permitted on the front and corner side building walls. The staff believes that the requested variance of Article 24, Section 2411 F4B fails to meet 6 of the 9 criteria of the standards for variance, in that there are no special circumstances peculiar to the land. Literal interpretation of the ordinance will not deprive the applicant of commonly enjoyed rights. The special circumstances were caused by the applicant. The variance will confer on the applicant's special privileges. Granting the variance will alter the essential character of the locality, and the property regulations will not result in a demonstrable hardship. Therefore, the staff recommends denial of the requested variance.
Gordon Cobb Jr., you now have 5 minutes to present.
Great. Thank y'all very much. Good morning, members of the BZA board and staff. Again, my name is Gordon Cobb Jr., and I'm a partner in the subject property. As the report states, we're requesting a simple sign variance to add 1 additional sign to our building that faces an interior side lot line. This would help identify what our building use is from people traveling on the Elysian Fields corridor, which is by far the most heavily used street than any of other surrounding streets that abut our property. The staff report states that they could not find any precedent for a similar waiver request. The fact that there has never been a similar waiver request variance and that there's no prior precedent shows, in our opinion, how unique this property is, and that provisos 1, 3, and 5 are satisfied. We do believe that granting a variance, we do not believe that granting a variance would set a negative precedent for future developers, because certainly future developers would have sought this request in prior developments. Second, as the variance goes, this is just for a sign variance. It's not for a setback or height waivers or other more impactful requests. This is for a wall sign that could very well not be a permanent sign in the future. We recognize the fact that the industrial lot which this sign would face could be redeveloped in the future, and the building could be blocked. The future building could block this proposed sign. So that's a risk we're willing to recognize. And quite frankly, we would be thrilled if the neighboring property would be developed in the future. Finally, and most importantly, in our opinion, we believe that the staff report highlights the most important element of this request when it states that the sign would provide improved wayfinding for our customers coming to our facility. This development is in an area that the city is in desperate need of continued future development and improvements. We are committed to improving this neighborhood, and from our PPP meeting responses, you can see that the neighbors are happy about what we've completed with our project. If the sign draws more people to our project, then the whole area would win, in our opinion, because more traffic is drawn to the Elysian Fields from the Elysian Fields corridor. The Habitat for Humanity store, the paint store, and all the related shops, as well as property owners surrounding it, would benefit from having more traffic and improvements to the area. We believe that the BZA and the city do and should want to promote development and should want to help increase foot traffic to the area and do anything possible to help succeed. Though we respect the staff's position, we do believe that the benefits to this area as a whole by adding a simple sign could clearly outweigh any detriments to the area, such as approval of this waiver that we've requested. So I appreciate y'all's time and happy to answer any questions that you might have.
I know the chairwoman is trying to work on our audio items for now. I see she's still logging back in. Mr. Cobb, just a quick question for you.
Yes, sir.
Just kind of understanding that neighborhood quite a bit. And I know that the Frenchman Street side is actually more looking back into a residential area and not necessarily a point of where a high point of sign visibility is beneficial to this site. Is there any consideration of maybe restricting what is allowed on the Frenchman Street side in order to allow for this to come in facing Elysian Fields?
Yes, sir, Mr. James. So we do have a sign that's on the Frenchman side. We would be happy to take that off and put it on the Elysian Fields side if that was something that the board would consider.
Okay. What I think the only way that would be applicable is if we put some type of restriction on the site. I know if anything was to change, like the development of the adjoining parcel, it may require for you to have to come back and get approval at a later date in order to move some of that stuff around or to get it rescinded. But at the rate of what those businesses are functioning right there, because I want to say there's also the roofing company that's right there. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So knowing what's in that area, the likelihood of some of that stuff being developed further is probably way down the road, but just something to put into consideration.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And actually one project that I could think of, while it may have not been waived in the past, and this tells you how long I've been sitting on this board, and it may have been under the previous CZO, there was what was a Zia's at the Pontchartrain Expressway and Old Metairie Road. I want to say we dealt with that project then, where we dealt with that signage, where at one point it was getting ready to peak towards the residential district. And I think there was a way to mitigate that, and they were able to address their signage so that it was better suited, and the line of sight was more addressing the expressway I-10, as opposed to peering back into the residential district. So just something of staff, that may be something of value, maybe not, but at least just some type of a case point, an example of a project where that may have been a little different. I know the zoning for that area is not the same, but just the application is very similar.
Thank you.
Hopefully you all can hear me now. Good. You kind of touched on the question that I had, Commissioner James, about the down the road development. So that was one thing that I was going to ask, but were there any other questions or comments from other commissioners? Seeing none, we can go to the next item.
Thank you.
The next item is item number 5, BZA docket 04421 for a property located at 5710 General Hague Street. Thomas Meager III is signed up to speak on behalf of this application. Following the staff presentation, you will have 5 minutes to present. Robin?
This is a request for variances from the provisions of Article 13, Section 13.3A1 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to permit a government office on a lot with insufficient lot area and insufficient lot width. The subject property is a trapezoidal corner lot in the Lakeview neighborhood, where it features approximately 88 feet of frontage along General Hague Street and 145 feet of frontage along Kenilworth Street. In the LRS1 suburban Lakeview single-family residential zoning district, government office buildings are permitted use, but that use, like all other non-residential uses permitted in SLRS1, requires a minimum lot width of 100 feet and a minimum lot area of 20,000 square feet. At 14,313 square feet, the subject property falls short of that standard, and its 88-foot width likewise falls short. The subject property's deficient width is directly related to the railroad right-of-way it abuts to the south. The railroad route and tracks have existed since the 1850s, so when Lakeview was being developed after World War II, the municipal squares adjacent to the railroad had to be platted in accordance with the contours of the railroad. As a result, those squares ended up with the irregular shapes instead of being perfectly square or rectangular. The subject property is in Square 401, which was among those that were platted in that manner, and the subject property is located on Square 401's irregular side. The property's deficient lot area is related to the construction of Interstate 10. The acquisition of land for the I-610 right-of-way in the late 1950s and 60s reconfigured countless municipal squares that lay along the proposed route, including Square 401, which was reduced from containing 12 lots to the 3 that remain today. The subject property is all that remains of the 6 lots that once existed along 5700 block General Hague Street. The predominant use throughout the subject SLRS1 district is overwhelmingly single-family residential. However, there are some non-residential uses within proximity to the subject property, including City Park, a sewerage and water board pump station, a wireless communications tower, and utilities use at 900 Kenilworth, which is essentially next door to the subject property. It should be noted that a single-family dwelling could be built on the subject property without needing any width, depth, or area waivers. So the property owner has the ability and option to build one. However, a single-family dwelling would have little, if any, utility for an organization that needs a suitable building to support its function as a public service agency. The staff finds that the requested variances meet all 9 of the criteria for the standards for variances of Article 4, Section 4(6)(f) of the CZO. Therefore, the staff recommends approval of BZA docket 04421, subject to 3 provisos.
Okay, Thomas Meager is signed up to speak on behalf of this application. You now have 5 minutes to present.
Okay, good morning. Project more than 3 years ago, and we worked along with the mayor and Nora to purchase the property. The property was acquired by Nora after Katrina. In the meantime, we've addressed the Lakeview Civic Association in 2019 with our plans and met with both their zoning board and their general meeting, and we got full approval with no objections from either their board of zoning and also in the general meeting. We proceeded on, purchased the property, and look forward to moving on and having a office space for the firefighters pension and relief fund. And I'll be glad to take any questions and answer your questions, please.
Any questions or comments from board members? And then we can go to the next item.
The next
Okay,
item.
the next, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Joseph. Go ahead, Joseph.
Okay. Yeah, the next item is BZA docket 4521 for property located at 3401 St. Charles Avenue. The request is from the provisions of Article 12, Section 12.3.8.1, Table 12-2 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to permit a mixed-use development filled with multifamily and commercial uses with insufficient lot area per dwelling unit and excessive building height. At this time, the applicant has stated they are only seeking the variance to permit a mixed-use development with excessive building height. The current site is deficient by 1,530 square feet of lot area for dwellings, but the applicant has communicated they do not want to seek this waiver at this time as they are investigating 3 other options, including appealing a determination by the Department of Safety and Permits, seeking compliance with the regulation, or integrating affordable housing provisions as found in Article 12, Section 12.5 and or Article 28. Therefore, in accordance with Article 12, Section 12.3.8.1, the maximum building height in an HMU district is 40 feet and 3 stories. The applicant is proposing 65 feet and 5 stories, which is excessive by 25 feet and 2 stories. This is non-compliant and the applicant is thus requesting a waiver of these standards. Based on the report, the staff believes the requested variance of Article 12, Section 12.3.8.1, Table 12-2, fails to meet 4 of the 9 criteria of the standards for variances of Article 4, Section 4.6.f of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, in that little interpretation of the ordinance will not deprive the applicants of rights commonly enjoyed by other properties in the district. The special circumstances were caused by the applicant. Denial of the variance will not result in a demonstrable hardship, and the purpose of the variance is based exclusively on the convenience and profit of the applicant. Therefore, staff recommends denial of the requested variance. 2 corrections staff need to make at this time is that in the description of standard number 4 on page 9, the second sentence says the applicant explored opportunities to develop a hotel. The applicant has clarified that this is not correct and instead has clarified that the correct explanation is that the applicant has explored opportunities to develop a project at the site, etc. The second correction is that on the week of May 10th, a draft report was inadvertently released to the public and may have presented information or analysis that was not fully accurate, comprehensive, or ready to be released. The staff apologizes for this error and is making the public correction to bring clarity to the staff's position and to clear up any confusion the board or the public may have incurred. That concludes our staff presentation.
Okay, we have Ken Gallen signed up to speak on behalf of this application. You have 5 minutes to present.
Ken, you're on mute.
Hey guys, Sorry about that. We put a great deal of care and consideration into the planning and programming and design for this extremely unique site at 3401 St. Charles. We have participated in over 15 meetings with city representatives, neighborhood groups, and other stakeholders. These meetings have led to multiple design iterations and significant reductions in the project size. The plan created from this collaborative process is not only appropriate for the site, it is also more than 550,000 cubic feet of area below what is permitted. It's compliant with the uses, density, and goals prescribed by the city's master plan. It's compliant with the demands and density limitations of the HUMU zoning district. It's compliant with the myriad of CZO requirements, including building design requirements, parking, open space, stormwater, and landscape requirements. It's compliant with the demands and goals of the Character Preservation Overlay District and the St. Charles Overlay District. It is contextually sensitive and appropriate to the variety of scales and conditions of this unique multimodal site. The development consists of 2 context-sensitive buildings oriented around an interior drive. The Delachaise and Carondelet quadrant of the plan, which is building A, proposes a 3-story residential building that is compliant with the height and compatible with the scale of the adjacent residential neighborhood. The second building, Building B, located at the corner of Louisiana and St. Charles, is a mixed-use structure that features ground floor pedestrian uses arrayed along completely rebuilt public rights of way. This building is 4 stories in height at the Carondelet and Louisiana corner, with a partial 5th floor at the St. Charles and Louisiana corner. The partial 5th floor is set back to ensure that the visible building will be limited to 4 stories. The interior drive that we show consolidates access for all parking, waste management, utilities, loading docks, deliveries, and building services at the interior condition of the site. This configuration mitigates any impacts to the surrounding neighborhood while improving pedestrian conditions, bike lanes, and transportation access at all frontages consistent with the overlay requirements. We are requesting only one waiver for this project, a height variance limited to Building B. This request allows the project to allocate allowable density in line with the demands of the historic context, shifting project density away from the residential neighborhoods and towards higher density commercial conditions. As staff points out, the site is unique and presents special circumstances. The site was historically occupied by the Giselberti Building, a 5-story mixed-use structure that was approximately 75 feet in height, which is 10 feet taller than what is contemplated here. The site exists as a transitionary block between higher density conditions at St. Charles and Louisiana to the lower scale conditions at Carondelet and Delachaise. Most importantly, the site exists at a major multimodal transportation hub where pedestrians, cyclists, buses, cars, streetcars all converge at the intersection of 2 high volume roadways. The history, location, and configuration of the site makes it unique and deserving of special attention. The report recognizes that the variance will not result in special privileges afforded other projects. Staff clearly acknowledges that the proposed height will not alter the existing character of the locality. And in staff's own words, the proposed redevelopment is not only consistent with the area's characters and goals and intents of the Basin Overlay Zoning Districts and HDLC design guidelines, but it represents an enhancement of those goals. The report includes excerpts from our comprehensive height study, which clearly illustrates the presence of many taller buildings in the vicinity. The setback of the partial 5th floor ensures that the building is visually constrained to 4 stories. And given the contextual realities, it cannot be seriously contended that a 4-story building is out of scale on either St. Charles or Louisiana. CPC staff notes that the proposed level of density is optimal for the site. In staff's opinion, the project is neither detrimental to the public, nor does it substantially impact traffic or result in negative impacts to the surrounding neighborhood. Our plan furthers the goals of the city's master plan. The master plan's mixed-use medium density district at the site calls for a medium density mixed-use neighborhood center with ground floor retail and residences at the upper floors located at a key multimodal transit hub. And most importantly, the varied height and massing of the building to ensure a transition to the lower density residential neighborhoods that occur off of the 2 main thoroughfares. This is exactly what the master plan demands, and this is exactly what we're providing. The project obtained conceptual approvals from the DAC and the HDLC. The St. Charles Avenue Association supports the project. The Delachaise Neighborhood Association has no opposition to the project, and this is in addition to the multitude of support letters we have received from the community. While we would have loved to have gotten unanimous support from folks, it's just not practical on a project of this scale. While we think staff got it right on the majority of the 9 standards, we disagree with their conclusion that we did not meet all 9 standards. The requested variance.
Gallen, this is the end of your term.
Thank you. I just would say that this would alleviate the hardships, guys, that we have, not just with the CZO, but with HDLC and DPW and Parks and Parkways and the overlay district requirements. And we do appreciate y'all's thoughtful consideration in this matter.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from board members?
Just a quick note, Mr. Gowan, and maybe because I'm assuming that there's a graphic in the report that came from your office. Figure 6, the bar graph showing the similar situated buildings along St. Charles. Is that with respect to how you would move down St. Charles Avenue, or is this just other buildings in terms of scale?
You're referring to, yes, let me get that diagram up, Mr. James.
It's on page 9 of the staff report under criteria 4.
No, I do not believe they're placed in a specific order, but we did try and focus on the vicinity of the project area.
Okay. But the reason for that question is just understanding how, in terms of progressive scale, if someone is to drive along St. Charles Avenue, how does this height address, how do you progress, I guess you would say, digress in building scale as you proceed, I guess, due, I don't want to say east or west because it's all over the place on St. Charles, right? Yeah. So if you're going towards Uptown, how does that happen? Because I understand that the respective scale in the CZO or respective heights in the CZO do taper down as we go further uptown.
Yeah, and what's extremely interesting and what came out of the HDLC process on this project is that St. Charles Avenue has a very varied and articulate fabric of building heights. And so to say that is a consistent trend, that's actually not the character. What we've determined the character of St. Charles actually is one of variety and variation. But in recognition of the context, and again, this is what we came to with HDLC, we all did agree, well, HDLC through the RC did determine in their analysis of what we presented, which was the extensive height study that I think is included, the 4 stories of visible height from the street would be what would be characteristic and deemed appropriate at this location. So the original design that was presented to HDLC was much taller than what you guys are seeing today. It had a full 5th floor that was expressed as such. And so the 4-story from street level, that's what we arrived at through our HDLC process as being contextually appropriate and responding to what we see as this variety of heights as we move down St. Charles. And so we know that there are sections where that are much taller than this, both closer to downtown and closer to the site. There's many multi-story buildings in the form of hotel, and apartment buildings that are in excess of 14 stories along St. Charles. And those are not occurring at the downtown condition. Those are actually occurring as we move, like you're saying, east or uptown, however we want to characterize it. So part of matching the character is having that variety in building heights expressed, especially at this location where we have 2 high volume roadways intersecting, which would be a natural condition that would lead to a higher level of density and construction. And I think the historic building condition is key to acknowledge here. So the fact that there was a 5-story, 75-foot tall building at the intersection of these 2 major roadways really is indicative of the historic building pattern that is on St. Charles. And so in many ways, we're trying to honor that contextuality with what is being presented, while at the same time addressing which were very specific MUM requirements for varied building height and massing so that we can transition from the high density conditions along major roads to what are lower density, lower intensity conditions within the neighborhood fabric, and that would be at our Carondelet and Delachaise frontages. So the request is really to move that density from that lower scale condition to the higher scale condition at St. Charles in Louisiana, consistent with character, consistent with the historic development pattern of the site and allowing us to not have a dense condition back where the site is into what I would consider the residential neighborhood.
So just with that comment, this is more of a question to Joseph. Just looking at your report, what he just spoke to actually supports what you have addressed as the standard is met with provision 4 or the standard 4, where we're talking about the general massing of the building is shifted to the St. Charles side of the site as opposed to Carondelet.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Joseph.
Sorry, can you just rephrase the question?
I'm looking at criteria 4 on the report, and there's the 3 diagrams that's to the right-hand side of the sheet. And it shows the general vertical massing where it does exceed the height limit is shifted to the St. Charles, Louisiana corner, and it does not face Carondelet, correct?
Right, so the intersections that are being seen from, I guess, the viewer's perspective, to the left would be St. Charles and to the right is Louisiana Avenue.
Right. And what I was getting to is the height, the additional height waiver is more focused to the St. Charles side of the site. It's not something that's being extended across to the Carondelet side.
That is correct. The Carondelet side, I believe, has a 35-foot height. The applicant can correct me as to it, but it is that 5-story structure that is the heart of the waiver request for the site.
Okay.
And just to clarify that if this is granted and plans are stamped and signed by us, the applicant would have to follow through with that. So at a later time, even though the site has a, in this case, would be granted a 65-foot height waiver with these stamped plans, that would still limit the applicant to what they proposed, so that at a later time they could not construct 65 feet on the Carondelet side.
And what was the other waiver that you spoke to earlier, Joseph? In the beginning of your report?
So no, it was just this one, and there was a typo that said the applicant wanted to develop a hotel on the same page, and that's simply a error that was not contemplated by the applicant as to the staff's knowledge.
Okay, but I thought you made mention of there was a different waiver that was not being considered.
No, the only other correction was that the staff report was released early and may have had different interpretations on waivers, but this is the report that's being released and reviewed by everyone now is the staff's ultimate position.
And
Okay.
Todd, just to clarify, the plans that the applicant submitted are not compliant in terms of lot area per dwelling unit, but they're not seeking that waiver. Originally, we thought they were, but they asked, specifically not to include that. They'll find a way to bring that into compliance.
Got it.
And that was going to be my question. I just wanted to make sure in not seeking that waiver, because technically the plans are not in compliance, if that would cause any issue to proceed if that was still in question. But if it's fine, then I'm good.
Because that would just simply change their unit count, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Right. If they didn't revise them, they'd have to come in for a separate waiver.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions or comments, commissioners?
I have a question for the applicant. I know that on page 10, number 6, the staff report states that the applicant could seek alternate compliance by integrating affordable housing as found in Article 12, Section 12.5 and Article 28. Was that considered at all?
And yes, it is. And it is, the applicant is still considering doing that. And we conducted a thorough review of what is afforded within the affordable housing bonus provisions. And I just want to be clear, guys, the affordable housing bonus provisions would allow us to modify the number of units allowable at the site. It does not allow us to modify the height. It does not allow us to modify the buildable area. It does not allow us to reduce the permeable area or the open space requirements. All it does is allows us to increase the number of units beyond what's permitted in the base zoning. And so we are struggling at 115. The idea that the affordable housing bonus would allow us to go in excess of 155, that doesn't alleviate this request. That doesn't alleviate the specific nature of the comprehensive zoning ordinance's overlay requirements, the HDLC requirements, et cetera, et cetera. So while we are looking at that as an option, just as far as the development, it does not satisfy or assist us in relieving any of the conditions that are leading us to ask for this partial waiver on the height.
Thank you. And I just had a follow-up question for the staff, because I know the city is interested in promoting transit-oriented communities, and find myself very surprised that we have a 40-foot limit at the corner of St. Charles in Louisiana. And so I would love to approve this variance. I don't see the hardship given the current regulations, but it just strikes me as a missed opportunity not to be able to permit a very quality looking transit oriented development from happening at this location where you've got less than 10-minute frequency transit service to a major job center and to major universities and hospitals. And so I'm wondering from the staff if that effort to look at loosening height restrictions or other restrictions in these really transit-oriented locations, if there's another solution on the horizon that could permit this type of development in this type of area without having to acquire a variance.
Well, I'll let, just to initially answer that, and I'll let others who are working on the TOC study opine, but part of the staff's perspective is that that a zoning change would allow a different both height and density requirements that would be more in line with what the applicant is envisioning. And so it was hard for us seeing that they had alternate regulatory methods to achieve the same goal in a shorter time span for them. So I just wanted to offer that in this forum.
We'd appreciate the chance to speak to the zoning change request if possible.
Just hold tight on that one real quick, sure. Mr. Gallen. So Matt, actually, I really appreciate what you just said just now. The only moment for pause I have is when we get into intersections like this, is that it almost cues up spot zone change in language, particularly for this intersection. So, I mean, I agree with you that this is where the language really should be, or at least how we should look at different sites. But I think, again, just coming through this mechanism, and I think the biggest driver, and the staff addresses this, is the historic nature of the site and consideration of the older building that was here and its overall general height. So when we're looking at that, I think that in itself actually really helps to promote this conversation of how we as a body, and I mean, this is just, I'm speaking on my own behalf, could really look at this site, particularly with him shifting the massing. Otherwise, properties like this, that if I understand correctly from the report, this is a contiguous lot that goes from St. Charles to Carondelet. We would if we would have changed if a language was supposed to get pushed where the height would be increased substantially, it would also increase that density or that overall allowable height on a side of the site that is a little bit more sensitive. So I think actually this waiver approach may actually be the appropriate venue, considering the sensitivity of historic context and how we as a body could really look at this intersection, especially promoting transit-based intersections like you mentioned.
Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Seeing none, we could go to the next item.
Okay, again, items 7 through 10, BZA dockets 04621, 04721, 04821, and 04921 have been automatically deferred to the June 21st meeting. We will now begin with new business for the Director of Safety and Permits Appeals. The next item is item number 11, BZA docket 05021 for the property at 631 Broadway Street. This is an appeal of the decision of the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits regarding the reissuance of permit number 2021972RNVN. Question for Missy. We received a letter from Susan Johnson that was inadvertently left out of the Granicus packet. It was received timely. Would we be able to send that to the board so that they can review it at this time?
Yes, as long as it was reviewed timely, it's in accordance with the rules, and the rules do not have to be suspended. So you can just email it to everyone and they can make that a part of their consideration.
Okay, thank you. For this item, we have Keith Hardy signed up to speak on behalf of the application, and we also have Catherine Swartert signed up to speak on behalf of the property owners. So following the safety and permit staff presentation, you will each have 5 minutes to present. Safety and permits.
Good morning, board. My name is Nick Kindle. I'm the zoning administrator with the Department of Safety and Permits. So I'm just going to go through our BZA appeal summary report. So relative to 631 Broadway Street, the applicant's appeal alleges an error in the decision of the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits regarding the reissuance of building permit number 20-21972RNVN. The subject of this appeal is a building permit to renovate a multifamily dwelling. A building permit was originally issued on August 10th, 2020. The subject property is located in the University Area Interim Zoning District, where one additional off-street parking space is required for each new bedroom. The neighbor, now the applicant in this case, raised questions about the existing number of bedrooms in this structure. The Department of Safety and Permits conducted a zoning verification and found that there were only 7 existing bedrooms in the structure and not 12 bedrooms that the property owner had claimed. Because of this determination, the Department of Safety and Permits issued a stop work order for this permit on September 18th, 2020. The property owner appealed the department's determination that there were only 7 existing bedrooms in the structures and to the Board of Zoning Adjustments, and that appeal was denied on January 11th, 2021. The property owner submitted revised plans for this permit on January 13th, 2021. The revised plans included 10 bedrooms, an increase in 3 bedrooms, and 3 additional off-street parking spaces to meet the parking requirement in the University IZD. As these revised plans met the CZO and the University IZD requirements, the department lifted the stop work order and reissued permit 20-21972RNVN on January 28, 2021. The appellant alleges that this permit was reissued in error for a number of reasons, and we will address each of those reasons. First, the rear yard lacks sufficient space for the proposed parking. Property owner's representative submitted a revised site plan dated January 12th, 2021 that provides 3 additional off-street parking spaces. There's enough room in the rear yard to accommodate these spaces as they comply with the minimum stall width of 8.5 feet, stall length of 18 feet, and aisle width of 24 feet, requirements found in CZO 22.8.D figure 22.2. The appellant states that CZO section 22.11.D.3 requires a 3-foot setback for parking pads from any lot line. That is a requirement for single and 2-family residential uses, which would not apply to this multifamily residential dwelling. There are no similar setback requirements for off-street parking for multifamily residential uses. The second point, the rear yard layout does not provide sufficient space for vehicles to turn around. CZO 22.8.D1 requires that off-street parking areas for multifamily uses be designed so that the driver of the vehicle proceeds forward into traffic rather than back south. The CZO does not have any specific standards for how to calculate the vehicle turnaround areas based on the size of the concrete drive area, approximately 25 feet by 24.5 feet. there appears to be ample room for vehicles to be able to turn around either prior to or after parking in order for the vehicle to proceed forward into traffic. Point number 3, the proposed driveway is not of adequate width. The CZO has minimum standards for traffic aisles, those areas directly adjacent to the off-street parking spaces where vehicles pull into and back out of those spaces. But there is not minimum width for driveways, the lanes that provide access to the traffic aisles and the off-street parking spaces. Driveway widths are regulated by CZO 22.11.A.2.A, which states, except for access to loading berths, driveway shall be a maximum of 12 feet for one-way drives and a maximum of 24 feet for two-way drives, subject to the review of the Department of Public Works. Proposed driveway is 8 feet wide, which complies with the maximum width of 24 feet for two-way drives. Furthermore, CZO 22.8.D.1 states that each off-street vehicle parking space shall open directly upon an aisle or driveway of adequate width to provide access to the vehicle parking. All off-street parking vehicle facilities shall provide access in a manner that least interferes with traffic movement. The traffic aisle adjacent to the parking space is 24 feet in width, which is sufficient for the access of the vehicles into and out of the parking spaces. The 8 feet wide driveway leading to the traffic aisle is sufficient for traffic movement, given that this parking lot only accommodates 3 parking spaces. Point number 4, there is no grandfathered space on the left Hampson Street side. Looking at Google Street View images, there has been a curb cut on the Hampson Street side since at least August 2007. Plan submitted by the applicant shows that there's an existing driveway along the Hampson Street side that leads to a garage, which is currently being demolished. The garage appears large enough to have a 2-car garage, but due to the location directly behind the structure, could have only provided access to 1 off-street parking space. Therefore, there's 1 off-street parking space provided on the Hampson Street side of the structure. The appellant is correct that the location of the car shown in the plan would not be a legal off-street parking space because it's located in front of the facade of the structure. However, there is approximately a 60 feet deep area in which to provide legal off-street parking space in this location. Point number 5, there's a grandfathered parking space in the driveway on the right St. Charles Avenue side, not one in front of the facade as shown in Amicus's parking plan. Pictometry images from January 2004 and Google Street View images from August 2007 show that there has historically been a curb cut, a paved area in front of the lower level door, and vehicles parked in this area. The plans submitted by the applicant show an existing off-street parking space in this area. This area has historically been used as an off-street parking space. Point number 6, grandfathered spaces cannot be relocated. First, it is not clear that the exact location of the grandfathered parking space. This area has historically been used as parking, and sometimes vehicles park more to the left and other times vehicles park more to the right. The area has been paved this entire time, so it's not clear that the parking space is being relocated. Second, CZO section 25.4C and 25.4D allow for structural alterations, additions, and enlargement of non-conforming structures if there's no further increase in the extent of the non-conformity. So even if this non-conforming parking space is not located directly in front of the door, these CZO sections would allow for alterations if there's no increase in the non-conformity, which there is not. Furthermore, from a practical standpoint, there needs to be a certain amount of flexibility in the provision of minor modifications to the location of off-street parking spaces. If not, the demolition of a garage, removing a portion of driveway concrete, a minor house addition of a driveway gate, and any other changes that could result in the shift of in the location of an off-street parking space would not be allowed. Under the appellant's logic, if you had a 50-foot long driveway and you wanted to remove the last 10 feet of the driveway, that cannot be done because it would result in the relocation of that parking space. This would result in the loss of that non-conforming parking space and would require the entire parking space to be removed and a variance of the off-street parking requirement. This does not make practical sense and would be very difficult for the department to enforce. Point number 7. If the developer builds over, blocks access to, or otherwise eliminates existing parking spaces, he must replace them before receiving credit for any increase in off-street parking spaces required by the IZD for any increase in bedrooms. First, there's not an off-street parking space that's being eliminated as addressed in item number 5. Second, it's possible to alter the location of that off-street parking space as addressed in item number 6. Third, even if the board were to find that the parking space is being eliminated, it could be relocated to the Hampton Street side of the property where there's room for 2 and 1 additional off-street parking space. Per CZO 22.8 B1C, tandem parking is only allowed if the spaces are allocated to the same dwelling unit. Prior to the IZD, parking was calculated only on a per dwelling unit basis, so tandem spaces could not be counted for grandfathered parking calculations. Parking spaces that are required because the IZD can provide tandem spaces if those spaces are allotted to the same dwelling unit. Therefore, even if an off-street parking space is eliminated on the St. Charles Street side, it could be provided as an additional tandem space on the Hampton Street side. Item number 8. If one or of the 2 curb cuts is not connected to a legal off-street parking space, it should be removed. Those curb cuts provide access to legal parking spaces and do not need to be removed. In conclusion, the revised plan submitted by the applicant complies with the CZO and the permit was properly reissued. Therefore, the department's determination in this matter should be upheld. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, we have Keith Hardy signed up to speak on behalf of the application. You have 5 minutes to present.
My name is Keith Hardy. I live at 618 Audubon on the same block as the subject property. The underlying law here is the University Area IZD. The IZD was intended to ameliorate the on-street parking shortage created by dense development by requiring an additional on-site parking space for each new bedroom. The owner wants to increase the number of bedrooms by from 7 to 10 by adding 3 on-site parking spaces and a new driveway. Those spaces in the driveway must be 1, new. They cannot be existing spaces. You don't get an additional bedroom because you have an existing space. You need a new space. 2, they must be legal. They must comply with the CZO and they must be legally grandfathered. And 3, they must be adequate and functional as required by the CZO. The parking plan submitted contained no dimensions regarding the width of the driveway. On January 25th, Mr. Kendall wrote to Ashley Becknell stating that, quote, "The one issue is the narrow driveway, open paren, only about 7.5 feet closed paren wide." But without any explanation or citation to a source, the appeal summary changed that estimate, stating that the proposed driveway is 8 feet wide. The owner's attorney claims the same and says she has a survey done in April, but it is not in the meeting package, so we have no proof. There's no proof of the existence of the width of the driveway other than what I'm going to explain now. I went out last night and from the sidewalk, I measured the opening and found it to be approximately 7 foot 6 inches, which would be exactly what Mr. Kendall stated. And that measurement was between the fence and the building. The owner's attorney submitted a letter with links to 3 movies. I would urge you to look at the second movie. It shows a Mazda CX-5 driving down the driveway. And as the car approaches the front of the building, where the building bumps out closer to the fence, the edges of the mirror are very close to the wall and to the fence. According to the Mazda website, the width of the CX-5 with the mirrors open is 6 feet 11, 1 inch short of 7 feet, such that if there's 3.5 inches between the house and the mirror and between the fence and the other mirror, as appears to be the case, the total space available for the driveway is only approximately 7 foot 6 inches, as Mr. Kendall had stated in January. The CZO requires that the driveway be of adequate width. This driveway can barely accommodate a small car like a Mazda CX-5 and thus cannot be adequate for large and mid-sized vehicle. Affidavit number 2 of Heather Huey, which is in the record, shows a Toyota pickup parked against the entrance that is in dispute here. And it's very clear that that pickup can't even get past the front, the fence line there. So the property will be rented to many different people. It must be able to accommodate many different sizes of vehicles. It cannot. The proposed driveway is inadequate and non-functional, and a non-functional driveway does not meet the purpose of the IZD because it will encourage or discourage people from using the driveway and using the parking spaces in the rear, and will not alleviate the parking problem. One important point here to make is that existing spaces do not entitle you to an additional bedroom. So if you've got a grandfathered space in the front yard, which we admit they do, you don't get a new space. You don't get a space for that. You can't move a grandfathered space. The CZO is very clear that nonconformities cannot be moved. So if they put the driveway through the right side, where that
Hardy, you've reached the end of your time.
Where that existing space is, they will not be able to, that space will be lost and they will not be able to use it to count for new spaces. Thank you.
We have.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say that we have Catherine Swart signed up to speak on behalf of the property owner. You also
Hi, yes. Yes, good morning. I'm on a new computer, so can everyone hear me? You can just shake your head. Good, perfect. It's good to see everyone again. I'm here on behalf of the property owner. As we've just heard a lot, this is 631 Broadway. We were just here recently to discuss for the first time exactly how the board and the city were to determine the number of bedrooms in a property. Now, if you recall, this structure that we're dealing with was historically an 8-unit structure. At the time it was sold to my clients and before the BZA, the IZD went into effect, it was being used as a 5-unit structure. When we acquired it, it had what we believed to be 12 bedrooms, and those 12 all were off of a central hall because it was a central hall designed 3-story building with the bottom story being at ground level. So not ideal given new flood zone regulations of this day and age. Even though all the 12 rooms met, they met architectural standards, they met building code standards of bedrooms, both the city and the BZA decided that there were only 12 in use at the time of sale as bedrooms, so we would go with 12. We respect that. My client changed the plans accordingly. And if you recall, when we last came and discussed all of this, we said that no matter what the decision, we were endeavoring to add 3 parking spaces to this project, and we were working with the city to do so. And that's exactly what you're seeing here today is our ultimate plans. This structure historically had a parking pad on both the left-hand side and the right-hand side with curb cuts. The left-hand side, as we've heard, extends in a long driveway that used to end in a garage that could only, based on, it was tucked behind the main structure, so you could only fit one car in that garage. On the right-hand side, there also exists a parking pad, fully concrete, going from in front of the door over to the property line, and an old driveway going along the side of the building. So what we're talking about here is actually reusing an existing driveway. That driveway went about probably half the length, roughly, of the depth of the building, and we're extending it further. As you heard from Mr. Kendall with the city, all of the parking lots have been well looked into. They conform with all the requirements, including the parking requirements of figure 22.2 in the CZO. And if you look at those requirements for the parking lots regulations on size, they're all met. On being able to turn around, it's all met. We attached 3 videos. Yes, it happens to be of a Mazda CX-5, but it shows that from each of the 3 parking spaces in the back, there's adequate room to turn around and go back out. Now, I understand that Mr. Hardy went on the property last night. First, I'd like to please advise, be careful. That's an active work site. Trespassing can be dangerous. We don't want anything to happen to anyone, so please do be careful. But what he's talking about is the existing fence and the existing driveway that were there. That fence sticks out 6 inches from the property line. So that gets you to the 8 feet. The 8 feet is presented in surveys that were sent to the city previously. Yes, Mr. Hardy's correct in my letter. Unfortunately, due to the size of the videos we sent, the attachment with the survey did not get through until 5:01. So just missed the cutoff. We do have that if you'd like to see it, showing that that property line actually, it goes on an angle. So 8 feet is the absolute minimum, and that's where the start of the building is to the edge of the property line right there. And as you move back, the property line veers to the right and widens. And also, as you move back along the building itself juts in, so it opens up for more space. Per his own calculations, I mean, the narrowest part of this is 8 feet. It's perfectly acceptable. We've seen it all in driveways around the city, in parking areas around the city. It's more than enough for cars to get in and out. There's more than enough space for people to walk. In terms of the grandfathered space in the front right, as we just heard from the city again, one space was historically in front of the building facade in the front right parking pad. We are not trying to extend that parking pad. We are not trying to rebuild it or build a new parking pad. It's the same one that exists that we are proposing to reuse. And as the city mentioned, now that there are only 3 units in the house, the driveway on the left-hand side can be used as tandem
You've reached
parking.
the end of your time.
Yes, so ultimately 3 spots can be effectuated on the left-hand side of the building, and we only calculated 1 for doing this purpose of the BZA IZD calculation. Thank you very much, and let me know if you have any questions.
I see the chairwoman's away from her camera right now. Any questions from the board? All right, hearing none. Only thing I'm gonna bring up is a point of clarification around that survey versus what's documented. If I understand correctly from our packet, there's also the architect's drawings, which are stamped, which is also showing site dimensions as well, and that is an acceptable document. Is that correct, Mr. Kendall?
That is correct.
Okay.
And we did do measurements from that stamp plan set. So even though the dimensions aren't on there, it's a scale drawing. We have Bluebeam software, which allows us to, measure things according to that scale and figure out what those actual dimensions are.
Correct. So I just want to make sure we understand in terms of what is deemed acceptable instruments in order to dictate what the distances are. So it's not necessarily a measuring tape from a face of the building to a fence line, because fences are traditionally not supposed to be built on the property line or on an adjoining property, they're typically built inside, but the dimension of the allowable area is always shown as the allowable area for that drive is always from property line proper to building edge, correct? Mr. Kendall?
Correct.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Okay, hearing none. Next item.
Okay, thank you. The next item is item number 12, BZA docket 05121. This is an appeal of the decision of the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits regarding the determination that the subject property has attained a legal non-conforming status as two single-family dwellings, two-family residential use. We have Lynette Doyle signed up to speak on behalf of the applicant. The property owner has not responded to the emails or notices. Oh, I'm sorry. We have Jamal Hall signed up to speak on behalf of the property owner, and he is on the call. So let me take this off. Following the safety and permits presentation, you each will have 5 minutes to present. Safety and permits.
Good morning. Once again, Nick Kendall, zoning administrator representing the Department of Safety and Permits. Relative to 7701, 7703 Edward Street, the applicant appeal alleges an error in the decision of the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits regarding a legal non-conforming use determination of an accessory structure as a dwelling. The subject of this appeal is the Department of Safety and Permits determination that an accessory structure has achieved legal non-conforming use status as a dwelling unit. The subject property is located in the SRS single family residential district, and a dwelling unit in the rear structure makes for 2 dwelling units on the site, which we would classify as two-family residential, which is a non-conforming use in the SRS district. The property was originally developed as a single-family dwelling with an accessory structure in the rear. In 2004, the rear structure was used as a garage. Photographs associated with a 2006 damage assessment and an October 2007 Google Street View image show that the garage structure is being renovated with doors and windows being added. In a 2012 real estate listing for the property, the description states, garage converted to an apartment with a full bath can be used for extra income, and has pictures that show the structure appears to have been built out for habitable space with an AC unit and a bathroom. Although there's no kitchen or kitchenette shown in the photos, there is a portion of what appears to be a kitchen counter that is visible in one of the photos. This evidence seems to indicate that the garage structure was converted to a dwelling unit prior to the current owner purchasing the property in October of 2012. The property owner provided affidavits that the rear structure was a dwelling unit when they purchased the property in December 2012. In addition, the property owner provided a rental history for both the front and rear structure and notarized affidavits from 3 different tenants who resided in the rear structure in 2012, 2016, and 2019. Also, the property owner provided a lease and energy bill showing that the front structure is occupied and that the non-conforming use has not been vacant for more than 180 days. Therefore, the non-conforming use has been maintained. Under Louisiana Revised Statute 95625, the city has 5 years to bring an enforcement action to require compliance with the zoning regulation. Based on the evidence provided, it appears the structure was converted to a dwelling unit by at least 2012, potentially as early as 2007. It appears that this structure has been a dwelling unit for over 5 years, which meets the prescription period set in LARS 95625. As a result, an illegal use that's not been cited by the city for CZO violation for 5 years attains legal non-conforming use status. Neighbors have submitted documents to oppose this request. The neighbors have submitted 2 affidavits attesting that the rear structure was used only as an accessory structure. In addition, some neighbors have submitted a petition with 7 signatures opposing the use of the rear structure as a dwelling. Despite the documents submitted by the neighbors, the department found that the property owner had submitted enough evidence in support of the application. On February 1st, 2021, Director Tammy Jackson determined that the subject property had attained legal non-conforming use status as a second single-family dwelling on the subject property. However, the property owner did renovate the rear structure without permits, and a condition of the approval requires that after the fact building permits for any work that was done. At this point, no building permits have been applied for. The appellant has not submitted any new information on which the department's determination was made in error. Therefore, there's no new evidence for the department to address. Department's non-conforming use determination was correct and should be upheld. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, again, we have Lynette Doyle signed up to speak on behalf of the applicant. You have 5 minutes to present.
Good morning. Thank you to the Board of Zoning Appeal and the staff for allowing us the opportunity to speak today. We, the families who live in the 7700 block of Edward Street, are really disturbed by the decision that was made. We believe that this decision was reached in error. We do not believe that all of the information that we presented was used to come to the determination that was made by the zoning administrator. We as a community here, the families who signed the petition have all lived here longer than the applicant, the person who actually owns the home at 7701 Edward Street. Yes, we provided affidavits. Yes, we provided a petition, but we also provided a letter from the owner, Ms. Hall, dated August the 12th, 2020, where she wrote the letter to one of our neighbors who signed the petition, who started the petition, Mr. Errol Marcelin, and stating that she was going to be renting out the rear facility as a rental unit, and that she had every right to do so, and that she was concerned about us filing a petition. Let me also say that the group of people who live in this area, we have always been proactive in trying to make sure that everything is clean and safe in this neighborhood. Mr. Marcelin, dating back to 2009, where 14 families on his block filed a petition saying that the street lights were out after Katrina. That very house, we also did a petition to the safety and permits in 2010 because it was abandoned property. So we have a history of making sure that everything is up to par in this neighborhood. So there is no way that we would be coming back in 2020 to say that somebody's been living there since 2012 and we're just now filing a petition against it. It just never happened. And so the information that the homeowners presented to the zoning administrators, it's false information. My particular property, my sister owns this house, been here 18 years, is right next door. Mr. Marcelin lives directly across the street. There's no way that someone could have lived in that rear property and we not know about it and would not have done anything about it. And so some of the issues that Mr. Kendall used to reach his determination, he did not include the letter from the actual property owner saying that she was just now renting out this property. That wasn't included. We provided that information to Mr. Kendall. Also, that rear structure was used as a business, that she used that structure as a beauty salon. I know this, my sister, and I'm speaking on her behalf because she's gotten her hair done back there. And so it was used as a beauty salon before. It's never been used as an accessory, a rental unit ever until 2020, August of 2020, when they moved away. So we have a real concern here about the 2006 damage assessment and the 2007 Google Maps. My shed, my garage has a window and a door as well. I bought it that way. It came that way. So that doesn't prove anything to us just because you have a window and a door. And by his own admission, it didn't prove that it was a dwelling unit. That wasn't enough to prove that that was the case. They provided affidavits. We provided affidavits. Okay, there's no financial information whatsoever linking these supposed tenants to that property. There was only one energy bill that was provided from August 2020, which doesn't prove anything higher use because they used it as a business. But there's nothing provided from 2012, there's nothing provided for 2016, and nothing provided for 2019 to suggest that there was additional usage of the electricity in those years, except for August 2020. We believe that that's insufficient information to make such a determination as this. At the end of the day, we have never had any problem with the neighbors, never had any situations. It is not personal, but this was zoned as a residential, single family residential unit by Mr. Kendall's own admission as late as 2013. All city records, including the assessor's office, said that this was a residential single family unit. And we do not believe that the burden of proof has been met to suggest that someone has been living in that rear structure when we have a letter on file from the applicant, from the homeowner saying that they were just now renting out this facility. Thank you.
We also have Jamal Hall signed up to speak on behalf of the property owner. You have 5 minutes to present.
You're on mute. I think you might need to unmute one of your other.
Yes, sorry about that. Yes, I'm actually the property owner, me and my wife who's sitting next to me. And I would also like to say thank you all for having me and hearing me out. And I want to start with the letter we wrote. The letter we wrote, just to correct it, it was actually an apology letter that we wrote when we did hear that there was a petition formed against us. You know, we told them this was kind of new for us. We were moving to another state and we were renting our property out, you know, to kind of elevate our family, but we didn't know all of the correct, I guess we didn't meet all of the correct rules as far as doing so. So we told them just from our lack of knowledge, we just wanted to apologize for that. We did have, since the very first day we moved there, we bought it because it was a double family residence. It was a fence that divided the backyard completely from the other side of it. And the other side we were told was rented out when we purchased it. And actually when we purchased it and our first week in the home, we were approached by someone that said their son was living there, who was actually in college, and wanted to know were we still interested in renting it out. And we actually purchased it because it was like a bonus when we considered purchasing a home and we saw it did have an extra property on it. And besides that, when we did purchase the home, we did have family members and friends living there. The home was kind of like an extra house for us. So we always did have family members and friends calling upon us who needed a place to stay. And that's with the affidavits that I did submit it was of the family members as well as the friends who lived there during the time. And we always had someone living there. The home, the back unit was never used as a business the entire time because we actually had a barbershop and beauty salon located on Broad and Banks. The home was only used as a business before the time we moved, I would say 2020 or so, when we decided to shut our business down and my wife continued to do hair into the back house. But before that, we had our own business, a barber and beauty salon, so we never had to use that unit as a business. And I said, we also have neighbors that know our family and friends personally who lived there at the time with the affidavits we submitted, you know. But just really wanted to clarify on that letter. The letter was just an apology letter that I sent to my neighbor across the street who I've been knowing since there, Mr. Arrow. Was just letting them know we apologize for upsetting him or anything we did going the wrong way. It was really just a lack of knowledge. Once we did find out the correct way to do so, we did, and we reached out to the city who then connected us with Mr. Kendall. And, you know, we tried to go about doing everything the right way. But, once again, we just apologize for the inconvenience. The move was just a move to better our family. It wasn't, when we did the renovations, we didn't do major renovations in the back that would have required a permit. We just kind of spruced it up, fixed it up, changed the floors out, painted it, and did things like that, put some landscaping down like rocks and flowers. So I don't know if those kind of things were required for a permit. If so, once again, it wouldn't be to, go against the law or anything. It was just kind of lack of knowledge. This is all kind of new for us. That was the first home we purchased, and this is our first time renting it out. But I could show you, even if we have to set up another meeting, and I could get those people on the phone. One of them was my dad, who's deceased now, but the other ones, I still keep close communication with other people who actually lived there, Jamar Cooley, Sharika Smith, Shaquilla Curtis, and my dad, Jesse Hall Sr. They all dwelled there at the time. And for the most part of us having the house, we had someone back there living there. We didn't have it as a business until before we moved out, because, as stated, we had our own barber and beauty salon that she did hair at the time.
On Broad and Banks.
On Broad and Banks. It was called Prosper Barber and Beauty.
Yeah.
But thank you all for hearing us out. I just really wanted to clarify that letter was just an apology letter we sent out that we wanted to get to our neighbors to assure them that we would never allow just anyone to live there. I told them the guy who's living in the back unit is a close friend and family of mine over 30 years. And if there's any kind of emergency or
You've
anything.
reached the end of your time, sir.
Okay, yeah, if there's any kind of emergency, I told Mr. Arrow, just like he used to could count on me, he could count on him. That's a close friend of mine that I told him he could kind of look after things. I would never allow anything to detriment that neighborhood. But thank you all for hearing us once again.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Any questions or comments from board members? Trying to find everybody on the screen. I don't think there are any. We can go to the next item.
The next item is item number 13, BZA docket 05221 for the property at 1409 Broadway Street. This is an appeal of the decision of the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits as regarding the issuance of permit number 2004351 RNVS. We have Grady Fitzpatrick signed up to speak on behalf of this application. And we also have Catherine Shorter signed up to speak on behalf of the property owner. Following this safety and permit staff presentation, you will each have 5 minutes to present. Safety and permits.
Good afternoon. Once again, I'm Nick Kindle, representing the Department of Safety and Permits. I'm the zoning administrator for the department. So the next appeal is relative to 4009 Broadway Street. The applicant's appeal alleges an error in the decision of the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits regarding the reissuance of building permit number 20-04351 RNVS. The subject of this appeal is a reissuance of a building permit to renovate a two-family dwelling. The building permit was originally for the renovation in addition to a multifamily dwelling that was 3 units. The permit was issued on June 3rd, 2020. Neighbors had concerns about the project and submitted an appeal to this permit. The Department of Safety and Permits issued a stop work order on July 6, 2020. On August 10th, 2020, the Board of Zoning Adjustments found that the permit was issued in error because an established multifamily dwelling is not allowed to expand its footprint, and the permit was rescinded. On January 22nd, 2021, the property owner's representative submitted revised plans to reduce the scope of the project. The revised scope was to eliminate one of the units, so the proposed use of the structure was a two-family dwelling. A two-family dwelling is a permitted use in the HURD2 district, so an increase in the footprint of the structure is no longer an issue. In addition, the size of the proposed addition was reduced as the total floor area of the proposed structure went from 4,397 square feet to 3,482 square feet. As a revised scope of the project complies with the CZO, the department reissued permit 20-04351 RNVS on February 25th, 2021. The appellants state that this permit was reissued in error. They argue that since the BZA found that the original permit was issued in error, that the department should not have reissued the original permit, and the applicant should have been required to apply for a new permit. The subject property is located in the University Area Interim Zoning District, where one additional off-street parking space is required for each new bedroom. The original permit was applied for prior to the University IZD going into effect. So if the applicant would have been required to apply for a new permit, it would have been subject to the University IZD, and additional off-street parking would have been required. It is common practice for the Department of Safety and Permits to reissue a building permit under the same number after a stop work order is issued or after a permit is rescinded. This is done when the project's basically the same, but there must be a certain modification to the scope of the project to comply with the CZO or building code issue. It does not make practical sense for a new permit to be resubmitted, re-reviewed, and additional permit fees be paid if a modification to the scope is required. Another example of a similar situation to 1407 Broadway is another decision appeal on this meeting docket. The permit at 631 Broadway had a stop work order issued, and then the permit rescinded, and then the Department of Safety and Permits reissued the permit under the same permit application. In this case, it was still a residential project that's being proposed. It is just one unit less and about 1,000 square feet smaller in size. Applicant submitted revised plans, and the Zoning and Plan Review Divisions reviewed the revised plans for CZO and building code compliance respectively. Once the plans were found to be in compliance with these codes, the permit was reissued. In most cases, it does not matter if a permit's reissued or if the applicant applies for a new permit. It matters in this case because the CZO regulations change with the adoption of the University IZD. At times where there have been major changes in the CZO, such as the adoption of the current CZO in August 2015 and changes to the short-term rental regulations in December 2019, the Department of Safety and Permit requires that the applicant submit a complete application with plans prior to the date of the CZO changes to vest the application under the previous CZO regulations. The Department of Safety and Permits allowed for changes to those vested plans as long as the changes do not result in a more intense proposal, such as a more intense use proposed, an increase in gross floor area, or additional dwelling units. In the case with permit 20-04351 RNVS, the changes resulted in a less intense proposal and is therefore vested under the prior CZO regulations. The appellant also notes that in this case, the permit was revoked by the BZA and upheld by Civil District Court. The Department of Safety and Permits does not see this as any different from times when the department revokes a permit or rescinds a permit and then reissues the permit under the same permit application. In addition, if revoking the permit would require submitting a new permit application, that would punish the applicant for the department's mistake. If the Department of Safety and Permits never issued the permit in the first place, the department would have notified the applicant that it could not expand the footprint of the structure, and the applicant would have had an opportunity to submit revised plans that complied with the CZO. Since the department issued the permit and did not ask for those plans, therefore there was not an opportunity to revise the plans prior to the issuance of the permit that was revoked. In conclusion, when stop work orders are issued or permits are rescinded, it is common practice for the Department of Safety and Permits to reissue the permit under the same permit application. This is because it is all part of the same project. In cases where there are CZO changes after a permit application is submitted, the Department of Safety and Permits allows for changes to those plans as long as the scope of the project does not become more intense. Finally, the fact that the permit was revoked does not mean that it's no longer vested under the original permit application. For these reasons, the department's decision should be upheld, and that concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. And we have Grady Fitzpatrick signed up to speak on behalf of the application.
Actually, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Chinlin Leonhardt. We had a technical.
Okay.
I am actually in person. To
Okay.
speak on behalf of the applicants, if I may.
Sure, you have 5 minutes to present.
Thank you. And thank you also to the BZA members and the staff for your hard work and for giving us the opportunity to speak here again. So this board revoked permit number 20-04351 in August 2020. The developer chose to appeal the BZA decision to the Civil District Court, which affirmed the BZA revocation in January 2021. This permit had also expired under the city code before its reissuance. Nonetheless, the DSP reissued the same permit on February 25th, 2021. Now, the DSP claims that it is common practice to reissue a building permit under the same permit number after a stop work order or revocation. The DSP, however, has not provided a single relevant example. None of the permits that DSP identified in its letter was revoked by the BZA, whose decision was upheld by the court in a final binding judgment. None had already expired under the city code. The DSP's reissuance of the same permit was designed to avoid the University Area IZD adopted by the City Council on March 5th, 2020. Just a quick refresher of the relevant facts on this issue. The developer applied on February 18th, 2020 for a permit to turn the traditional single-family property into a triplex with 12 bedrooms as student rentals. Despite the project's clear violation of the CZO, the DSP issued the permit on June 3rd, 2020 under the pre-IZD zoning laws. The neighbors appealed to the board in late June 2020. The DSP issued a stop work order at the property on July 6, 2020. This board revoked the permit after a public hearing in August 2020. Thereafter, the developer appealed the BZA decision to the Civil District Court, which upheld the BZA decision in January 2021. On January 22nd, 2021, the developer submitted another set of architectural plans to build, this time, a duplex with 8 bedrooms. The DSP reissued the same permit on February 25th, 2021, without assessing whether the duplex complied with the IZD. There are 3 primary reasons why the DSP has no legal authority to rely on the February 2020 application to avoid the IZD. First, the permit had already expired under the city code before the DSP reissued the permit. In fact, the building permit itself says, quote, "A permit becomes invalid if the work authorized on the permit is suspended or abandoned for a period of 180 days after the time the work is commenced." This language tracks the city code language, by the way. The developer's illegal triplex project was suspended on July 6, 2020. Therefore, the permit expired on or about January 2nd, 2021. Nowhere does the city code or Louisiana law authorize the DSP to reissue an invalid permit. Second, under the CZO, the filing of a BZA appeal acts as a stay of all administrative proceedings in furtherance of the action appealed from. Upon the filing of the first BZA appeal in June 2020, the DSP could no longer take any administrative action related to the February 2020 application. The administrative stay became permanent when the BZA revoked the illegally issued permit, and the BZA revocation was subsequently affirmed by the court. In addition, the DSP's issuance of the revoked permit also violates well-established Louisiana law. Under the doctrines of res judicata and collateral estoppel, a valid final judgment is binding on the parties and all causes of action are extinguished. The legality of the permit was central to the developer's appeal, and the issue was actually litigated and determined. And therefore, the court judgment is conclusive and binding on the DSP and the developer. The administrative stay and the doctrines of res judicata and collateral estoppel are intended to ensure an orderly and efficient process to resolve disputes. If the parties were permitted to ignore binding court judgments and revisit the same disputes, it would result in waste of administrative and judicial resources. Finally, the February 2020 application does not fall within the narrow exemption from the IZD. The narrow exemption only applies to complete application prior to March 5th, 2020. For the application to be complete, the developer must have submitted an architectural plan for the duplex project. The developer did not
End of your time.
architectural plan until January 22nd, 2021. I'm just going to conclude. Therefore, the application was not complete prior to March 5th, 2020 to qualify for the narrow exemption under the IZD. The developer's project here is really exhibit A of the type of project that the IZD is intended to stop. For all of the above reasons and those in our complaints together with the citations, we request that the BZA enforce the zoning laws and revoke permit number 20-04351. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, we also have Catherine Shortett signed up to speak on behalf of the property owner.
Hi, yes, nice to speak with you again today. First, let's jump back a little bit on the history of this site and this project. I know the board must remember it clearly, at least those members which were here for the hearing back, I believe it was August 2020. The crux of that hearing was whether or not an established multifamily structure, dwelling, would be allowed to expand the outer limitations of the present building size. So then it turned on the word footprint and what that meant. Okay, it's ultimately determined that even though the city told my client talked to them before purchasing the property to make sure that their plans would work. The city then reviewed the plans and again issued the permits, reviewed them again after a stop work order. I think it was ultimately 6 times that the Department of Safety and Permits reviewed the same set of facts and drawings and plans and determined that the project could move forward. And the project involves a structure that since 1995 at least has been used as a 3-unit building rented to students. And this is evidenced by the prior owner obtaining a zoning verification in 2017, confirming that it had been used as 3 units. And by my clients obtaining one immediately after purchase in 2019, also confirming and verifying its status as an established multifamily structure. So the whole purpose of the prior proceedings was to see, even though the project plans met everything else that they needed to be able to move forward, whether or not it could, based on the fact that it was a triplex as opposed to a duplex. Accordingly, yes, we did appeal the BZA's decision. No hard feelings from that. Obviously, the city and the BZA had conflicting things, so we went to a third party, the courts, to see how they fell on it, and they sided with the BZA. So we resubmitted the altered plans, and here we are today. We fixed the one nonconformity that the BZA said was out of scope on this project to make sure that it all does. Now today, I mean, there's some question as to whether or not the main issue on this is even within the jurisdiction of the BZA. The Department of Safety and Permits common practices as to keeping, relating back changes on a project and reissuing permits. It's actually outside the scope of what's zoning. So I'm not sure whether that's even proper to be here today. But I will add that, as Ms. Leonard just said, whenever someone appeals to the BZA, it ultimately stays proceedings. So nothing has expired because it stayed. It suspends all of those deadlines of doing work on a project. My client immediately began work. Actually, we did a substantial amount of work before the first stop work order and decision, including the pouring of the foundation for the new addition. We've since managed to mitigate our losses by incorporating that same poured foundation into the duplex plans. So the same regulations that allow for things to be stayed are the same ones that allow that original application and permitting process remained open throughout that pending procedure. In terms of res judicata, I'll also say not a single decision that's been decided, use the words revoked. It was just decided that the project could not move forward with the permits as they were, allowing that scope of the project. In other words, an established multifamily could not exceed its footprint as defined as the outer perimeter of the existing structure. Again, we've remedied that sole issue. So there is no determination of res judicata here or going on any order. No order said it had to be revoked. There's never been an order saying it must relate back. And in fact, quite the opposites. In Louisiana, custom becomes law when there's nothing else relegating it and regulating it. And here we've just heard from the Department of Safety and Permits saying that it is their custom to relate a project back to its initial application once the issue and once the problem has been resolved. And that's exactly what's happened here. As to the contention that the application must be full and complete, it obviously was, but to the extent of the plans, when originally submitting the plan, just have to be up to 60% of the thing. Yes, less than 40% has been changed. And finally, and perhaps most importantly, even if the IZD applied, this was going from either a 7 or 8 unit bedroom, 3-unit house to a 2-unit house with 8 bedrooms. And it went from 1 parking space to 2 parking spaces. So even if the IZD were to apply, it has been met here and satisfied. And we included the leases in as evidence into this because this unit was leased. And in fact, there were 6 people living in it at the time that the original permit was issued. Thank you, and let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you. Are there any, any questions from board members? I did have a procedural question, Mr. Kendall. Just going back to the document that was prepared, trying to find the specific. I think it's on the first page of the summary report, indicating that it's common practice to reissue a permit when the project is basically the same. How is it determined that a project is basically the same? Is there a standard that's used? It just felt vague, given the facts surrounding this particular item.
So yeah, I wouldn't say there's necessarily a strict standard that we have as far as what changes become too much. I think we would look to, there's this proposal for, a single family dwelling. There are now changes that this is going to be commercial or something like that, that is going to require, complete re-review, complete looking at everything differently. In this case, we had something that was going from 3-unit multifamily, on a certain footprint to just a 2-family that was on a slightly reduced footprint with a slightly smaller square footage. So in this case, we deemed it appropriate to review and issue this under the same permit.
And then if the property owner would have had to apply for a new permit, what would have been different? What would they have had to do different as opposed to just having the original permit reissued? Would there have been any, I guess what I'm asking is, would there have been any requirements for the property owner to do had they had to apply for a new permit?
If they had to apply for a new permit, resubmit a lot of the documents that they'd already submitted. In this case, since the changes involved were typically to the plans, there was new plans submitted. If they were to apply for a new permit, it would be, new plans, new survey, new elevation certificate or benchmark, new contract, kind of our standard permit application requirements. The real issue would have been if they had chose to withdraw their original permit and then apply for the new permit, it would have been subject to the university area ICD, which would have required the additional parking.
And that's what I was just trying to understand. So the distinction is, had they applied for a new permit, they would have been subject to that zoning classification.
That is correct. Under the current permit, the 2020 permit, they were vested under the pre-IZD regulations. The IZD was not considered in the review of the permit. If they were to reapply for a new permit, we would have to look at all the IZD requirements and verify that it met all those standards.
Okay. Any other questions from commissioners? Seeing none, we can go to the next item.
Okay, this concludes the presentation of dockets. The board will now recess until 1 p.m. Consideration of dockets, including public comments, will begin at 1 p.m. Please refer to the screen for public comment rules. Public comments will be accepted until the close of the recess. Would the board consider a motion to recess until 1 p.m.?
Alfonso, so moved. Did you? Don't know if you heard it. Okay.
Got it. It's been moved by Commissioner Gonzalez, second by Commissioner Rufo for recess until 1 p.m. Roll vote, Todd James. I think he stepped away. Tamara Eggins.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yes.
Matthew Rufo.
Yes.
And Candace Forrest, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion carries. We're now in recess until 1 p.m.
Are we ready to get started? Okay, would the board consider a motion to return from recess?
I'm Matt Rufo. Move to adjourn recess and resume.
Todd James, second. You're on mute, Candace.
Sorry. It's been moved by Commissioner Rufo, second by Commissioner James to return from recess. Roll call vote, Todd James,
Yes.
Tamara Eggins.
Yes.
Is she back yet? Oh, you're on mute, Tamara.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz,
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez. I didn't hear you, Alfonso.
Oh, it's yes. You broke up on me. I was waiting to hear my name.
Oh, sorry. And Matthew
Sorry.
Rufo
Yes.
and Candace Forrest, yes. 6 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. We're back from recess.
Thank you. The public comment forum is now closed. We will begin consideration of dockets in the public comment portion of the meeting. Have we received the email yet? Yeah. Okay. Let's take a look. We'll begin with the unfinished business for variances. The first item is BZA docket 02521 for a property located at 6007 Bullard Avenue. This request is for variances to permit a fast food restaurant with excessive front yard setback, parking as a dominant visual element, excessive exterior lighting height, permitted vehicle parking locations, and excessive curb cuts. As a reminder to the board, the staff recommendation is for denial, and there is one public comment for this item. A moment. It is in support of the application, Blake Weatherly, 5500 Cypress Street, Suite 10, West Monroe, Louisiana. Thank you for the consideration of this project. In your considerations, please remember that the location would most likely be still under operation as Taco Bell with the existing setbacks, existing light poles, existing signs, and existing parking with layout, if not for existing parking layout, if not for Hurricane Katrina. And one other comment I would like to provide or request information regarding this application. Seamus Roniger, 127 Rucker Road, Manderville. I grew up in this neighborhood and I hate to see it go downhill. Anybody who cares about the city could do something about it. And that's the end of the comments. There was no opposition and therefore no need for rebuttal.
Any additional questions or comments from commissioners? Mr. Weatherly, I just wanted to remember, I know that this is to renovate the Taco Bell location. This won't impact the existing combination Taco Bell and KFC. It would just remove the Taco Bell from that location and it would still operate just as a KFC. Is that correct?
That is correct. The KFC would, once Taco Bell is built, would operate as a KFC only.
And that's how it functioned before the storm, correct? It was KFC next to Taco Bell?
That is correct.
And you guys are the franchisee on both locations?
Yes, my client is the franchisee.
Okay. I'm just trying to, I'm going back through the report and just trying to make sure. I thought you had a point by point, 9-point criteria response from your side. There it is. Never mind. I found it.
Now, some of those are no longer applicable because 4 of the variances have been met now.
Right. Okay. All right, Madam Chair, is a motion in order?
Are there any other questions or comments from commissioners? Okay, proceed.
Madam Chair, with regards to BZA docket 025-21, I, Todd James, move to approve the request for waivers by the applicant for requested waiver, Article 15, Section 15, 3A1, Table 15.2 for front yard setback, Article 15, Section 15, 3A2, front yard build to line, Article 18, Section 18, 16B3, design requirements, Article 22, actually, that's right, that one's waived, correct? That one's scratched, staff?
Correct. All we're said, the setback and the parking as a visual element are the only request.
Right, so it's,
2 from Article 15 and then the 1 from Article 18 are the only 3 that are still requested.
okay, that's, as I looked, I was like, wait, time out, it wasn't supposed to be the rest of them. So it's just those three requests for waivers. And while
What are the
understand-
waivers? I'm sorry, can you repeat? I'm just trying to make sure I have the right one.
So when you go back to page 1 from the report, it's the first 3.
Got it.
So, sorry, to continue the motion, while I understand that the staff doesn't believe that all 9 criteria have been met, I want to amend to accept the last 7 criteria based on the applicant's letter, establishing that all 9 criteria have been met, and want to add additional language to clarify that while this is, when we're talking about the existing the proposed build to line or required build to line, this is keeping into effect what was previously developed along this stretch, especially with the decentralization of this use from its combined location next door, helps to reestablish what was the existing commercial corridor. And by no way should this establish any level of a precedent, because this is also being based off of an existing foundation. And the applicant has taken the steps to mitigate any further impacts, especially with requirements around the existing site layout. So this is only sticking to the building footprint proper. And from there, I think I would like to move for approval with this 3 standard provisos that we have.
Alfonso Gonzalez, second.
Thank you. With regard to docket 025-21, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Gonzalez, to grant the requested waivers of Article 15, Section 15.3.A.1, Table 15.2 for front yard setback, Article 15, Section 15.3.A.2, front yard build to line, and Article 18, Section 18.16.B.3 for design requirements, finding that the 9 criteria have been met, and adopting the applicant's mission in support of establishment of the 9 criteria, and subject to 3 provisos. Roll call vote, Todd James,
Yes.
Tamara Eggins,
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz,
Okay.
Alfonso Gonzalez,
Yay.
Matthew Rufo,
Yes.
and Candace Forrest, yes. 6 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The next item is item number 2, BZA docket 04221 for a property located at 815 Alvar Street. This request is for variances to permit an addition to an existing single-family residence resulting in open space that is not permeable, a fence with excessive height, and mechanical equipment located in the front yard. As a reminder to the board, the applicant has requested a deferral.
And there were no public comment, correct? You are on mute, but I got it.
Sorry, no public comments for this, so no need for rebuttal. Thank you.
Good. Any questions or comments from board members?
Just a quick question to Ms. Ash. Was it a 30 or 60-day deferral request, if she's still on?
I believe she only needs 30 days. She's actually, I was working on that report, so.
Okay.
Okay, I was gonna ask, just based on our timing with meetings to make sure, but if 30 is sufficient, the motion can be 30 if that's what the board desires.
Yeah, and I know that she mentioned that she sent the email to you all, so I don't know if that email made mention of that request.
Yeah, she didn't mention how long, but just based on our conversations, I believe the 30 days should be sufficient.
Okay.
Okay.
Is the motion in order?
Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Proceed with your motion.
Madam Chair, I, Todd James, move for a 30-day deferral of BZA docket number 042-21.
Mara Egan, second.
With regard to docket 042-21, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Eggins, to defer the matter 30 days at the request of the applicant. Roll call vote, Todd James,
Yes.
Tamara Eggins,
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz,
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez,
Yay.
Matthew Rufo,
Yes.
and Candace Forrest, yes. 6 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item. You're on mute, Valerie.
Thank you. We will now begin with unfinished business for safety and permits appeals. The next item is item number 3, BZA docket 03721. This appeal, this is an appeal of the decision of the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits regarding the determination that a ghost kitchen is classified as a carryout restaurant rather than a catering kitchen. And there were comments for this item.
Just a quick note that we received a comment from the applicant who's already had time to speak. So we cannot read this one into the record from Miles.
Okay. So the first comment then is in support of the application from Justin Schmidt, 909 Porter Street, Suite 1500, NOLA 70112. While Mr. Grandison certainly does not need assistance in advancing his client's position, I submit this comment to again highlight the continued practice of the administration through the zoning administrator, unwarranted expansion of its authority under the zoning ordinance. Instead of applying the plain language of the code to the facts of the case at hand, Ms. Becknell seeks out various provisions of the CZO, which supports her or someone or some superior's position that the use in question is not permitted. In the case at hand, instead of finding that a ghost kitchen is more akin to the defined use catering kitchen, she performs some rather contorted mental gymnastics to classify it as a restaurant carryout. She appears to focus on the fact that food is distributed from a serving counter for consumption off the premises. If the proposed ghost kitchen places the ordered food to be picked up for delivery on a bank of shelves with the letter of the alphabet on them instead of a serving counter, does this now fall out of the restaurant carryout classification. In all honesty, it might be helpful to the analysis for Ms. Becknell to identify a restaurant carryout that does not also fall under the classification of a restaurant, fast food, or restaurant specialty, or even a retail goods establishment that is permitted to sell food products. Since such a dissertation, bakery or grocery to at ancillary seating areas for consumption of food on the premises, I cannot think of one at the moment. Last week, my teenage daughter ordered some gourmet cookies from Uber Eats that actually came from an enterprising woman cooking out of her private kitchen on the 7th Ward, in her 7th Ward home. She is permitted to do this as a home occupation. Under Ms. Becknell's logic, she is now a restaurant carryout. And that's the end of that comment. There was no opposition, so no need for rebuttal.
Any questions or comments from board members?
If there's an opportunity to have a question I have some answers to the parking questions that were asked earlier, since it seemed that was a bit of a focus.
So Mr. Grandison, I just thank you for bringing that up, but that was actually more of a question brought to Ms. Becknell. So we let's at least give them the opportunity to address some of those comments that we initially requested of her.
So I did look at the two areas where clarification was requested. One was loading zones. Because these are both commercial uses, they will have the same loading zone requirements, which are one space for a use that is 10,000 to 100,000 square feet. We also did a comparison of where catering kitchens and carryout restaurants were permitted. Excuse me, if I can just, I can share my screen if you'd like. I've got it laid out in an Excel document, but essentially of the 38 areas where catering kitchens are permitted, carryout restaurants are permitted by right in 25 of them. In 35 of them, in 3 of those zones, you can have a catering kitchen by right and a carryout restaurant by conditional use. And in a further 10 districts, you cannot have a carryout restaurant, but you can have a catering kitchen. All of that said, we're happy to provide that kind of information, but this was not a location-specific zoning verification request. And for us, we have to look at the use rather than the outcome of the decision. So here, the use is presented by Mr. Granderson. We do believe that it is a catering kitchen. Sorry, I'd really like to correct that. We do believe that it is a carryout restaurant. Pardon me for misspeaking.
No take backs. No take backs.
I'm sure the applicant would be thrilled if that was the rule.
Right.
Given, but no, I apologize. That is a caffeine deficiency. If anything.
No
if you had it coming from a ghost kitchen, you wouldn't be deficient. No joke. I'm just Mr. Grandison, if you could kind of keep your comments a minimum, but if there's anything you wanted to add to it, just want to give you an opportunity to speak.
Sure. There was a lot of focus on parking in the initial, and so I wanted to just answer that quickly, because there might have been a little misunderstanding as to how parking works in this use. So the average delivery driver at this use picks up more than 2 orders per pickup, whereas the average carryout restaurant customer picks up 1 order. So this is a significant reduction in the parking demand for that reason. 75% of the orders that this use picks up are batched multiple orders, not single pickups. So that speaks to that further. The average driver wait time at this use is 1/4 of the wait time at a restaurant pickup. Again, speaks much further to the efficiency and lack of need for parking, reduced parking. So at a restaurant, the driver arrives, parks, waits at the host stand or the cashier, then waits further for food, usually just for one order. At this use, there's an efficient, quick, immediate pickup system, usually multiple batch orders for even further efficiency.
Mr. Granderson, were those facts in your initial request for a zoning interpretation?
We're not. No.
Okay, just want to clarify.
Yeah, that's on me. And because this use also is not held out to the public, and it's not a place where members of the public are going or even allowed to go for cost and efficiency and convenience, it tends to be industrial areas where these go. So that has very little area parking burden further. And one other thing that's also my error, and that I'll apologize to Ms. Becknell for on this one, is I don't think I communicated this effectively enough, is that what these facilities tend not to be exclusively quote unquote ghost kitchen, if we're using the word ghost kitchen to mean food prep for delivery of individual meals. There's typically a mix of these, ghost kitchens and traditional catering, and it really, what that mix is really depends on what the users are that present themselves for that particular site. And in many locations, you'll find the mix to be much heavier to catering kitchen than you would, in the traditional sense than you might think. But
welcome to Verizon Wireless orders and activations.
The overall look of it. So one, I just want to point out that if parking is
Alfonso, mute your phone, mute your mic.
That's not me. But if parking is a huge concern, I think it's not near as much of one that was expressed, and not one that we focused on because it's not really the primary question. But if as a secondary and indirect concern, it causes contributes to this definition, I wanted to help clarify that. And again, I did not provide that information to Ms. Becknell up front.
Okay. And it sounds like Mr. Gonzalez was doing a food order as well. I'm joking. So I have a quick question. So Ms. Becknell, pertinent to this one, ghost kitchen is not defined, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So theoretically, we're looking at it within the limits of what allowable use categories we do have within the CZO. How does this functional use pair well with what is a defined or allowable use within defined allowable use or clearly defined excluded use within the CZO? Is that the best way to?
Yeah, so in general, people come to us, the zoning ordinance is very comprehensive, but it can't possibly contemplate every single variation of every proposed use. So one of the main functions of my office is to meet with applicants, to speak with applicants, to correspond with applicants, and to understand what their use is and how it would be best be classified as the CZO. So in this case, given the information we had, we determined that this would best be classified as a carryout restaurant.
Yeah. And so, and look, I'm trying not to get too creative inside of the CZO, but looking at it strictly from the lens of understanding how these functional uses exist. And while the ghost kitchen, I think that's almost is a ghost kitchen reference. Is that taken from zoning elsewhere, or is that just from how it's being marketed to businesses?
It's taken from, I believe, marketing. We are, as part of the changes that we'd like to see made to the CZO to accommodate newer business models for restaurants and food service, planning to look a little bit more into that and look at how other cities classify that. But at least in the city of New Orleans now, it's really more of a marketing term than it is a zoning term.
Right. And so considering that when that type of application is coming in, well, at least in that case, let me frame it this way. How something is defined could always change. So I hate to make this comparison, but it's almost like tissue and Kleenex, Airbnb versus STR, right? Things take on these marketing terms as their functional use as opposed to how they actually function. So considering that, it's like, okay, excluding ghost kitchen is the conversation and more about how this application is being defined. Is it fair enough to look at this to say, okay, more of the commercial functions, and yes, Mr. Grant say acknowledge that a lot of this info was not provided beforehand. a lot of what he is explaining seems to fall a little bit more in alignment with what would be defined as a catering kitchen, especially understanding that it's bulk. As it exits the building, sometimes it may be singular, but more often than not, it's probably leaving the site in bulk for multiple points of sale or transaction post he's leaving the site.
When we rendered our decision, we rendered it based on the written request from Mr. Granderson that was very clear. I don't know that we feel comfortable making a determination on the fly today about whether the new facts that are presented change our interpretation. We reached the view that we had after extensive discussion among the whole zoning department. And I'd be hesitant to commit us to any position without further reviewing that. But that said, what has been requested and what has been appealed is a very specific, narrowly defined interpretation request that we've responded to.
So maybe the best step forward is to consider deferral to take the latest things that have been presented into consideration to see if this.
If that were the case, we'd ask that Mr. Granderson submit a revised interpretation request that included all of the facts that he's bringing today. The other thing that would be feasible is if, Mr. Granderson wants to submit an application for the business wherever they are considering locating as for an occupational license, we can work with him directly on, as we do with many other customers, how he could tweak his operating plans to become a catering kitchen rather than the current information we have, which is a carry-out restaurant.
Gotcha.
And that was some of the questions that I had as well, just recognizing that there was additional information given today. It's hard to say whether or not there was an error when the decision was based on what you were provided at that point in time. But another question that I had, you kind of touched on it a little bit, Ms. Becknell, in some of your response, which may have been part of a question from one of the commissioners. But I was trying to understand our current structure, the restaurant models that we have currently. A lot of them during the pandemic operated in a similar fashion. So if a restaurant shifts the way that they operate based on how they originally were zoned or classified, is there a requirement to make changes to their classification? Like, what was done for all of these restaurants during the past year?
So we're still working on that because the emergency declaration is still in effect, that made some changes that allowed restaurants to operate slightly differently. We are working on what the long-term outcome of that will be. Many restaurants, want to go back to their original operating plan. Many want to keep going the way they've been going. And the city is sort of wrestling with that in a few ways. The temporary allowance of parklets, for example, and now the question of whether that's a permanent program the city wants to pursue. So all of that to say, I don't have a firm answer for you right now. In general, if a restaurant begins operating in such a way that it should be classified differently under the CZO, for them not to come to us and seek out a revised occupational license that reflects their current use would generally be a zoning violation. However, again, we understand this is an unprecedented situation. We're really trying to just work with restaurants to make sure that they can stay open, keep operating, and do what they can do during this difficult time.
And that's what I was trying, and I was asking a question because that's kind of my thought process, even with this, even though this may be a new restaurant or a new operation, trying to figure out how they would fit when other existing restaurants are operating under a sort of revised model, and trying to see how, not to make concessions, like you said, in a one-off scenario or spot scenario, but just trying to figure out how this works in this sort of hybrid model where you still have the emergency declaration in effect, and if other restaurants are being allowed to operate in a similar capacity, just trying to figure out how a new restaurant could still fit in this this type of capacity. And that's what I'm kind of struggling with. I know that this is a unique set of circumstances, and so I just feel like it's a very weird space, and I'm just trying to think through this process. And
so what I would say to that is that most of the restaurants that have increased their carryout capacities are already classified as restaurants and are doing their carryout as ancillary to their main business. During the stay-at-home order and the capacity, restrictions, these restaurants really weren't allowed to have as many people inside. But in the city of New Orleans, most of those restrictions have gone. I know restaurants are able to operate at 100% capacity as of Friday. So this is a little bit different in that it's the difference between a catering kitchen and a carryout restaurant, which I think are different enough uses that there are some real dividing lines between the two.
And I think actually to what Ms. Becknell presented earlier as an option, if Mr. Grandison's client would consider putting forward some type of application for a location, you would then be able to see a plan and see a little bit more of what would be characteristic of what's being proposed, and that may help to provide further color that from that point going forward. I understand that more often than not, you're trying to avoid having someone spend the capital cost to go through that type of exercise. But I think just based off of what you're hearing from some of the commentary and even from Ms. Becknell's posture about further details, I think it may behoove that person to really just go through that process, because this sounds like this may actually be straightforward from my perspective. But again, the more details that are provided, the better chance we could get to some type of answer without this getting into this type of appeal process.
Absolutely. We're better able to operate with facts than we are with hypotheticals. So the more of an operational plan we have, the more we can really work with the applicant, suggest tweaks in the operating plan to help them operate more as a, desired use type than that they'd like. We do that frequently with other restaurants, helping them understand, here's the tweaks you need to make to your operating plan to be considered a standard restaurant, or however, whatever the businesses are looking at. And that's something we could do here.
Okay. So what I would ask Mr. Grandison, in this case, just kind of understanding some of the options that's on the table, would it be better for us to make an assumption of like a 60-day deferral on this, considering that there's two different avenues that's being considered?
I think that's certainly worthy of consideration. I would like to just instantly say yes to that and work with Ms. Becknell. The reason why I do have to give some pause is because, again, there are business realities and there's, purchase agreements which don't last that long. In this case, it does not last that long. And so the fact comes down to sometimes in the world that we operate in, we're kind of forced to make decisions without as much lead room as we'd like to have. So what we'd be in the position of is if we did take this deferral, we'd basically be in a position of having to, the results of this interaction with safety and permits would have to be successful, or the project would not be able to go forward because the purchase agreement would have expired at that point. So I want to say yes, but I do have to offer some hesitation there. And so I guess I would ask the board to at least consider, at least internally, we don't necessarily have to have a decision. Maybe we do deferral, but at least to consider the arguments made. And I know I did add two new pieces of information today. One of which is the mix, and that it won't entirely be, this sort of delivery app concept. But also we don't know what that mix will be at the end of the day. That it's up to the individual market, the individual location, and who comes there. So that's difficult to really have a lockdown on. And then two is we did bring up the parking information, which is new. That said, I would certainly, I guess, proffer that the parking information is persuasive, but it's not number one. The number one is what is the definition of this, and if the persuasive element of parking was brought into tipping of the scales of the definition, then I wanted to make sure that I clarified that the parking actually, if it's going to tip scales, it should tip it in the other direction. But again, it's not actually the parking regulations or any other bulk and yard, any other regulations are not actually part of what we're really here to be deciding, if that makes sense.
So let's keep that out. Let's keep that out of the conversation, more pertinent to just what we're dealing with on the question at hand. And maybe, and here's the thing. I mean, I know that more often than not with these types of transactions, usually they are tied to some level of entitlements, or something around that framework and before a transaction is approved. So, I mean, maybe it's a 30-day deferral. I'm still not comfortable with taking action today, at least from my perspective, because I believe that we have a responsibility as a board to still give safety and permits the opportunity to review the additional information and be able to come back to the board or choose to render it moot. And that's almost coming back to what you brought up before about the time, the legal maneuvering that may be required of an applicant. Let's say if we made a decision and going through the judicial system in order to get it overturned, that seems to be a lot longer and more expensive. So I'm just trying to allow that all of the administrative options are remedied before we render any decision here.
And I guess I'm looking at it a little bit different. Commissioner James, it's more of the fact that Ms. Becknell indicated that the decision was based on the facts that were presented at that point in time.
Right.
And so it's difficult to say that, I'm only speaking for myself, it's difficult to say that there is an error when when you're reviewing something conceptually and you're reviewing only what you're given at that point in time. So that's what I'm really struggling with. So it's more of a situation that, there may be what Ms. Becknell asked for was time to possibly go in a different direction to maybe submit an actual application and to work through that process, or to submit a revised request for a determination. So to me, that's almost like doing a different, like a revised opinion from the department. So it feels a little bit different than just saying that we're sticking with the same set of facts. So I'm more of a position that it's harder for me to see an error when the decision was based on what was given to them at that point in time.
And I'd also just like to make clear that we're happy to work with the applicant, but I can't guarantee that there will be a different outcome.
Agreed.
So I guess, and this is just maybe more of a question to Missy and Ashley, because I do understand exactly where you're coming from, Chairwoman. So it's even if we were to make a decision today, up or down, and he came back with a different request, is he restricted from coming back with a similar request with more color?
It can't be the exact same request, but if there's additional information or a concrete business, proposal, I think that would be a different enough application that it would be fine. There's really the rules that surround variance applications don't really apply to safety and permits appeals. It's more of a, you can appeal pretty much any question to safety and permits to this board. So unless he comes back with the verbatim request, I think he could come back tomorrow with a new request of the department.
Well, and just to, that's not something we'll be able to do, because if we did that tomorrow and then we ended up back before you, that would be what, August?
That's 2 months.
And that's not, there's no contingency that we have that allows that to happen. So
and that's why I'm asking. So I'm gonna come back to that point again of, even if we push for the 30-day deferral, that just leaves the question open. If he's allowed to amend the question and it still comes back under the same docket item, that shortens the time frame of review and decision if it's necessary. Yeah, tell me if I'm out of line, Missy or Ashley, on that rationale.
I try to think about how to phrase this. I think keeping this docket open with entirely new facts and an entirely new scope of the request could be administratively problematic. But I would defer to law on that and to the staff of the BZA.
So I guess I'd say I don't know that we have entirely new facts. I think we've got.
Miles, let's try to keep it. The question was addressed to safety and permits and to legal.
I mean, if adding more documentation, we do that all the time, but adding more facts, it starts to quack like an application for a business. And that is what has been suggested that he does. And it turns it into a completely different thing than when we advertise from the get-go. So it's kind of getting on a slippery slope the more facts we add to it, as opposed to, like it's changing the applications in so much that it's not the original application that we advertised.
So I'm thinking, in my rationale of that question was not about, let's say if he came in with an application for a particular address, that's not what I'm referring to. I was strictly asking a question from the additional facts pertinent to the question of use, period. If we gave him the 30 days, he had time to talk to safety and permits. If they rendered something moot in that capacity where it's just a question around the definition of use, is that not the option here? Versus if he did make it into an application based on an address, yes, that is something different, and he would turn that in separately, because there would need to be, I'm not talking about just the addition of plans and things of that nature. I was saying that there's two avenues, either further clarification based off of what he provided as details today, or if he went the other route of applying under a certain address. Yes, I do agree that's a different application.
I mean, if it's working towards getting a better interpretation or making this moot, I don't think it's a problem. It's just that, I don't want to go down the road of turning this into a completely different application.
I totally agree.
So I think we may have gotten a little afield in terms of what new information has been presented. The majority of what I said that's new related to just some information, some background information on how parking works for this use. And again, parking is not what we're actually here to decide. We're here to decide definitionally if it fits in box A or box B. And so the parking was mentioned by safety and permits as a persuasive element by noting that, well, we're kind of between the two, and we think that the use parking wise probably best fits B, carry out restaurant, because of the number of people that be coming or whatever the case may be. And so because that was mentioned as a background persuasive argument, I provided other background persuasive information that noted that it actually flips in the other direction. But that does not fundamentally change the underlying application, which is in the underlying question, which is about definition A versus definition B. The other piece of information I did give, which is probably more material in this sense, is that these uses aren't necessarily strictly saying you're doing delivery at pickup and food prep for delivery at pickup only, or you're doing traditional sort of catering activities, but that the spaces are there to be used by whoever rents from them, and they tend to be a pretty healthy mix between the two. That piece is new, but certainly the quote unquote traditional catering kitchen part is not in question. The other piece perhaps is, but I have no problem and with the concept of going back. I think, from what Ms. Becknell is saying now, it sounds like it's worth continuing that conversation. I'd like to do so. I'm just concerned about, if we were to start this from scratch, there really wouldn't be a point to it.
Miles, to clarify, the parking is ancillary for us, but you have asked us to weigh in on a use that's very specific. When you add now traditional catering kitchen uses, those are not within the scope of the request. So I think that I think that safety and permits is pretty comfortable with what we've said as far as a use that involves delivery persons coming to pick up and deliver food from a kitchen through a delivery food app. I also think that I can probably say, and not definitely confirm for you, that if it's somebody who is catering in a very traditional sense for a wedding or a large group event, that will be considered a catering kitchen. The issue here is that we've been asked a question about when delivery drivers come to pick it up. That question remains, and I don't know that we're going to change our opinion on that. I think that the question that you're presenting is, maybe on balance it's a different use, but I don't know that that's even relevant here either. So I just wanted to make sure the board understood that we are still clear, and we still do believe that a model that has a kitchen that is not accessible to the public whereby people order food from it online, someone picks it up, and someone delivers it to them, we believe that's a carryout restaurant.
And obviously to that point, I sort of made the arguments that would state that it would be a catering kitchen earlier, and that of the elements that were there, the catering kitchen elements are met and the carryout are not.
And we obviously would disagree for the reasons set out in our summary. We think that the impact is much more akin to a carryout restaurant. That's why we did mention the parking, because you have people traveling multiple times a day, multiple times an hour potentially to pick up food. With a catering kitchen that does large orders, that's generally not the case. As a result, one of the things that we did look at was the impact on the neighbors and on the neighborhood. And that helped us to determine that it was a carryout restaurant, but that was certainly not the only factor in our decision.
So just to bring us back to what the alternative thought process was, we were discussing the ability to defer this, and we were trying to decide between 30 and 60 days. And I know we've gotten back down a tangent argument, but I just wanted to bring us back to what the question was, and whether or not the applicant was comfortable with a 30 or a 60-day deferral of the matter.
The purchase agreement will be over after 60 days, and 30 is likely won't work either. But after 60 days, the matter won't exist anymore.
So is your answer no to the deferral? And I'm just asking because I feel like we're still trying to argue out different sides of this question. And if the deferral is what's on the table, let's just address the deferral. So is your response no to a deferral, Mr. Granderson?
So my concern is that from the second that we came back and got on the deferral conversation, it relieved any actual conversation about the definitions. And
that's what happens when a deferral comes up. You don't go through deciding you don't go through making the decision if you're going to defer. So that's exactly what happens.
Mm-hmm.
I hear you, and I really want to say yes, I do. My concern is that a deferral is the same as a denial, because time is of the essence. Like I know the city doesn't always appreciate that, and we're not always in that position, but it's just the facts. Like purchase agreements are purchase agreements.
So I think I think we're at this nexus right now that I'm gonna still push for a 30-day deferral, because here's the deal. If it does go away after the 30 days for your client, it's gonna go away and you're gonna withdraw the application based off of what you're presenting. So I'm kind of one of these people, I hate shutting the door so quickly on things when I genuinely felt as if though when we first started the return to the agenda where we were on this item, there was facts that may have been left off the table that could have helped to provide clarity. And yes, maybe an interpretation could have come to your benefit, but it was almost like the chairwoman spoke to, we started arguing facts as opposed to, hey, we're at this point, let's just figure out if there's a better path forward, take it from in front of the board, talk to safety and permits and work from there. I feel like we lost that advantage because we got too quick into arguing the point.
Yeah, can I just add, Todd, that all the discussion has made it less clear to me, but not necessarily in a good way for you, Miles. So, I mean, the more this gets discussed, the more I'm asking questions myself, like, oh, there's going to be a bunch of people in here cooking different things for different people. So then you're going to have potentially have different, folks coming in and out of this building with more parking need. And I mean, it sounds like something that's not considered in the actual language right now. So I would push for the deferral as well. That's my opinion, or, feeling good about it.
Yeah, and I'm glad you said that, Commissioner Diaz, because that's something that's actually characteristic of a catering kitchen, or I'm sorry, as a commissary, that you do have more than one entity. I mean, that's how a lot of the food trucks function within town. their commissary as a shared space. So once again, it only promotes the conversation of defer it for 30 days, have the conversation offline, get further context and clarity. If it does get withdrawn, that's to the discretion of Mr. Grandison and his client.
What the department would ask as part of this conversation, though, since there are new facts coming up, is that we have sufficient time to evaluate an agreed upon set of facts, so that Mr. Granderson would need to submit us a request in writing that included all relevant facts to be considered relatively soon for us to be able to render a new opinion within 30 days.
Got it.
And I feel like that's the part that if it's going to be a new opinion, I almost feel like it's a new item. Like I'm struggling with I think Missy brought up the point that it starts to sound like a new application. Because if you're saying, Ms. Becknell, that you're going to render a new decision, then it feels like it's not the same thing at that point. That's where we always get tied up with when we're dealing with decisions of the department. And if we're saying that there was an error or not, if you're issuing a new decision, it feels like it's now a different item.
So I'm gonna just jump back to something historically for us as a board. And I'm gonna just use this person as an example only because he did provide public comment on this. In the past, we've had several decision appeals where Mr. Schmidt, for example, represented certain clients, and we deferred decision appeals as far out as 6 months and 9 months on different use categories in order for them to provide further facts to safety and permits.
Right, but this is
but in some cases,
different in that it's a decision of the department on a interpretation, as opposed to it's not a factual location. We don't have a location in front of us. We don't have something concrete. It's a conceptual decision rendered by the department. So that's what feels different. And so where the person, in this case, the applicant is appealing that decision. Ms. Becknell just said, if you submit additional facts, she will render a new opinion. So to me, that feels like we're at something different than what we were given the first time. And I've brought this up before when we've dealt with these types of issues, that this always starts to get muddy because what we're basing it on is an opinion that the department has given. And once they've given their opinion, that's the opinion. If the opinion changes, it's a new opinion. It's not the same one. So that's why I'm just saying, I think what Missy brought up earlier is that we start to get into this slippery slope, and that's what I feel like we're at here, especially when we're dealing with something that's very conceptual. And Ms. Becknell indicated in the beginning that it was based on a very narrow set of facts, what the opinion was. And so it does start to sound like we're getting into a slippery slope of now we're at a new action than what we originally had on the agenda.
The original request did say, please confirm via interpretation that a quote unquote ghost or quote unquote commissary kitchen is considered a catering kitchen.
It did, and it went on to say, to describe it as a use where food and beverages are stored and prepared for single or multiple serving consumption off-site, where there may be one or more individual entities, and where the food and beverages are not served to customers on-site, but rather provided to delivery persons to deliver said food and beverages to customers who are off-site and who are not allowed to be physically present on-site to order, receive, or consume the food or beverage.
So it seems we have two sub-questions here. Sub-question one, which is the one that we were focusing on in the beginning, was, is this particular sub-use catering kitchen or carryout? And then sub-question B is, well, if mixed in with traditional catering kitchen, is it now catering kitchen or carryout restaurant? But the fact is, we continue to maintain, and look, we can work with, and we don't always have to agree, obviously, but we continue to maintain that the first question, that the answer to the first question is catering kitchen. And once we get to that, the second question is no, it doesn't need to be asked or answered, because the first answer is that even if it were entirely just that, ghost kitchen, that is not a restaurant, and that is catering, just like the other cities that have this use recognize it to be, and recognizing we have different zoning codes. But, we would be quite unique in calling this a restaurant when it's just not what it's called where it exists.
Again, I think that our logic based on the description provided, and if Mr. Granderson doesn't think that description will change in any great detail, it may be added on to, there may be additional, use types on the site. But we believe that the use type that he has described in his interpretation is a carryout restaurant. Under the,
Yeah, and I was trying to avoid us going back down the arguments back and forth. I was just bringing up the one point that I did feel like we were starting to muddy what we were doing as next steps. That was my only point for mentioning that. But I stand at what we were trying to resolve at this point was whether or not we were going to defer or proceed forward. So my apologies for making this even longer, but that was, it's just, this has become more complicated the more that we talk through this.
I think the question at hand is whether Mr. Granderson believes that his central ask will sufficiently change that the department will render a different decision. And I'm trying to be clear with the board and with Mr. Granderson that without significant changes to the facts of the use that have been presented as described in our zoning request, I don't know that we would be changing our position. So if it's more a question of this use will be combined with other uses that more typically resemble catering kitchens, I still think that we've made an interpretation under the CZO about the use that's described that involves food delivery services and delivery people.
And what I'm, I guess, trying to do, and with the muddied waters question, is that there was, in the first half of this, the pre-break portion, and last week, there's something we're getting at, and then now we spent this entire time talking about something entirely different. And at the end of the day, we continue to maintain that while, yes, I think that the additional information, the supplemental information, I think makes it even more true at the end of the day. Even if it weren't the case, we still stand very firm that this is a catering kitchen and not a carryout restaurant. And two, that I think it's very clear from this conversation, it could not be more clear that there are at least reasonable arguments on both sides. And again, the state Supreme Court has said that if there are two reasonable interpretations, you must take the one that is least restrictive to property rights. It's the state Supreme Court. Now, to commissioners asking, do we want to take the CDC? No, I don't want to take. I'm not going to. We don't have time. We don't have money. We don't have interest. It's not the thing. But why we would want?
So at this point, Mr. Granderson, the discussion is around whether or not we want to proceed with you as the applicant, whether or not, because I feel like you're still trying to argue your points, and I'm not trying to take away your ability to argue your points. What I'm asking is, the question on the floor was that there was possibly additional information, whether or not you think that it's relevant or you think that it makes a change to anything. The department has said that there's additional information that has been presented at the various meetings that may or may not amend their decision. So the question on the floor from the board was, if that's the case, it may be worthwhile to defer this matter to let the department understand what this additional information is. You submit this information in writing and move from there. So the question is whether or not that's what you desire to do.
So we'd like a decision today, because at the end of the day, we don't. Okay. If the concept is that we don't have, we have different information that we have to bring forward, then we can do that whether we have a decision today or not. But if we don't have a decision today, if we don't have a decision today, we really, I understand what you all want. I understand that it would be comfortable to avoid a decision, but at the end of the day, like a deferral is
not at all. I don't want you to misconstrue what we're saying. We're not saying that we're uncomfortable. We were just saying that there's possibly additional information that may or may not have the department change their opinion. Now, you are very correct that you are free to submit this information at any point in time and get a new decision. That's also accurate. But the question was whether or not you wanted to proceed today. You said you do, so we'll proceed. Are there any other questions or comments from board members? Trying to find everybody on the screen, I think. I don't think so. So is there a motion?
So I'm gonna keep it back pertinent to the facts that we have in front of us.
I also don't know if we ever even got an answer to the question of whether or not we could, even if we did do a 1 month deferral, it still wasn't clear whether or not that we could even do that or whether we'd have to go back anyway. So
No, I think we're, Miles, I think we're there
You're
already.
kind of, you're out of order at this point, Mr. Grandison. We were asking for a motion, but there was never a question that we couldn't proceed today.
Right. So it's only, so here's the deal. This is where we are. Well, actually, we're past the point of the question of deferral at this point. It's really just the decision in front of us. And that's why I was trying to give the leverage to have it go, like when I made the comment about administrative remedy, my comment was strictly because there was more context provided. So take advantage of it so that you can discuss it. And I think when we sit in a public forum and try to argue these points, when new information is being provided, we only further confuse the point at this juncture. So yes, much to the point of legal, much to the point of safety and permits, and even Mr. Grandison's admission, if we go based off of the decision of what we have right now, it's pretty straight. It's one way. When we provide a whole nother level of facts to the initial question, we're at a different spot. So I'm kind of coming back to the original question, what's before us right now, and versus by what was provided, does a ghost or commissary kitchen work as a catering kitchen or not? That's fair enough in terms of where we are question-wise. And just a simple yes or no, Mr. Grandison.
yes, and I'd love to explore that question.
So based off of what was in the initial question, not the additional facts at this point, because I would love to consider them, but I feel like we've screwed that up already. What was provided as the initial commentary of what is a ghost or commissary kitchen? Or was that just simply the question?
I can read again from the official request for the zoning interpretation that Mr. Grandison submitted.
Please provide that.
It
Thank
read
you.
in full, this is an official request for zoning interpretation on the following question. Please confirm via interpretation that a ghost or commissary kitchen is considered a catering kitchen under the comprehensive zoning ordinance of the city of New Orleans, where food and beverages are stored and prepared for single or multiple serving consumption off-site, where there may be one or more individual entities, and where the food and beverages are not served to customers on-site, but rather provided to delivery persons to deliver said food and beverage to customers who are off-site and who are not allowed to be physically present on-site to order, receive, or consume the food or beverage.
Okay, Mr. Grandison, you concur that that's the initial question. That's where we are at this point.
Yeah, that's the initial written question. We had several conversations, but that's absolutely my question.
Okay. So the dialogue around the serving counters, was that provided by you, Mr. Grandison, or is that strictly from the department?
I think both of us spoke to that.
Okay. So because by the, I think that's where all of the confusion really comes into the play at this point because of that singular item. But again, I mean, much to the public comment side of, does the serving counter function as just a series of shelves with alphabets, or some type of coding associated with a purchase?
I would argue that that still remains a serving counter. I'll use the example of Panera Bread. They have the option to order on their app to pick up food quickly, and it is from a series of shelves that are labeled with letters from where your last name is. When I pick up my Panera order from there and bring it home to eat, I was served at that shelving counter.
Okay.
So I have a clarifying question then for the applicant. If I'm not a professional driver, can I still go pick up my meal at this ghost kitchen if I'm going to be the one eating it?
You cannot, you are not allowed on site. You are not an invitee or guest. You would be trespassing.
You're not allowed in either in the kitchen or to pick up the meal from a
No.
window or counter. Okay.
No, you are not an invitee. You are not a guest. And I don't know any restaurant that operates that way.
You don't know any restaurant that operates that way, or any ghost or commissary kitchen?
Sorry, my point is I don't know any restaurant where you can't show up. The difference between your question and Panera Bread is that Panera Bread, I go and I pick up my food. I'm there, I'm allowed to be on site. It's a restaurant. And so I guess I'm saying I'm not familiar with any because that's our question is this a restaurant, right? And I'm saying I'm not familiar with any restaurant where customers are not invited or not invitees or not guests. I think it's a fundamental understanding of a restaurant, whether carry out or otherwise, that you are an invitee or guest on premises and you're not here.
I still go back to our primary statement as well, not just the semantics of when the service of a virtual sale takes place, but the CZO is very clear that catering kitchens cannot sell individual meals.
The CZO states that they can't sell individual meals on site. It does not say that definition reads you can't sell them on individual meals on site.
I just want to clarify, because I don't think the question is that it has to be either A or B. The question is this a carry-out restaurant rather, it's not to say just because it's not a carry-out restaurant, it's automatically a catering kitchen or vice versa. I think the initial question was whether a ghost kitchen is classified as a catering kitchen. Was that the way that it was phrased, Ms. Becknell?
Yes.
I think what we're trying to, okay.
And the department did respond that ghost kitchens were not properly characterized as catering kitchens. They were properly characterized as carry-out restaurants, which wasn't necessarily part of the initial question, but we were attempting to aid the applicant in better understanding how to successfully apply for an occupational license.
And that's what I just wanted to get clear, that the question was just whether it was a catering kitchen. Whether or not it meets the standard of a carry-out restaurant doesn't matter for purposes of the determination.
Right, the question is whether or not it qualifies as a catering kitchen.
And if there can be a reasonable interpretation that that's the case, then it has to be able to be permitted as such.
We disagree with that. Obviously, the CZO has a different requirement, and we are required to follow and interpret the terms of the CZO.
I would ask.
That argument's been hashed out at great detail.
I would ask a board member to ask their counsel whether or not a city law can violate the Supreme Court of the state of Louisiana.
Anderson, we had that conversation at the first meeting, and that was where the whole discussion of going to civil district court, if there was a dispute, was the next step, but that's been asked, answered, and discussed the first go round.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any other questions, comments from commissioners? I know you were asking your questions, Commissioner James. I just wanted to make sure that was all that you had.
Yep, I'm done.
Is there a motion?
Just Ms. Beckner, I'm just trying to make sure because I thought you had this defined in the report. Where's the definition of a catering? Sorry. Yeah, where's the definition of a catering kitchen in a report, or is it just strictly in the CZO?
It is in the CZO. We didn't quote the entire definition. We did quote the section that says catering kitchens do not allow the on-site sale of individual meals or individual beverages.
Okay. From the state, and so may I ask this last question of you, in terms of from either by CZO or by charter or by state administrative code, how does the definition of on-site sale play out? Is it from an actual transaction on through a POS system that occurs at a site, or is it considered any type of monetary transaction no matter where it occurs?
It's not defined by the CZO. The virtual nature of transactions is a relatively new concept.
Mm-hmm.
And so we interpret it as best we can in lines with the CZO. In this case, the handover of food is relevant to the impact of the use. And that's the lens through which we look at this.
Okay. Because I'm gonna come back to what I mentioned earlier about, so are all commissaries, and not necessarily goats, all commissaries, is that a separate defined use, or is that all qualified under the current definition of catering kitchens?
Commissary kitchens are not a defined use in the CZO.
Okay, so in terms of, and I brought this up earlier, with the local use of food trucks, and how they have to provide they have to be tied to a commissary kitchen in some function, is that location deemed under catering kitchen?
So in general, because we don't classify commissary kitchen as a separate use, we look at how each individual commissary kitchen operates. In general, if a kitchen allows multiple groups to prepare food in there that are delivered batched to a food truck where they are then sold to the public, that would likely be characterized as a catering kitchen.
Okay.
But we would look at each individual business's operating plan to ensure that the use is akin to the definition selected.
Okay. Thank you. And one last question to you, Ms. Becknell. In the consideration of the language, and while this is not necessarily impacting this decision, I'm just asking for further clarity on this. You did mention earlier that your department is working with the council to look at alternative means to address this, knowing that this is forthcoming in a growing capacity, or growing need, I should say. Is that just being considered as like a text amendment, where it may be in some cases that in this space, this would get, the clarification would be the on-site sale language may get striked from the definition as one option.
Right. I'm not sure exactly what changes would result from that. It's in the very initial and early stages. The department knows what kinds of changes we would like to advocate for. Not necessarily as far as policy, but as far as structure goes. However, those discussions, as I said, are very early, and I'm hesitant to commit to any position that might come out of those.
Okay.
I'd also like to note that the catering kitchen definition does specifically incorporate mobile food trucks. It reads catering kitchen, a facility for the preparation and distribution of foods in a ready to consume or partially ready state directly to mobile food trucks or for consumption at events off-site. Catering kitchens do not include the on-site sale of individual meals, individual beverages, or the manufacturing of alcoholic beverages. So a commissary kitchen serving exclusively food trucks would be classified as a catering kitchen.
Gotcha. So, Mr. Grandison, I'm gonna come back to a point that you brought up earlier. It's going to the less, when you brought the reference of going to the less restrictive use, if you're gonna make any type of reference to what is the procedure of how this goes forward. again, the less restrictive use has pretty clear language within it about on-site sale of individual meals or individual beverages. The only thing that really throws me off on this whole conversation is just when we get into that individual meal or individual beverage. Of course, this is language reacting to something that happened at one point in time, as opposed to just giving a definition to a proposed use. So it just makes it just so much more restrictive by the nature of how it's drafted.
There's a little more clarity on what he was saying about that too. Further, it says it's the clear law of this state that whether to permit a use not listed by name in the CZO in a particular zoning district involves the exercise of the zoning authority's discretion and therefore is reviewable under the arbitrary and capricious standard. So it's taken out of context.
You left that out, Miles. I'll just say this. I don't like how it's phrased. I don't like how it's referenced. But again, we're not in a position to write the zoning as a part of our decision. We have to look at it strictly through the lens of how it's drafted.
So, and to the last point, what we're in a position of doing here is taking this use, and then at the end of the day, the use has to either be put in one box or another that's in the CZO, or those are the only options. It can't be an amorphous use, so it has to be put into one or the other. And with that particular question, I believe that would still fall under the concept of going when there are two reasonable options, going under the least restrictive. And certainly part of it is, again, what kind of city do we want to be? Are we city of yes? Are we trying to be less restrictive or more? And I guess I'd note that again.
I think you're kind of taking us outside of what our role is. As
Right.
Commissioner James just mentioned, we're kind of limited in our role. And I would actually disagree that that the question has to put the use in one box or another. I think the question was whether the facts that you gave fit into one particular definition of a catering quick kitchen. And the department responded as they did, and gave a suggestion of an alternative. But our responsibility is to determine whether, when the department said this is not a catering kitchen, was an error in making that determination. And what you provided was a set of facts. It wasn't a specific use at a specific site. It was a set of facts and asked for an opinion. And our responsibility is to determine whether that opinion rendering was rendered in error.
And understood. And the original question.
I think that it's not a question, because I feel like we keep going back and forth,
Yeah.
Mr. Granderson, and we're really at a point of, I've asked, I think, at least 2 times whether there was a motion. We're really at the point of having a motion come before us.
Yep.
Commissioners have asked some additional questions, but I did ask for a motion. So that's where we are. So we're out of the debate realm at this point.
Sure. The 2 choices did come from safety and permits, by the way. When I originally asked the
So,
question.
Mr. Granderson, you're back out of order again, and that's what the chairwoman is speaking to right now. I understand you're passionate on a point of what you're presenting, but we're trying to stick back to the question at hand and where we are at this juncture. So here's the deal. This is what I'm gonna just say this, and I'm gonna close my comments and suggest that we move to motion. Whether it's the question
I'm definitely ready for a motion. We've extended this conversation.
way
for the better part of an
beyond
hour.
where we should be. And I think, because we're also accustomed to being in this venue of us arguing this, and yeah, I'm in the comfort of my home, but not everybody else is. So let's get back to the fact of the question. So here's the deal. This is all I'm gonna say. On this situation, we have to look at it purely from the lens of what's defined. Mr. Grandison, you bring up some excellent points, but a lot of that is something that needs to be broached at the legislative level in terms of how future policy should be crafted and how language within the CZO should be drafted in order for us to promote what we're trying to become as a city. So that's outside of our purview, much to what the chairwoman spoke to. So, Madam Chair, I'd like to present a motion for BZA doc. I, Todd James, like to present a motion for BZA docket number 037-21 to uphold a decision of the Director of Safety and Permits stating, yeah, that's it, just to uphold a decision based on
Finding that they did not make an error.
Thank you, Missy. See how far off they got me? That there was not an error in finding that there was no error made in the determination as requested.
And I, Ramiro, yes, second. I went round and round, and the more I look at it, the more clear it is to me. So I'm gonna second.
It's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Diaz, in regards to losing my place now. Docket 037-21. It's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Diaz, to uphold the decision of the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits, finding that there was not an error in that decision. Roll vote, Todd James.
Yes.
Tamara Eggins.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
Matthew Rufo.
Yes.
Candace Forrest. Yes. 6 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item.
Okay, we will now begin with the new business for variances. The next item is item number 4, BZA docket 04321 for the property at 2156 Agriculture Street. This request is for a variance to permit a wall on the interior side building wall. As a reminder to the board, the staff recommendation is for denial. There were no public comments received for this item and therefore no need for rebuttal.
Are there any questions or comments from the commissioners?
Only to come back to what was discussed beforehand, there was what I presented at that time was the option to relocate the second allowed sign to the backside of the property as opposed to Frenchman. I mean, to moving it to the Elysian Field side of the property as opposed to the Frenchman Street side. And the applicant said he didn't object to that. And I'm not sure if he's still on the call or not.
Yes, sir, Mr. James,
Okay.
I am. And,
Hey.
and I am in agreement with that if that is something that the board could consider.
Okay. And my only justification behind that, I think, is because it does then limit the number of signs on a property, which I think helps to alleviate the intent of how the zoning was initially crafted. But also if we did that and put the deed restriction on a property that if ever needed to be revisited, it can come back before this board at a later date in order for it to be rescinded. And by that, I think that would actually create an approval without creating some form of a precedent in order for this type of application to come through.
Thank you for that.
So Madam Chair, for motions in order.
Are there any other questions or comments from commissioners? Proceed.
That was a quick one, huh? No, Madam Chair, with regards to BZA docket number 043-21, my motion is to approve the request for waiver of Article 24, Section 2411 F4B for wall sign location. I would like to move for approval, and based on the applicant's agreement in terms of relocating the second allowed sign to the different side of the site, by that, I think that helps us to address all 9 criteria. And so they would then be met and I will move for approval with the standard 3 provisos, adding a 4th of a deed restriction to limit the number of signs on site to 2, which would allow for the sign to be placed on a Legion Field side of the property, and striking the one from the Frenchman Street side.
Todd, this is Rami. Just sorry to confuse things. I'm looking at the sheet, page number 2, that has all the signs listed. And there is a small office sign. I know it's not very big, but I just want to make sure there were 3 signs that would be, just to be clear.
No, I got you.
Sign number 4, which is the one in Frenchman, would be the one that goes away, and sign number 2 would be implemented, I guess.
Well, actually, I appreciate that. I would amend my motion to accept that clarification of which signs would be permitted. If anything, Mr. Cobb still work with safety and permits, because there's with the BZA staff, because there's other creative ways of how you could have signage within the building that would not impact the external signage requirements, in order for people to do some level of wayfinding around the building, especially what you're looking at the administrative sign for the location of the office.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
All right, that was a very long motion, but I hope it was clear enough for you, Chairwoman.
Did you have any provisos? I didn't hear any.
It was the 3 standard provisos, with the 4th being a deed restriction to limit, to exclude the sign on the Frenchman Street side and allow for it to be placed on a Legion Field Street side.
And the establishment of the 9 criteria? I didn't hear that part.
You didn't hear anything.
What were you adopting in support of the 9 criteria?
I was using the fact that the applicant was willing to relocate the second sign, which would typically be allowed, and shifting it to the back side of the site. And that helps to address all that adjustment to the application, I think, helps to establish meeting all 9 criteria. Because then a legal precedent is not being established.
I'll second if we're waiting for that. Ramiro.
Yes, we are. Thank you. It's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Diaz, to grant the requested waiver, finding that the 9 criteria have been met, adopting the relocation of the sign as establishment of satisfaction of the 9 criteria, subject to 4 provisos. Roll call vote, Todd James.
Yes.
Tamara Eggins.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
Matthew Rufo.
Yes.
And Candace Forrest, yes. 6 yeas, no nays, the motion carries.
Thank y'all for your time. I appreciate it.
All right, ready for the next item?
Please.
Okay. The next item is item number 5, BZA docket 04421 for a property located at 5710 General Hague Street. This request is for variances to permit a government office on a lot with insufficient lot area and insufficient lot width. As a reminder to the board, the staff recommendation is for approval. There were no comments received for this item and therefore no need for rebuttal.
Okay, since there's no comments, I know the chairwoman is off for a few minutes. Any questions from any of the board members? And please note that this was recommended for approval. All right, what's the pleasure of the board? Is there a motion? I'm actually trying to check to make sure. No, the chairwoman stepped off for a second. I see Tamara's camera's off as well as, so just trying to make sure we actually have a quorum right now.
That's what I was wondering too, because I was confused with Tamara's picture being up, but Ramiro
Right.
is not there too. So if y'all are here, turn your camera back on so we know we have a quorum, please. Because we can't proceed without y'all.
I'm happy to make the motion, but like you said, just
We
wait.
don't have a, yeah, we
wait
can't
on
even
it.
make comment until we know we have quorum.
Right.
Okay, we're back.
All right, so back to docket 44-21. We did not have any public comment. This is a staff recommendation for approval. What's the pleasure of the board, or if anyone has any questions pertinent to this request?
I'm ready for a motion. Todd, if you're ready.
Rock and roll, please.
In regards to BZA 044-21, I'd like to accept the staff's recommendation for approval, subject to the 3 noted provisos. And that's it.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Second that, Matt Rufo.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Gonzalez and a second on the floor by Commissioner Rufo for BZA docket number 044-21, where the request for waivers of Article 13, Section 13.3A1, Table 13.2 for lot area, and Article 13, Section 3A1, Table 13.2 for lot width have been moved for approval with the subject, move for approval with the 3 noted provisos, understanding that the 9 criteria have been met. Roll call vote, Commissioner Rufo.
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yay.
Commissioner Diaz.
Yes.
Commissioner Agins.
Yes.
And Commissioner James, yes, and that motion passed. Next item.
The next item is item number 6, BZA docket 045-21 for the property at 3401 St. Charles Avenue. This request is for variances to permit a mixed-use development, multifamily commercial with excessive building height. As a reminder to the board, the staff recommendation is for denial. And there were comments received for this item. The first is in support of the application. James McBride at 3721 St. Charles Avenue, Apartment B, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70115. As owners of a nearby townhome on St. Charles Avenue, we offer our full support for the proposed variance request for 3401 St. Charles development and encourage the Board of Zoning Adjustments to approve the request as presented. We believe this development will be positive for the neighborhood and help improve and protect property prices, providing an overall benefit to the neighborhood, the city, and the community. We are confident the owners of the project have the best interests of the neighborhood in mind, and requested variances are reasonable and necessary to successfully complete the project. James R. and Alma Pinette Braun McBride, 3721 St. Charles, Apartment B, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70115. The next comment is in support of the application. Michael Robert Reese, 7027 Green Street. During my time living in Uptown, I frequently travel past this prominent corner and hope for new development. I have read the owner's proposal and agree with the staff's statement that proposed redevelopment of the site would not only be consistent with the area's character and goals and intents of the base of the overlay zoning districts and HDLC design guidelines, but will also enhance these goals. I write this comment in support of the proposal as a New Orleans citizen looking for solid projects to enhance the city while retaining its character and limiting impact to its neighbors. Please support this variance request. The next comment, I need to set the timer. One moment. Okay. The next comment is in opposition of the application. Shelley Landrew, 5329 Drea Street, May 17th, 2021, Garden District Association submission for BZA hearing, Board of Zoning Adjustments, Office of the City Planner, Planning Code, City Planning of New Orleans regarding zoning variance sought for 3401 St. Charles Avenue. The GDA is an organization that has advocated for this area for over 80 years. First, the GDA commends the owners of the property in their efforts to bring back this now underdeveloped corner. However, the GDA is greatly concerned with the variance sought and the reasoning provided by the design group Metro Studio. If their faulty reasoning is followed, it will have a profound effect upon the CZO and the jurisdictional limits and considerations allowed for the BZA. The proposed mass and scale of development is not in keeping with the city's master plan, especially as it relates to historic urban HU residential areas. Under considered criteria 1, special conditions, the design group contends such a condition exists because it is so large, it fronts on a commercial condition on the street. Charles side and residential, on the St. Charles side and residential condition of the Carondelet side, a difference in the uses and density from one end of the block to another can be viewed as unique. A number of locations in the city involve this situation. It is a special condition, then the BZA, if it is a special condition, then the BZA will be hearing many more applications for variance. If anything, can I just finish reading out this paragraph?
Yeah, because I know you had to go back on a portion of it. Just, yes, if you don't mind.
Okay. If anything, the difference in usages and density from the front to the back of the development that takes up an entire block is the very reason why HUMU heights restriction apply in the first place. 3-story buildings are expected to be adjacent to other 3-story buildings.
Okay, thank you.
The next comment is in opposition of this application. Josh Williams, 1215 Louisiana Street.
And Valerie, I'm sorry, just as a quick point, just to for general public, we do receive these comments via email from staff, so we are in receipt of the full comment.
Okay,
Please
thank you for
proceed.
saying that. Again, in opposition of this application, Josh Williams, 1215 Louisiana Street. If the BZA is for affordable housing, you will vote against this variance request. If the BZA approves this variance, you will be complicit in the affordable housing crisis. The developer is trying to build a larger project than is allowed. They could go to the city council and use the AHPD in exchange for a bigger building. They would include a small amount of affordable housing. Everyone knows there is no hardship on a ground up development site. There is no hardship. Your staff is correct that the variance is not appropriate here. Don't let the BZA be used as an end around the city council. This is a fine project. If the developer wants to go bigger than allowed, they should go to the city council and incorporate affordable housing. The next comment is in opposition of the application. Erica White, 2233 St. Charles Avenue, New Orleans, Louisiana. Please oppose this application. The credibility of the BZA is on the line today. There is no hardship. You cannot overlook what your staff said. This is an attempt for a developer trying to use BZA instead of pursuing a city council process, which could allow more height, a zoning change. A planned development, anything but not this. I like the project. I would like it even more if there were affordable housing, but the decision is before you. The decision before you is not whether or not we like the project. It is whether there's a hardship under these 9 criteria. There is not. Please do your job and oppose the project. The next comment is in opposition of the application. Jermaine Smith, 1040 St. Charles Avenue, New Orleans, Louisiana. This is a crazy request for a variance that only a rich person would think of making, who thinks the rules don't apply to them. As I learned, this is a very rich person. This is a development from scratch on a parcel that will be vacant. It is a perfect rectangle. It has exposure on 4 streets. If there's a variance allowed here, then you need to just approve every variance in the city. I called your staff. They told me about several ways to get more height on the site through something called a zoning change and something called a planned development, but those would require the developer to give something up to get extra height. Please make the rules apply to everyone evenly. There are no grounds for a variance. You have criteria for a reason. Please oppose this. Next comment is in opposition. Justin Ellis, 3101 St. Charles Avenue. This site has been vacant and blighted for years. Shame on the owner for keeping it in that shape. Now, rather than coming forward to offer something that the city needs, like affordable housing or workforce housing, they bring this crap claiming that they have a hardship because of history. How much did they pay someone to come up with that excuse? The board's comments suggest you love the project and want to help. Tell them they came to the wrong place. Tell them you love their project, but if they want to build bigger or taller, they need to go to the city council. You don't have the power to approve this. You wouldn't allow a fence taller than this is supposed to be. Don't allow a building that tall. Don't allow a building taller than it's supposed to be without anything in return for the city. The next comment is in opposition. James Washington, 210 Barone Street, New Orleans, Louisiana. This is simple. If they want extra height from the city, demand they make 10% of their units as housing for people under 50% of the area median income. If you are unwilling to do that, make them go to the city council. Don't do this. Don't approve this without affordable housing. And that's the end of the comments for this item. And there was opposition, so the applicant does have 5 minutes to rebut.
Mr. Gollan, if you're still on the line.
Yes, I'm on the line, but guys, my video was restricted on your end.
Okay, but just go ahead and proceed with your comment for now.
Okay. So, oh, I'm sorry. All right.
Okay.
We're back. So, what we want to bring out is that, staff lays out very clearly in their report that the site presents special circumstances and conditions that are bringing about this request. The site, as we've described before, is uniquely positioned in that we've got 2 frontages on high volume commercial thoroughfares and 2 frontages which are on a lower density residential scale. These 4 unique different urban conditions create some specific requirements for us to develop a design that is compliant with a myriad of requirements. And so staff also, one thing I want to bring out is staff did say in their report that complying with the height more than likely puts us in conflict with a confluence of other requirements at the site. So let's talk about the HDLC hardship. If we were to redistribute that density back towards the Delachaise and Carondelet side, we're going to end up with a single monolithic undifferentiated building mass that is not going to be deemed compatible with the context and the surroundings. And so we had multiple meetings with multiple presentations rather with ARC. And that's where this strategy of stepping down from a 5-story density at the highest scale condition to a 4-story density at the Carondelet and Louisiana Avenue, then to the 3-story condition back at Delachaise and Carondelet was seen as an appropriate and variable response. And that variable response is actually part and parcel of what the MUM, our land use requirement, calls for: variable density, variable height, transitioning from high scale to low scale. And so if we're not able to redistribute that massing, which is still below what's allowed, that's going to put us in conflict with HDLC design guidelines. Also, if we shift that density back into the lower scale portion of the sites, we're also going to lose the ability to incorporate all of the loading docks, building services, parking access, all of these servicing requirements for the project into the interior lot condition. And we're going to be forced to push those accesses out onto the frontages. And that is going to completely interrupt pedestrian rights of ways, the bike paths, which are planned as part of this development, and be in conflict with the city's CPC character preservation overlay district. So again, we had several meetings with DAC who reviewed the plan in compliance with the 2 overlays that are in place at the site. And so moving away from the ask, we are going to be in the situation again where we're forced into non-compliance with other project requirements in addition to this height requirement. So the height requirement, I just want to be clear, is the least least relief that we can request so that we can comply with the myriad of other requirements that are active at the site, the myriad of departmental requirements that are active at the site. And so through our iterative process, we've determined that this partial height variance would allow us to open up configuration possibilities that allow us to address every other requirement that is at play here, which is why we're only asking for this one variance. We're not asking for parking reductions. We're not asking for open space reductions, permeable area reductions, anything of that nature. As a matter of fact, we're able to comply with those things in excess of the minimum as long as we're able to pursue this design iteration, which has received HDLC and DAC approval. And so the hardship is, if we go back to the 40, we're going to be in a condition where we're not going to comply with these other requirements, and we'll be back asking for more things that are frankly much more impactful to the surrounding neighborhood and the quality of life to the surrounding neighborhood. Staff has pointed out that this added height is not out of character with the locality, and that the project as designed does not cause any increase in traffic or congestion or any other negative impacts to the surrounding neighborhood.
All right, does that conclude your comments?
Yes, thanks, guys.
Thank you. Just some points I think is of just value. And this is me coming back to some of the public comment. I know there was a reference of use of the affordable housing plan development, and staff, tell me if this is correct, Joseph. Traditionally with the AHPD, that language only gets into when you provide a certain amount of units to be established as affordable. All that allows for you to do is increase the number of units that can be provided on site. Is that correct?
Yeah, I would concur with that. I think, and Bob can fill in. I think one thing me as staff could have done is being clear that the lot area is not as part of this review and is really the heart of where the density and affordable housing conversations have been, and we've communicated with the applicant on that myriad of options, right? And so even if there was this affordable housing, the height waiver would still exist to the degree that waivers can be enacted in plan developments is the question. I'll turn that over to Bob.
Yeah, the just like any other plan development, the idea of a plan development is to build flexibility into the regulations of the property. So there is a conversation that could be had about easing of various regulatory requirements, including height, including use, including a number of regulations that apply, rather than looking at them in the context of the 9 criteria. They would be looked at in the context of the exemption requirements of Article 5, which generally go towards providing a public benefit in return for the leniency and flexibility that with respect to the regulations. So it's the purpose of the plan development, whatever variation of the plan development, is that you're looking for a public benefit. We as City Planning Commission are looking for a public benefit, and in return for a project that achieves that public benefit that couldn't achieve it in some other way, there is less restriction or more flexibility in the application of the regulations.
All right, go ahead.
So no, go ahead.
So the reason why I brought that up was just more, I'm looking back to opposition comments. And I just want to make sure that we're articulating what the different regulatory instruments are and how they actually apply. And in the case of this application, I'm seeing that we're only talking about, this application is not necessarily about additional height due to additional units. This is strictly about a shift in density. And if I'm looking at this correctly, because this was referenced in the staff report, and I know it was pulled from the applicant's details, case in point, they talk about allowable density within the site under criteria 4. There's a diagram shown what would be the allowable density, and what's being proposed is less dense than what is allowed on the site. Is that correct?
So from staff's perspective, that's that would be true. I think the diagrams have to be kind of interpreted in an illustrative format, as you know, we as staff, based on the CZO, would never allow kind of this monolithic 3-story structure across the site due to all the requirements that the applicant is instructing. But as far as the calculations that we've done and provided by the applicant, that seems to be correct.
Right. And the only reason I'm bringing that up is I think sometimes we get lost in a conversation of height automatically attributes to a bigger facility. And that's not always the case. A bigger facility is always based on its relative density of how it would be proposed. So I'm just trying to make sure that we're helping to clarify what that language would really mean at this point.
Sure, and I would just to weigh into that, I think when we look at redistribution of density, I think this board has had conversations in the past about whether specific regulatory requirements would prevent something from happening. Yeah, and I recall one in the CBD where it was the SHPO that was basically saying that you couldn't add onto the top of a historic building. And so the conversation was about shifting density off that site onto an adjacent site, and ultimately that was approved. Little different circumstances here because you have a clean site. You're not dealing with a historic structure, you're dealing with a historic context. The other thing that I would like to just make sure everyone is, when we're looking at alternatives, one was the plan development route. One is just a straight up rezoning. And it won't, you know, the future land use designation on this site in the master plan is for mixed use medium density, which would conceptually make the MU1 zoning consistent with the master plan. And so that's the zoning that a number of the examples that were provided, that's the zoning that they sit on. And so it would be possible, and I know there's some density issues with the MU1 that we are addressing through our housing study, but if we're just talking about height, MU1 will get you to 60 by right, without the need for a variance. So that's kind of weighing into our consideration as well.
So when that happens, let's say if you were to go to the zoning change, that would unilaterally change the height all the way across this site, correct? So that would make it 60 feet in height on St. Charles as well as Barone?
Yes.
Okay. And so, and I spoke to this a little bit earlier.
Because the entire site is designated as, I mean, that would be, I'm assuming what they would apply for the entire site. But that's, the entire site is covered by the mixed use, medium density FLUM designation.
Right. So I think that comes back when you made the mention about the historic context. So because of its unique,
91,000 square feet.
yeah, Ken, if you want mute for
Sorry,
real quick.
guys.
That's all right. When we get into that conversation, that's when you start really looking at how that Barone Street corridor side of it could be impacted. And if it did go to a zoning change, yes, then you would be creating an even taller context closer to the residential adjacent parcels, or at least I know they're across the street from where this is at that back corner. What is that side street? It's Carondelet, and what's the next one? Adjacent to the site?
Chase.
Della Chase, thank you. When you look at that extreme corner, then we would be introducing almost 60 feet in allowed height if it went through a zoning change, as opposed to in its current zoning configuration, you're actually reducing that height and protecting what would be that historic core at that corner. But I think coming back to criteria 1 and how it was framed, I mean, there's enough language around historic context on the front end, but I don't want to dominate this conversation on one person out of many on this board. So if anyone else has questions or comments.
Yeah, so just to clarify after all that, I want to make sure that I understand. The height is not addressed in the housing, I forget the acronym, but the affordable housing thing, right?
AHPD.
But you still haven't, right, but you still haven't dealt with the density issue, and that might come up. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out how to satisfy the community group question there. I just want to be totally clear. A little unclear.
So again, the plan development route is a mechanism that allows for flexibility in applying the regulations. So height is something that could be considered. It has been used in other developments where height has been adjusted. Any of the applicable regulatory limitations on the site can be adjusted if they are adjusted, if the reason for adjusting them is achieving the public purpose, which in this case would be the affordable housing. In other words, that those are necessary to make the affordable housing component possible. That's what that mechanism is intended for. And I think combine that with the ability to rezone the site, you can change the underlying zoning and have the, if you did a rezoning in connection with a plan development, then you're looking at a different baseline for your zoning. In other words, the underlying zoning, if it went to MU1, would be 60 feet. And so to get to this particular plan, the exemption would be only 5 feet to get to the 65-foot height. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. And I guess my question is really why is there a desire to go that route at all for the applicant? I mean, that seems to be, just to satisfy, because you haven't addressed in your comments the affordable housing stuff from the applicant side. We talked about it from, at least maybe I didn't hear it. That is a question that Kenneth.
Yeah, and so guys, just, before I respond, the plan development restrictions under 5.2.c are pretty specific in that the plan development route is restricted to tracts that are smaller than 2.5 acres. And so this site is too small to comply with that requirement. And so plan development is not a viable route given the area limitations as per 5.2.c in the CZO. So when we—
Wait, Ken, real quick. You're talking about plan development versus affordable plan development, correct?
Well, I'm just responding to what I'm hearing from Mr. Rivers is that he did lay out a potential zoning change as a compliance and plan development as a potential vehicle for compliance. I just want everyone to be clear that plan development has a minimum area requirement, and this lot is too small to fall into a category where that could be used as a vehicle for compliance.
So just to interject for a second, the affordable housing plan development, which is in section 5.10, does not have a site limitation. That's only for the general plan development.
Right, and I think so. I think this is where the confusion's coming in. I think that actually came through public comment, was the plan development option. I don't think that came from Mr. Rivers.
Okay.
So that's why I was interjecting on that. There's a affordable housing plan development, which is one mechanism under the CZO, and a plan development, which is totally different.
And so, in my mind, guys, what led us to, with regards to the affordable housing and the variance request, we steered clear the rezoning. When we went through the iterative process of developing the design and going through all of the departmental approvals that are preconditions for being here today, it was clear that there was only one item that we were seeking partial relief on, and that we're able to comply with every other component of the CZO, every component of the HDLC design guidelines, and the overlay requirements. And so in our mind, the partial relief was really just to deal with the unique site conditions that would function better if we're able to distribute some of that density to the higher volume conditions on St. Charles and Louisiana Avenue, and allow us to retain the lower density conditions at the residential neighborhood level. And so that is why we pursued the variance route. It seemed that we were able to comply with all of the underlying use restrictions, overlay requirements, et cetera, and that just the partial height was an issue that we wanted to pursue. And given the context and given the history of the site, it did seem that some flexibility would not be an unreasonable request as long as we were meeting every other compliance issue. Now, in terms of incorporating affordable housing into the project, that is something that's considered. And as staff pointed out in their preamble, that would be one mechanism to increase the number of units at the site, but it is not a mechanism that would increase the size or buildable area of the project or height, allowable height. And so when we met with these guys, they laid out the variance and the zoning change as the two paths for compliance. They also informed us that in terms of the zoning, CP staff advised us that there was an error in the drafting of the CZO, and that they were working to fix that error with regards to the MU1. We didn't quite understand, where that was coming from, and the fact that we were just looking at a height issue. That route did not seem to be one that would yield a result consistent with what we were trying to accomplish in being fully compliant, being under the allowable massing. We're not trying to be beyond what is allowed at the site. And the idea that there's a text amendment required to go the route of rezoning seemed, we honestly just were concerned at what that would mean for this project and when that would actually occur. And it did not seem to be a potential viable route to deal with what we saw as just a site-induced and regulatory-induced requirement to get some flexibility on the height allocation, or the density allocation, pardon me.
Thank you. Only thing I have to rebut you on one part. When you do get into the AHPD conversation and the increase in units, it does actually allow for you to build more square footage, because by the time you multiply the number of units that's allowed on a site, it can increase the square footage of the building. So I just want to make sure that that's
definitely clear. And just to not to rebut your rebuttal, it does not allow flexibility on the height. It does not reduce the open space requirements, et cetera. So the buildable envelope stays the same. You're just allowed to shove square footage into it that we can't fit.
Right.
So just to be clear, the building envelope is the regulations that set the building envelope are flexible under the plan development mechanisms. That's the intention of the plan development mechanisms, to create that flexibility. So I just want to make sure that that is understood.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? And one other point I'm gonna just bring up, because Mr. Rivers, you brought this up, is a reference, case in point. I believe the building you were referring to was the Halpern site at the corner of a convention center and Irado Street, which was the one in the CBD. And I think that's the one that had they displaced density over the Halpern's building and was added to the it was added to the unbuilt side of the site. Is that correct? That's the one you were referring to? I see a head nod yet.
Yes. And again, that was a historic landmark or National Register site that the SHPO had strongly recommended that they not put anything on top of it. Otherwise, they wouldn't be eligible for any tax credits for renovating that historic structure.
Right. I remember that one well. Only reason why I bring that up is just as a point of clarity for newer board members, if need be, just some level of context. Because again, what we're looking at is a site that would be cleared in a new building built and a shift in allowable density changed to a less intensive side of the site is what's shown. And look, that's just my assumption of what I see.
I have another question for staff, and forgive me if I'm being dense here, but explain to me again why we're not looking at the lot area per dwelling unit, not only the height. I'm still a little confused about it because it's mentioned in the request, but then it's not addressed in the, or if it is addressed, I'm just not seeing it. And also another thing, just so y'all know, every time I try to look at this PDF, it crashes my Outlook. I mean, my Adobe, and I don't know if anyone else is having that problem. It's just me. I can't get to the drawings without it crashing. So I can see the report, but not the supplemental stuff.
Okay.
So
is there something that you're
not able to see the whole report?
Yeah.
So I believe, Joseph, correct me if I'm wrong, the issue was whether or not in the HUMU district where the residential above the ground floor is the lot area per dwelling enables a more density. And so there was a question as to whether or not the structures that are on the Barone Street side, which don't have any commercial, but have residential on the first floor, whether they would count as residential above the ground floor. The definition speaks to residential units that are either above commercial space or to the rear. And I believe that there is conversations that are happening with the Department of Safety and Permits, the zoning administrator, about the interpretation of that particular provision. So I believe that that's the route that the applicant has chosen to go, as opposed to seeking a variance at this point.
Right, and so just to provide the details on that, sorry, Board Member Diaz, it is a over 250 page packet, so that might be a result of the size of the document. So what I'm going to refer to is on page 200, no, it's actually 201 in my 259 page set, is where a zoning administrator, Nick Kindle, kind of delineated the difference between what Executive Director Bob Rivers just denoted about the differentiation of above ground floor and multifamily dwelling lot area standards. And so based on a conversation that CPC BZA staff had with the applicant, there was confirmation that there would they would seek one of three options, which is appeal this determination by the Director of Safety and Permits within 45 days as required for the BZA appeal process. 2, comply with the lot area per dwelling unit standard. So that's just straight complying with the CZO. Or 3, incorporating the voluntary provisions of affordable housing as listed in Article 12, 12, Section 12.5. And so based on what the applicant told the staff, we reasonably believe that they can comply with this and thus don't need the variance request for this density deficiency as it currently stands. So when we, again, if this is approved and not denied, we would stamp the plans showing their compliance with this through one of those 3 options.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they would need to either come back to this board or through another entity, correct?
Correct.
I think we can provide some context to build on what Joseph has laid forth, if you guys would appreciate it on this issue. But with regards to the calculation, so the plans that were submitted were at 115 units. When this item came up, it was a little bit late in the process. We received an interpretation from the zoning administrator, which provided some clarity specific to this project. And so just so that folks understand the impact, if we go with the interpretation we received, it looks like we'll be at 114 units instead of the 115. And so it's not a massive change in terms of the overall projected. This would be if we went with the interpretation existed without taking advantage of the affordable housing bonus. If we took advantage of the affordable housing bonus, we could stay at the 115 as currently submitted.
So we're talking about the difference of 1 unit for you to go through based on what's in the plan for the HPD.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And what's the average size of a unit on this site?
The 1-bedrooms are in the 750 to 780 square foot range, and the 2-bedrooms are in the 1,100 to 1,200 square foot range.
So again, the only thing that's triggering that is because it was the 150 units in the proposed plan. If you would have had a 114 unit plan shown, this probably wouldn't even be brought up in the comment.
That's correct. And I'm sympathetic to all parties. When you read that definition of dwelling above ground floor, it's, you know, when they make the statement units behind non-residential uses located on a primary street, there was some interpretive differences. So I think we had interpreted the units on Delachaise as being behind the non-residential uses on Louisiana Avenue. Staff, I'm sorry, the zoning administrator had a slightly different interpretation. And guys, quite frankly, we're okay. There's a proviso currently in the staff report that holds us to the standard and the interpretation and lays out that we only have 3 avenues, either just the number, ask for reconsideration of the interpretation, or pursue the affordable housing. And we're fine with that. We're fine with either of those. But I think more than likely we'll pursue either the affordable or just reduce the number by 1 to get us in compliance with the interpretation as provided.
So a question to staff. If they had revised the plan and showed 1 less unit, does that change the dialogue? Not a trick question.
Change the dialogue as opposed to, so that whole issue was related to a variance request that never transpired.
Right.
I don't think it affects the height conversation at all,
Mhm.
if that was your question.
Somewhat, because I know it, and Joseph actually spoke to this in the beginning, that he had this language in the report, but a lot of it was due to what was initially in the package as opposed to if it wasn't there beforehand. Would that language have been included in terms of the AHPD and the relative the number of units is proposed?
So I think the other options in terms of rezoning and AHPD are still relevant to the height, because those are alternative ways of getting relief on the height.
So even with the PD conversation, I mean, Mr. Gollan brought up a point about what is the minimum lot area for a PD application. Is that correct?
That's a general plan development. If you went the affordable housing plan development, there's no lot area, there's no
Correct.
lot size limitation.
Right. No, actually, I agree with you. I'm not talking about AHPD at all. I'm not including it in that question. I'm talking strictly plan development or development plan submission. That's usually driven when it's over a certain size lot.
Yes.
So I'm just trying to make sure we're not confusing which one is really applicable here. The only one that's really applicable here is a AHPD if they went to a larger number of units beyond what's allowed.
They can use it for, I mean, whether it allows, I think what they're saying is that in terms of getting a bonus in density, if that was the objective, then the AHPD doesn't get them much. However, if they were looking at flexibility on other regulations like height and the bulk area requirement, the bulk building envelope requirements, then those are things that could be addressed through the AHPD in return for the provision of affordable units.
Okay.
And that's where I'm struggling with the design criteria, that there's another route there that he potentially could go to. That's, I think, why I was asking those questions. Without seeing the provisos, I still haven't gotten this thing to, there's something massive in here that's like lots of line work or something. Well, it just keeps crashing every time I try to open it.
Yeah, and I was going to speak to that. Ken, you guys should really, and just in the future, when those PDFs are compressed, I think it's compressing them in a TIFF format. And when it's compressed into an image format for the PDF, it's causing the files to crash. So it does make it very hard for the files to load up.
Emily, could you put the provisos up on the screen?
Yeah, and just a point of clarification, the provisos were listed in the report on pages 12 and 13.
Yeah, I can't view them. It crashes every time I try to change a page. And I've got like a supercomputer, so it's not about the computer or the files. There's just something wrong with, and I've re-downloaded it twice. So something's corrupted on the file.
Yeah, there's 8 potential provisos that are listed. Joseph, can you at least just maybe read off what those provisos were for Commissioner Diaz?
Yes, the first proviso is our standard BZA permitting proviso. The second is the applicant shall obtain a certificate of appropriateness from the HDLC. The third is a proviso noting that the plan shall comply with the CPC character preservation corridor design overlay districts, and have the BZA stamp. The fourth is Department of Public Works approval for any modifications to the public right of way. The fifth is a standard proviso for a revised landscaping plan in accordance with building foundation, front landscaping, parking lot landscaping, and parkway trees. The sixth is the standard proviso for the consolidation of lots through a subdivision application submitted to the City Planning Commission. The fourth is, that would be the seventh, is a requirement that the minimum, that the site have the required minimum of vehicular parking spaces. And the eighth is a proviso specific to this case, in that the applicant shall go through one of the three aforementioned methods of obtaining a compliant amount of density as per the lot area per dwelling unit requirements.
Any other questions from the board?
No, I just feel bad that I haven't been able to review all the stuff. I can't get to the letter. I think there's one. So I'm sorry, I'm struggling here, because I'm as I said earlier, I'm having a hard time with the argument, the 9 criteria, and how they are satisfied with this option to go down this avenue of affordable housing to attain the height. But that may be all explained other way. So apologies.
So just a quick question to the applicant. You made mention about there's the three options that were discussed by staff and by yourself is alternative mechanisms. Is there an opportunity for this to just get further reviewed before we really look at this, and that may give some of the board members more time to really look at this application, since, and look, I'm not trying to push this, I don't want to push stuff off, but just considering that some people have not had the opportunity to review the full packet. In understanding that there's some other questions out there in terms of what's the intended final unit count?
Mr. James, would there be a way of you maybe being specific with what you're, and I know you're trying to be specific, but I'm not quite sure I'm understanding what you're asking me, and I apologize.
I'm just concerned that people haven't had a chance to really review it on our side. Particularly if Mr. Diaz is having issues with the file and being able to see the full packet, I'm just not comfortable with moving. But I'm one person and I'm sitting in a chair capacity, so I can't really drive where we are from a motion standpoint.
Yeah, just to clarify, my concern is that, I like from a, like the arguments make sense to me from a, just the kind of the massing and all the, HDLC stuff. I think the question for me is my understanding from the way Bob explained it, the alternative route for the affordable housing maybe helping with the height issue and how that relates to the 9 criteria. And that's my concern. And I just can't, I haven't even been able to get to the letter with your response. I'm tantalizingly close. It'll show me something and then it'll just get stuck. So I haven't had a chance to really review it and read it to understand all your great graphics. Because it is a great, I mean, you've got a lot in here that I can see, but I just can't get to the pages. It crashes every time I try to click on something.
So do any other board members have a question at this point? And like I mentioned, I mean, I can't push one way or another in terms of dialogue. That'll be out of protocol of me sitting as chair.
I mean, Mr. James, the plan development option requires a lot of consideration beyond just BZA. I mean, that's city council involvement, that's planning commission. I'm just pointing out the procedural components of that. So for us to sort of just vet that, I don't think that's something that is that we can vet in a very short period of time and explore. That was not an option that was laid out to us. Again, when we met with regards to this issue, it was strictly what we were given were 2 avenues, the zoning variance avenue and the zoning change avenue. And so we selected one of the options that was presented to us. I mean, I have some concerns if we have board members who, it sounds like we have one board member, or there are more board members who are also unable to access the exhibits and materials?
I'm able to access all of the materials, and I think I've got a pretty good idea of what and have been able to successfully follow the conversation. But to Todd's point, not having all of the materials readily available for all of the board members, especially Rami being one of the board members who are actual architects, I generally take a lot of heed to these discussions to soak up and help make my own decisions. And Todd being one of the architects, Romero being another one, I'd love to hear his thoughts as well and any concerns that he might have. So even, and then of course, even the Madam Chair isn't even present. Not that that wouldn't stop us from making the decision, but not having some of Romero's feedback would caution me, and I'd actually probably play it safe and go with the city. I've read your arguments. They're good arguments, but it may behoove you to accept it. Maybe just a little 30-day. To Todd's point, you hate to kick the can, but especially when one of the more one of our board members, especially a professional architect, doesn't have everything at his fingertips, I'd caution on the side of maybe just accepting that little 30-day. It may prove fruitful from your position. It may not, but it would certainly help me.
Yeah, we appreciate that, and I think now I understand what's being asked. I apologize. I wasn't trying to put the board in a situation where they're making a decision without all of the facts. If Mr. James, you're asking me, do we have an issue with deferring in light of Mr. Gonzalez's comments? I mean, yes, we would rather defer and give people a chance to understand that this is a complicated, unique site that has 2 overlays and is a full control HDLC district, is at a multimodal transit hub, and that the little bit of relief that's asking for is commensurate with all of the requirements. And so, yes, we would invite some additional time for board to consider what's being asked in light of the full array of requirements that are at the site.
So just to clarify two things. One, I feel like I'm obliged to say this because it's being recorded. I'm not actually an architect. I'm trained as an architect. I'm not registered. So I just want to point, I can't say I'm an architect. Architecturally trained, do a lot of architecture.
Duly noted.
Neither am I. I'm not a licensed architect.
Yeah, just to clarify that. And the reason why I'm being hesitant right now is two things. One, because of Bob Rivers' comments about the affordable housing route and my struggle with that in terms of that criteria. But then also just because I haven't, as I said, I'm only relying on the first 10 pages of the report that I could read. Now I'm starting to see them a little more, but it's still not working too well. And then also the comments from, just this meeting. So, I mean, I would prefer to defer it and hope that you can maybe have another chat with staff about what other ways to look at this in terms of the affordability. I didn't even, honestly, I was ignorant about that avenue. I didn't realize that we could do that with these projects. So just, that's my feeling. I apologize, technical difficulties, but there's something about this file. And as I said, I've downloaded it twice and I've tried it on 2 different computers, and maybe it's my Adobe, I don't know.
Okay, so understanding that, what's the pleasure of the board?
I would love to move to defer it for 30 days.
Second.
Okay.
If the staff could interject real quick, I just want to make a point of clarification that one of the options that we did give the applicant is to appeal the interpretation of the Department of Safety and Permits. That decision regarding the lot area was on April 30th. So a 30-day deferral would mean that it would be past 45 days. So the applicant could still, of course, apply for an appeal in the meantime. But that is a point of clarification that I felt just needed to be made, because if it's ultimately deferred, then that one of those 3 options would just become non and void.
I thought the two aren't tied.
It's okay.
Joseph.
Separate application.
Yeah, we don't have to appeal.
Hold up, Mr. Gowland. Missy.
That would, if he, well, it has it been 45 days since that decision was made? That's because that's a completely separate application, so they could still appeal that within the 45 days.
That's what I thought. I thought the two were not tied together. It's not if this is deferred, he can't apply for a decision appeal.
Right.
The two
it won't be docketed. It won't be docketed until July or August, so it's going to take some time to do that. But it's a completely separate appeal because this is a waiver request, and that's an appeal of a decision of the Department of Safety and Permits.
Right. I'm trying to make sure we're not confusing that those two are linked. While it's tied to the same project, the two decisions are not. It's not, one is not contingent upon the other.
Correct.
Okay, so I know we had a motion on the floor presented by Commissioner Diaz and seconded by Commissioner Gonzalez, correct? Okay, so yeah, so to make sure I articulate correctly, regarding BZA docket number 045-21, we have a motion by Commissioner Diaz, seconded by Commissioner Gonzalez for a deferral of 30 days. Roll call vote, Commissioner Rufo?
Yes.
Commissioner Diaz?
Yes.
Commissioner Agins?
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yay.
And Commissioner James, yay. That motion passed for 30-day deferral. Next item, please.
So the next 4 items are deferred to the June 21st meeting. Those are BZA dockets 04621, 04721, 04821, and 04921. So now we'll begin with the new business for safety and permits appeals. The next item is BZA docket 05021, and this is an appeal of the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits regarding the reissuance of permit number 201972RNVN. And there were comments received for this item. The first comment is in support of the appeal. Deborah Howell, 1538 Adams Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70118. And I will set the timer for this one. I'm writing in support of the appeal by neighbors of the Amicus Dormitory at 631 Broadway and asking the BZA to reject their unrealistic parking plan that was nonetheless approved by Safety and Permits. Access to 3 new parking spots Amicus has squeezed into the rear is via an inadequate and extremely narrow driveway with the width of only about 7.5 feet, wedged between a wood privacy fence and the building, and will rarely be used by their average student tenants because the access is too difficult for unskilled drivers in expensive cars to travel multiple times a day, to traverse multiple times a day. Like hundreds of other student tenants in the area, they will most likely park on the street and use the backyard for parties instead. We've heard that Amicus has a survey showing the driveway is 8 feet wide, not 7 feet. While the survey has never been shared publicly, even 8 foot wide would still be too narrow for a driveway for many of their tenants' vehicles, since the width with side mirrors of SUVs made by Range Rover, Audi, BMW, Mercedes, and Porsche range from 7 feet to 7.25 feet wide and are unlikely to be threaded carefully down the narrow driveway by their student owners. After all, there's a reason for the previous long-term owner never had a long driveway on the right side of the building, only the left, because it was never wide enough passage to be used adequate and realistic driveway for anyone. Amicus prepared a video showing the Mazda CX-5, 6.9 feet wide, including mirrors, passing slowly through the narrow part of the driveway. Would you like for me to finish reading?
I would just wrap up that line since time ran out.
Okay, so they provided a website, https://drive.google.com/file/d/TJPIMG W66UAY_43OV6GOT9096TRV/view, and there were only a few inches of air on either side of the mirrors. The
Okay.
next comment is in support of the appeal. Tanya Lee, 7630 Birth Street. I'm in support of this application. The next comment in support of the appeal, SP Johnson, 2822 LePage Street, New Orleans, LA 70119. Despite the owner's assertion, the use of the parking space in front of 631 Broadway is not grandfathered in. The burden is on the owner to establish with clear and convincing evidence a legal non-conforming parking space. See CZO 25.2.d and 225.3.b.3. And NCU is abandoned if the use is discontinued, vacant, or unoccupied for 180 days. CZO 253C1, casual, intermittent, temporary, or illegal use is not sufficient to establish and maintain a legal NCU. CZO 253C4. Amicus provided no proof for use of any space in front of the building. Yet neighbor Heather Huey says an affidavit in Exhibit 2 to the appeal that she lives next door, and the space before the entrance to 631 Broadway was never used for parking. Instead, the former owner regularly parked in the space in front of the proposed driveway. Supporting amicus, the DSP, as if to prove what amicus could not do, provides one image from 2004 of a vehicle parked in front of the building, and another from 2007 of a vehicle parked in front of the new driveway as partly in the space in front of the building. There is no use of any space since 2007, about 14 years ago. The documentation is clearly insufficient to meet the applicant's burden of proving the space has ever gained and never lost its NCU. DSP staff was wrong to approve an NCU based on satellite imagery from 2004 to 2007, particularly when the next door neighbor, a resident of almost 13 years, has testified that the space in front of the proposed driveway to the right of 631 Broadway was the only space used with any regularity. The next comment is in support of the appeal. Beverly Nichols, 7301 Birch Street, New Orleans, LA 70118. I support the appeal in this case. In support of the appeal, the next comment in support of the appeal, Chunyan, can we rate this one since this is on behalf of the applicant?
She's not the applicant, she's on the other one.
Oh, she's okay, I'm sorry. Chunlin Leohard, 1414 Audubon Street. The DSP approval for the developer's parking plan for 631 Broadway Street offers a prime example of DSP's disregard to the city's zoning laws, including the IZD. The developer's plan purportedly, provide 3 parking spaces, each measured at 8 feet 6 inches in the rear yard and 631 Broadway Street, for a total of 25 feet 8 inches for 3 parking spots. However, according to the earlier plan submitted by the developer, the rear yard is measured at 21 feet 1.5 inches from the building to the rear property line. It does not take a genius to figure out that the proposed 3 parking spots won't fit in the property's rear yard, never mind other deficiencies raised by the neighbor's appeal. Only in New Orleans can a developer be permitted to put 25 feet 8 inch deep parking, put a 25-foot 8 inch deep parking lot on a measured 21-foot 1.5 inch. It is really disheartening to witness such blatant disregard of the city's zoning laws by the city agency whose job it is to enforce the laws. The next comment is Christoph Leonhard, 1414 Audubon Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70118. I am commenting on the support of the appeal regarding 631 Broadway Street. I am appalled that the developer received a permit to squeeze 3 parking spots into the backyard that is clearly much too small to accommodate them. This violates not only the zoning code, but the laws of mathematics. I have actually looked at the property from the sidewalk, and there is also no space to legally park a car in front yard, and doubt any car could actually squeeze past the property even to get to the backyard. We must not allow such blatant bad faith efforts to be rewarded with a building permit. The next comment is in support of the appeal. James Logan, 1222 Fern Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70118. In the BZA appeals summary report on page 5 suggests that the grandfather parking space in the right driveway could be moved if the driveway to the rear was open through the grandfathered space. However, the CZO does not allow grandfathered space to be moved. Conformities cannot be moved unless specifically allowed. CZO 25-2A, a non-conforming structure may not be relocated in whole or in part to any other location on the same lot. CZO 25-4E, moving a grandfathered space would be contrary to the CZO, which requires non-conforming uses to be viewed narrowly and have all doubts resolved against them. CZO 25-3A, in fact, the so-called flexibility recommended by staff would be contrary to the rule that all doubts are to be resolved against nonconformities. I should have set the timer for this. While the loss of the grandfathered space could limit the density of the project, the developer is not prohibited by law, including the IZD, from creating new legal parking spaces. He is only prohibited from prolonging the life of the space, which would be illegal where it is not for the legal nonconforming status. The loss of space would reduce the number of bedrooms that could be created and will have to be replaced with a legal space before additional legal spaces would entitle the owner to additional bedrooms. Staff suggests that tandem spaces could be allowed in the left-hand driveway to compensate for the space lost to reconfiguration. However, this would violate the rule against the continuation of non-conforming use. Furthermore, in multifamily uses such as this, parking must conform to CZO figure 22-2, which do not allow tandem or block parking. CZO 2211A-2B, please enforce the rules of the CZO. The next comment is in support of the application. Maria Gould, 625 Pine Street. Amicus is an out-of-state company buying a property in our neighborhood, turning them into high-capacity college student housing and changing the character of our old New Orleans neighborhood. The company claims that in accordance with the IZD that they added 3 off-street parking spaces to match the 3 new bedrooms that they want to add to the house, in addition to pre-existing grandfathered off-street spaces they're claiming. But Amicus parking isn't viable because the new driveway is too narrow to be safely used by the larger vehicles. Also, the new plan actually blocks or supersedes the spaces that were already in use. The new parking plan is not functional and can't justify the addition of 3 new bedrooms by Amicus. Missy, should I read the next comment? It looks like it's exactly the same as the previous one.
Sorry, I was trying to pull it up to read it. If it's exactly the same, then no, you don't have to.
Okay.
It's on the same
But
person.
it's
It
a
looks
different,
like
it's a different person. Is it different? I'll
It
go
looks
ahead
like
and read
it's
it.
different.
If it's a different person, go
It's
ahead.
a different person. It just looks like the comment is the same, but I'll go ahead and read it. In support of this appeal, Elaine Leda, 1420 Dublin Rear Apartment. The owner of Amicus claims that in accordance with the IZD, they have added 3 off-street parking spaces to match the 3 new bedrooms they want to add to the house. In addition to 2 pre-existing grandfathered off-street parking spaces they're claiming. But Amicus parking plan is inviolable because the new driveway is too narrow to be safely used by larger vehicles. Also, the new plan actually blocks or supersedes the spaces that were already in use. The new parking plan is not functional and can't justify the addition of 3 new bedrooms by Amicus. The next comment is in support of the appeal. Christine Marcini, 1707 St. Charles Avenue. The owner of Amicus claims that in accordance with the IZD, they have added 3 new parking spaces to match the 3 new bedrooms that they want to add to the house. In addition to the pre-existing grandfathered off-street spaces they're claiming, the Amicus parking plan isn't viable because the new driveway is too narrow to be safely used by larger vehicles. Also, the new plan blocks or supersedes the spaces that were already in use. The new parking plan is not functional and can't justify the addition of 3 new bedrooms by amicus. The next comment is in support of the appeal, Jill Fitzpatrick, 1418 Audubon Street. In support of the appeal, the parking spots that amicus has added to the property are simply not viable by any stretch of the imagination. Property owners must be held accountable when it comes to ICD. The next comment is in support of the appeal, Sally K. Reeves, 5801 St. Charles Avenue, NOLA 7115. The developer's argument is providing adequate parking. Sorry, the developer's argument that is providing adequate parking is a subterfuge to hide the inability to do so after crowding the lot with an oversized number of bedrooms. Do not fall for this ruse. Thank you. The next comment is in support of the appeal, Claudia Garfalo, 922 Adams Street. Amicus property owner claims that in accordance with the IZD, they have added 3 off-street parking spaces to match 3 bedrooms they want to add to the house, in addition to 2 pre-existing grandfathered off-street spaces they're claiming. The amicus parking plan isn't viable for a number of reasons. The new driveway is too narrow to accommodate larger vehicles. The plan blocks the spaces that were already in use, and the parking cannot justify the addition of 3 new bedrooms by amicus. The next comment is in support of the appeal, Mark Penicky, 1509 Audubon Street. I support this appeal. The owner can't provide sufficient legal parking to add the proposed number of bedrooms. In support of this appeal, Sarah Kiefer, 7718 Ferret Street, strongly oppose the development of double or single family homes into multiple units. The developers do not have the best interests of our city or neighborhood in mind. This is not affordable housing. Please listen to your constituents who are invested in the city. B, sample content. The owner, amicus, claims that in accordance with the IZD, that they have added 3 off-street parking spaces to match the 3 new bedrooms they want to add to the house, in addition to the pre-existing grandfather off-street spaces they're claiming. But amicus parking isn't viable because the new driveway is too narrow to be safely used by larger vehicles. Also, the new plan actually blocks or supersedes the spaces that are already in use. The new parking plan is not functional and can't justify addition of 3 new bedrooms by amicus. The next comment is from Lynette Judge in support of the appeal, 1512 Audubon Street, New Orleans, 70118. The parking plan for this property is a sham because it blocks or replaces existing spaces and the driveway is too narrow to be safely used. Therefore, the residents will end up parking on the street anyway. Thus, the owner, amicus, should not be allowed to add 3 bedrooms, which for practical purposes would violate the spirit and purpose of the IZD. And so the next comment is in support of the appeal, Guy Cook, 1125 Loreline Street, New Orleans. This is an illegal addition and does not provide adequate parking required by law. The next comment is in support of the appeal, Patrick Baker, 1624 Broadway. I support the appeal. The next comment is in support of the appeal, Colette Kreppel, 639 Broadway Street. I am writing about the house at 631 Broadway Street. We have lived next door to this house without issue for over 23 years. Under new ownership, it is being developed. Under new ownership, it's being redeveloped. My concerns are several. There is insufficient room for cars to travel safely down the narrow road. There's insufficient room for 3 cars to maneuver out of the backyard as would be suggested in the site plan. Cars will park around the backyard, including right up to the fence line with no barrier and in greater numbers rather than is shown in the site plan. The previous surface indicated in the site plan is not a viable option. You can already see the water pooling in a huge puddle near the house, even from a modest rain. I have photos. Let's see. Is the previous surface we can see from our upper floor the intended surface to meet technically the zoning calculations for non-paved backyard? This is not the intention of the zoning backyards. This arrangement of uncontained, unmanageable surface will result in water runoff onto our property. More cars than three crammed into the rear yard, likely damage to fencing, and little doubt a resulting pave over in the near future to fix the problem generated by the parking arrangement drawn in the site plan submitted by developers. The fundamental problem is a zoning requirement for impervious surfaces in the yard areas is intended to prevent the rear yard lots in residential zones. The site plan proposal does not accomplish that intention. The owner Amicus claims that in accordance with the IZD, they have added 3 off-street parking spaces to match 3 new bedrooms they want to add to the house, in addition to the pre-existing grandfathered off-street parking spaces they're claiming. The Amicus parking plan isn't viable because the new driveway is too narrow to be safely used by larger vehicles. And also, the new parking plan actually blocks or supersedes the spaces that were already in use. The new parking plan is not functional and can't justify the addition of the 3 new bedrooms by Amicus. I support the appeal. The next comment is in support of the appeal. Juliana D. Paget, 935 Dante Street, NOLA 70118. I am in support of the appeal. The owner of Amicus claims that in accordance with IZD, they have added 3 off-street parking spaces to match the 3 new bedrooms that they want to add to the house, in addition to 2 pre-existing grandfathered off-street spaces they're claiming. However, this cannot be seen as a functional plan. 1, the new driveway is too narrow to be safely used by larger vehicles. 2, the new plan actually blocks or supersedes the spaces that were already in use. The new parking plan can't justify the addition of 3 new bedrooms by Amicus. The next comment is in support of the appeal. Paulette Perrion, 827 Short Street. Please stop insanity with developers who have totally and completely contributed to the physical, moral, economic, and architectural ruin of our Carrollton neighborhoods. Thank you. Next comment in support of the appeal, Elizabeth Hulk, 909 Burnett Street, NOLA 70118. We feel besieged in these applicants that invariably cut corners on the zoning requirements and load our area with parking and transient resident problems. Next comment in support of the appeal, David Kiefer, 7718 Ferret Street. The staff seems to consistently justify support opposition to this appeal because based on at times loose interpretation of multi-family standards and at other times strict interpretation. As an architect with 30 years experience, this process is insane. Simply apply logic. If this is to be granted slack standards for parking because multifamily designations, then also consider the fair housing, ADA, and IBC applications in terms of existing and other issues that would, in practice, not even permit the project to go forward as designed. Do you think you could drive down that long 7.5 foot wide driveway and park in the rear? The answer, of course, is no. Please support the appeal. In support of the application, Barbara Carroll Hester, 915 Dante Street, NOLA 70118. we absolutely need to decrease the congestion in this area. In support of this appeal, Graham Hill, 917 Hillary Street, the parking as designed is not viable. Next comment in support of this appeal, Bill Eyes, 8601 Zimble Street. The new parking plan by Amicus is not functional and can't justify the addition of 3 new bedrooms. It eliminates the use of the existing spots, so is a net increase of only 1 space. In support of this appeal, Robert Strain, 7625 Burt Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70118. Safety and permits continues to favor the developer over the neighborhood and ignore the IZD. This is evident by the approvals they continue to make. Inspect the property in person and you will see how narrow the driveway is. Most vehicles will not fit. The new parking plan is not functional and can't justify the addition of 3 new bedrooms by Amicus. This appeal needs to be upheld and the permit revoked. The next comment is in opposition of the appeal, Gustavo Romero, 2600 General Pershing. This appeal, it has no merit since the homeowner has complied with the CZO, and astonishing how much people want to limit their use of such a seizable structure. The next comment is in opposition of the appeal, Elizabeth House, 2327 General Pershing Street. This appeal has no merit. It is clear the owner complied with the CZO. And that's the end of the comments for this case. There was opposition. Was that one actually opposition?
Yes.
No merit, yeah. So there's opposition so that the applicant does have an opportunity to rebut, and the property owner will both have 5 minutes.
Okay.
We'll start with the applicant.
Am I on?
Yes, Keith.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I want to talk about something I don't think that the BZA has looked at before in terms of the IZD, and that's the calculation of the number of parking spaces that the developer will be entitled to. And let me just give you a hypothetical here. Suppose they've got a new driveway on the right, as they do, and they had a parking space somewhere down toward the rear of the building in there. And in order to be able to get to the backyard and put 3 parking spaces in back there like they did, they'd have to remove that 1 parking space in the driveway. In that case, even though they have 3 new parking spaces in the back, it's really only 2 additional spaces. There you go. It's only 2 additional spaces. So you have to take account of spaces that are lost in the process. And so I'm going to walk you through how that works in this case. On the right-hand side, St. Charles Avenue side of the building, there is a grandfathered space. I think that both parties admit that that space has been used for parking there for years. But since they're going to, and it's in front of the facade, so it's an illegal non-conforming use, but the driveway is going to go through there. So they're going to lose that legal non-conforming space in order to create 3 spaces in the back. So that's one loss. Secondly, there was a garage in the backyard, and I think we're on the same page with this, if I understood Mr. Kendall correctly. That garage has been torn down, and the 1 parking space in it has been lost. So that's a loss of 2 parking spaces. Now, when we talk about the new spaces, on the left side, the Hampson Street side, there is a wide driveway which has been used for parking in the past. And what's been proposed is that, well, you know, they can put a number of parking spaces in there. The problem with that, and they can, the problem with that argument is that those were already legal existing spaces. So you can't count any new, and this is not new, you can't count the pre-existing parking spaces on the left-hand driveway as new parking spaces. And so they don't get any new parking spaces on the left side. On the right side, as we saw before, that non-conforming use space, it can't be moved. The CZO is pretty clear. You can't move a non-conforming space to another part of the lot. In the rear, if you believe the driveway is sufficient enough width to get them back there and give them the 3 spaces, then that would give them a total of 3 additional spaces, but they lost the 2. So they're really only getting 1 additional space. That's the word used in the IZD, additional spaces. So even if you buy most of their arguments, they're still only getting 1 new additional space. So just quickly, I'm going to go back and talk about the driveway. Number one, no jurisdiction in the United States that I could find allows driveways under 8 feet. That's in my brief, and I've got copies of documents from various jurisdictions. Mr. Kendall believed that the driveway was only 7 foot 6 inches. The video shows that the small
Your
car
time is up, Mr. Hartley.
can only barely get through. And also the Huey affidavit shows that it's too narrow for a Toyota truck. So thank you for the time, and I hope you will hope you'll comply with what we've said and approve our appeal. Thank you.
Katie?
Yes, thank you. A few things. First of all, from the public comments, this is not a dormitory. That's a specifically defined term in the CZO. These are, it's going from a 5-unit multifamily in a multifamily zoned district to 3 units. Trying to say, also, there is a survey on file with the city. Obviously, it's necessary when you first submit your plans. The one that I was trying to submit was, as you go along in your project, you do midpoint surveys, et cetera. That was just to show that since any modifications, those haven't changed. Additionally, from the public comments, someone mentioned that the rear yard is only 21 feet, 1.5 inches. I will draw to your attention that they are actually looking about at the rear setback area up until what's required. So there's additional footage beyond that you just can't build inside of. So it was, that's improperly looking at the wrong thing, which is exactly why we have this board and the city and people trained in this to look at the documents and make sure that we're all looking at the right dimensions. Okay, additionally, everyone agrees that there were historically 2 parking spaces for the 5-unit complex. 2 spaces. That means either you get to count the space that was in the garage, which yes, has since been demoed to comply with open space, permeable space requirements, and was done after the reissued permit and under that. So either you get that parking space or you get to park in front of it, and that counts as 1. At the very most of the 5-plex, this board determined that none of the units had more than 2 bedrooms in it. So on that left-hand side, at most, even if you counted tandem parking, that would be 2 spaces. There's currently enough space for 3, and there are since units with 3 units that would comply. For the right-hand side, I myself have driven back there. We've also provided videos showing it counts. It's possible if you would like us to remove that fence on the side, we can do that. That's no problem. But whether or not it's adequate to reach the spaces in the back, we've proved it time and time again. It's possible. We did it. I did it. Trying to think, the grandfathered space, like I said, even if you don't count that you could move it over, which I think is within the bounds of the CZO and with the spirit of the CZO, where you had a grandfathered parking pad and we're saying use this portion of it. We have the additional space on the tandem parking on the left-hand side. So we've created 3 in the back. You can access them. There's more than enough adequate space. It's 8 feet at its most minimum on the property, and it gets larger going back from there. Trying to think if there was anything else to really mention that. I heard one last thing from a public comment about water runoff concerns. As it stands, the parking situation has not been finalized pending this review, because nobody wants to lay down concrete and dig it up later. So any of that, the current condition that neighbor has concerns with is not the final condition of the land, as the project is ongoing. I believe that addresses very briefly all of the concerns that were raised. If you have any questions, obviously, please let me know.
All right, thank you, Katie. Any questions from the board? Okay. Hearing none. Just a quick question to safety and permits. Trying to get clarification around those parking stalls in the rear. Explain again, what is actually the correct number of spots that would be allowed back here? Is it the 3 or not? Nick.
So yeah, they're proposing providing 3 spaces in the rear. It appears that they have room for those 3 spaces based on the design requirements for off-street parking spaces for multifamily residential uses. The spaces are 8.5 by 18. There's no required setback for the parking spaces to be adjacent to a rear property line. For single and 2 family, there is a requirement that a parking pad be set back 3 feet from any property line, but there's not the same requirement for a multifamily use. So yeah, they have provided plans that show 3 parking spaces that meet our off-street parking standards. And so as far as the count of spaces, I think everyone's kind of on the same page with this, that they were grandfathered for 2 parking spaces that they were already providing on site, and they're adding 3 more spaces. And that's what's required since they're adding 3 bedrooms to these dwelling units because of the university IZD requirements.
My only concern with that one is just, and I'm trying to pull this up from the CZO for the site design standards. Can you give me just a quick reference to where that is, chapter and verse? Article section, excuse me. You're on mute, Nate.
Sorry about that. Article 22, section 22.8D.
Okay.
Gets to the design requirements for off-street vehicle parking areas, and these are for your commercial and multifamily residential uses.
You said under 22.8, Z?
B is in boy.
B, thank you.
D is in dog.
Dog, all right. Okay. And this is the only area where it does show that if you had a 90-degree parking spot, so case in point, like reference to figure 22-2, on 90-degree parking stalls, you can park up flush up against the wall. I know that some traditional design standards for perpendicular parking usually calls out for 8-foot area to be spaced next to it in order for a vehicle to make the appropriate turnaround to pull back out. And just curious around being under this, let's see. Are we saying that it meets the 24-foot drive aisle requirement? Does it have that space?
Yes, so they have the 24-foot drive aisle, and that's a space directly adjacent to those parking spaces. So there's a difference between the drive aisle, which is that space right next to those parking spaces, which gives you the room to be able to pull in, back out, all those things. And then the driveway, which leads to the drive aisle and the off-street parking spaces. So that obviously isn't 24 feet wide, and there's different standards for driveways than for these aisle widths. And so for driveways, there isn't any minimum size. There's only a maximum driveway width of 12 feet for one way and 24 feet for two way.
Okay. I've always viewed it a little differently, only because of just turning radius requirements for standard vehicles, but okay. Because I thought that 12-foot drive aisle was only when it's 12 foot when it's one direction, correct?
Yeah, so yeah, I think there's differences based on the angle of parking as well as if you do have one way versus two way.
Right, 12 feet is when it's when it's perpendicular, it's 24 in order for the vehicle to make the turning radius.
Yeah, so for if you do have angle like
then you could go
45
down
degrees
as
in one
narrow
way,
as
it can be.
Right. Okay. All right, any questions from anyone else on the board? Hearing none, does anyone want to present a motion? Commissioner Diaz, you have a question?
Yeah, I was just gonna make the motion. Yeah, just trusting that that there's enough room on there. Looking at those photos, I understand it looks a little challenging, but the survey and building a new fence would hopefully clear that up and dealing with some of the plumbing and things along the side of the house. So with that said, I've moved to uphold the decision of safety and permits in regards to BZA 5021.
And clarify that. Go ahead, Missy, you got it.
Yeah, adding it, yeah, just add the language of finding that there was no error.
Oh, finding that there was no error. Sorry.
In the decision.
Yeah.
In the decision.
Alfonso, second.
All right, Rami, you want to clarify
Yeah,
that motion just to make sure we capture all the correct language?
Yeah, in regards to BZA 5021, find that there's no error in the decision of the Director of Safety and Permits.
Second, Alfonso.
Okay. All right, we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Diaz and a second by Commissioner Gonzalez, identifying that no error was made while in the decision process by the Director of Safety and Permits with regards to BZA docket number 050-21. Roll vote, Commissioner Rufo.
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yay.
Commissioner Diaz.
Yes.
Commissioner Agins.
Yes.
Commissioner James is a yes as well, and that motion is passed with 5 votes. Next item.
The next item is item number 12, BZA docket 05121. This is an appeal of the decision of the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits regarding the determination that the subject property has attained legal non-conforming status as 2 single-family dwellings, 2-family residential use. There were no comments received, and there's no need for rebuttal.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Yes, Ms. Stoll.
I'm sorry. I submitted an email for comments by the deadline from myself and from Mr. Errol Marcelin. So I got an email confirming that that information was received. So
So clarification with staff, was that included in the report?
No, it was not, because it was asked for public comment.
Ms. Stoll, I'm trying to ask the staff, please.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I believe it is. I can double check that right now, but just as clarification, for comments submitted in writing before the deadline for public comments, which was 1 week ago at 5 p.m., those comments are included in the packet to the board, but are not read aloud at the meeting. And I can go ahead and double check that it is included right now.
Okay. So Ms. Doyle, when did you submit those comments?
They were submitted before the deadline.
Okay. So we're just trying to, there's a difference between what gets read aloud versus what we have. So if it's anything that was received during a public comment period, that we just went through that 30-minute recess is what was being read aloud. So just giving you a point of clarity, understand what the procedure here.
Thank you.
Okay, any question from the board? Understanding that we didn't have any additional public comment. Emily, I know you're checking that staff report, but if anyone has any questions in the interim.
I just because this has come up before with other similar types of properties, can you guys clarify the how you all justify the continuous use and nonconformity? There was some discussion about the use of the actual building, but I guess it was used for a hair salon at some point. But you know, can staff explain the criteria for continued use of a back space like this? What goes through the selection process?
Yeah, so when we have these sort of cases, which does come up a fair amount with various types of accessory structures that get converted into dwelling units, usually without the proper permits, is we look towards the prescription regulations in state law. And so the Louisiana revised statutes give the city of New Orleans and other jurisdictions essentially 5 years to cite properties for zoning code violations. And so by converting an accessory structure to a dwelling unit, in this case, one that's in a single family zoning district, you now have 2 dwelling units, which would be an illegal use that would constitute a zoning violation. So the city has 5 years to cite the property. And so when we get these sort of requests for non-conforming use determinations, we kind of have to go back and look at, okay, from this date, what sort of that history that we have for this property going back at least 5 years. And so because there's not permits in a number of cases, you know, these don't have their own separate meters and utilities and the other sort of things that we would tend to look for when doing kind of a non-conforming use determination for like a 3-plex or a 4-plex in a 2-family residential district. We're kind of relying on documentation from the applicant to show that, okay, yeah, at this point a kitchen was added or a bathroom was added. So in this case, we had some information, you know, from real estate listings in 2012 that shows that, you know, the building was converted from a garage into what appears to be habitable space. There are photographs of bathrooms, kind of living space, and AC unit. We didn't see a kitchen, which is usually the big thing in making this sort of determination, the presence of a kitchen, but we can kind of see a partial picture of a countertop, which looks like, you know, where there might have been a kitchen or a kitchenette in that unit. So, based on that, based on the information that the property owner was able to provide with regards to, you know, affidavits from tenants who were living in that space, we felt like, you know, they had submitted sufficient documentation to show that, you know, this accessory structure was converted to a dwelling unit over 5 years ago. And part of what you might be getting at in your question as well is not only do you have to, with a non-conforming use, you have to show that it has attained its legal non-conforming status, it has to maintain that status as well. So it can't be vacant for a period of 180 days or more.
Does that answer your question, Commissioner Diaz?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that for, you know, just so everyone understands. So to determine that occupancy, I mean, if it's vacant, how do you determine that, right? I mean, if sometimes it's hard to prove that, but I think it seems like there's enough evidence here. Is that, I mean, that's what I'm hearing from you, Nick, that you all made that determination.
Yes, and certainly this particular case, I think, was maybe a little bit more difficult than others just because we did have some competing information from the neighbors that said, oh yeah, you know, based on our observations, this hadn't been a dwelling unit. So we ended up going back to the property owner a number of times, requesting additional documents. You know, at first it's just like, oh, here's a list of people who are living there. We made them go out and get actual affidavits from those people who were living there because, you know, they didn't have leases or anything like that because, you know, it was a friend or a family member or something who was residing there. So they didn't have, you know, the typical documents that we would see, leases, rent receipts, those sorts of things.
And that's generally what meets all of you guys' check boxes, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Any other questions from other board members? What's the pleasure of the board?
If I could just interject, I did take a look at the packets. I don't see
Thank you.
the letter from Ms. Doyle in there. I see another one that was submitted on the same email, but I don't see the letter from her. I'm wondering if, since it was submitted by the deadline, if you all would like me to read it into the record.
Since she did bring that up, and if it was not included, so maybe just a quick question to Ms. Doyle. Is it different from what you commented on before?
It pretty much summarized what I said earlier.
Okay.
So there's not a whole lot of difference in what I would say now or what was stated in that letter and what I said earlier.
Okay. All right. I'm just trying to be fair, but just trying to avoid any level of duplication if it does present the same case.
Thank you.
So maybe just a quick question, just out of a point of courtesy, would you prefer for it to be read in, or are you okay in terms of what was presented beforehand?
Just as a point of reference, in case we have to take this further, I'd like it to be read in. Thank you.
Okay.
Right. All right, to staff of the Board of Zoning Adjustments from Lynette M. Doyle. And actually, let me share my screen. From Lynette M. Doyle, 7709 Edward Street, New Orleans, LA 70126, regarding docket 051-21-7701 Edward Street, NOLA 70126. I am not being paid in connection with my comments. I am writing to express my disappointment and displeasure at the decision reached in error by the zoning administrator, Nicholas Kendall, regarding the legal non-conforming status of the property located at 7701 Edward Street. Based on the weak and insufficient evidence provided by the homeowners, I cannot see how he came to this conclusion. A permit was never secured by the current or any previous homeowner at this location to change the use of the rear accessory structure in the history of this home. There are no records with safety and permits nor the assessor's office to prove a permit was legally obtained to change the use of the structure. Mr. Kendall admitted as much in his determination letter. The 2012 real estate listing for this property that Mr. Kendall alluded to clearly states that a bathroom and an AC unit were pictured, but no kitchen or kitchenette. He never mentions a bedroom or living space. This does not prove that this structure was converted prior to the current owners. The information Mr. Kendall used to draw his conclusion is mostly based on speculation, maybes, probablys, and dishonest information provided by the current homeowners. By his own admission, the homeowners only provided a current lease for the main dwelling and not the rear structure, but only a list of the supposed tenants who occupied the rear dwelling intermittently since 2012, along with affidavits from 3 of the said tenants. The only other thing Mr. Kendall used to draw his conclusion was one utility bill from August 2020. I believe the 5-year threshold was not met, and therefore this property should not be grandfathered in. No one has lived in the rear dwelling ever, but even by their own admission, it's been sporadic and never for 5 consecutive years. No proof was provided, such as receipts, bank statements, canceled checks, leases from the former tenants, nor anything else concrete or substantial to reach his conclusion. We, the residents of the 7700 block of Edward Street, believe this decision should be reversed, as we would like to maintain the sanctity of our neighborhood and not bring down our property values by changing the use of the neighborhood from single family to multifamily dwellings. Lynette M. Doyle.
Thank you, Emily. And Missy, just as a real quick point of clarity, because I think I may have done something out of protocol. Since it wasn't an original packet, did we need to suspend the rules to read that in or not?
I think it was received prior to the deadline, so that's what the rule is about, receiving things after the deadline. But Emily, just make sure that it's within the packet, the final packet that's on Granicus, just in case there's litigation or something. But it was received prior to the deadline, correct? Yeah, okay, so then there's no need.
All right, thank you. Any other questions from the board? What's the pleasure of the board? Does anyone want to present a motion or further question?
Nobody else has any other questions? Tamara, did you have a question? See your mic's off. So I'll make a motion in regards to docket BZA 5021. I'm moved to accept the or to find that the Director of Safety and Permits is not in error. And yeah, I do that right. Sorry, I need coffee. All right.
I feel like we always slip that one up sometimes.
Did I get that right?
So whenever you're doing, like, whenever you're upholding, you say, I uphold the director of safety and permits decision to do X, finding that there was no error in their decision.
That's what I meant to say, yes. Okay, in regards to docket BZA 5021, I move to uphold the decision of Director of Safety and Permits and finding that it was not in error.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second, Matt Rufo.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Diaz and a second by Commissioner Rufo, understanding for BZA docket 051-21. The motion as presented is that the Director of Safety and Permits decision was not, that we concur with the director's decision and that the decision was not made in error. Roll call vote, Commissioner Rufo.
Yes.
Commissioner Diaz.
Yes.
Commissioner Egan's.
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yay.
Yay. And Commissioner James is a yes as well. With that, that motion passed with 5 votes, sorry. Next item.
Okay, the next item is BZA docket 05221. This is an appeal of the decision of the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits regarding the reissuance of permit number 2004351 RNVS. And Emily is going to read the comments for this item.
Are you able to time the comments, please? All right. The first comment comes from Kathleen S. Plimmer in support of the appeal, 1405 Audubon Street, New Orleans, LA 70118. The owner of this property has tide to go around the zoning requirements. We do not need any more dorms in our neighborhood. The next comment in support of the appeal comes from Bruce H. Adams, 1621 Audubon Street. The neighborhood was not developed with this type of density/use. Streets are too narrow, parking is already oversaturated, sewer systems were not designed for this level of density and use. There are no user fees to address the additional demands upon public utilities. The size of the structure dwarfs the others in the neighborhood and blocks natural light to those it backs against on Audubon Street. This type of use will result in exacerbating garbage cans not placed nor retrieved in a timely manner, as is common throughout the student rental properties, as is the resultant thoughtless parking of the students in general. It is an obvious impact of the type of user throughout the university area. The next comment in support of the appeal comes from Lisa Woolfolk at 817 Lower Line Street. D2D is ruining the character of our neighborhood. Garbage and recycling trucks cannot get down our streets because the students park and make it impossible to get through. The owner, Amicus, claims that in accordance with the IZD, they have added 3 off-street parking places to match the 3 new bedrooms they want to add to the house, in addition to 2 pre-existing grandfathered off-street parking spaces they're claiming. But the Amicus parking plan isn't viable because the new driveway is too narrow to be safely used by larger vehicles. Also, the new plan actually blocks or supersedes the spaces that were already in use. The new parking plan is not functional and can't justify the addition of 3 new bedrooms by Amicus. The next comment in support of the appeal comes from Tanya Liu at 7630 Booth Street, New Orleans, LA 70118. I support this appeal. The next comment in support comes from Deborah Howell at 1538 Adams Street, New Orleans, LA. I'm going to set my timer for this one just in case. I am writing in support of the application by neighbors of the Amicus Dormitory at 1409 Broadway and their claim that safety and permits erred when they allowed the developers to build a completely different building under the previously rejected permit, all in order to aid the developer in circumventing the restrictions of the interim zoning district. Safety and permits needs to spend more effort supporting existing New Orleans residents and neighborhoods who are being adversely affected by the continued commercial development of furnished luxury student dormitories in neighborhoods that are zoned residential and not commercial. And without a doubt, to the neighbors of these properties, commercial zoning is the only location in which these nuisance developments should be allowed, just like the short-term rental hotels they closely resemble. 1409 Broadway is one of many university area properties being purchased by these dormitory developers that were illegally converted to multifamily student housing by previous owners who were able to get away with unpermitted alterations because of habitual lack of enforcement by safety and permits. Yet these new developer owners are able to keep these illegal conversions and profit by them because safety and permits simply rubber stamps their plans and zoning verification requests without doing enough research or investigation or even physically inspecting the properties. Any new owner's ability to benefit from an earlier owner's illegal activities should end, not be rubber stamped with approval by safety and permits. As a result of safety and permits lax attention, hundreds of full-time residents in the Carrollton University area have been conscripted as zoning police. Many residents are now exhausted by this role, which should not be our job. We need a safety and permits that is responsive to existing residents and not one who sees its primary role as a handmaiden to the developers who are hell-bent on destroying our neighborhoods. We are fighting a battle very similar to the one that led to the short-term rental regulations enacted in 2019 and are losing full-time resident housing, many of these luxury student dormitory conversions. Please support the appeal and force the developer to go through a normal new permit process for their new development plan. The next comment in support comes from Beverly Nichols at 7301 Booth Street, New Orleans, LA 70118. I support the appeal in this case. The next comment from Jill Fitzpatrick, 1418 Audubon Street, is in support. Please support the appeal regarding 1409 Broadway. Amicus has been allowed to pursue construction that flagrantly defies ICD rules by working under a revoked permit. This permit has invalidated 2 times last year, both by the BZA and in civil district court. In order to build the new structure, Amicus must comply with zoning regulations and apply for a new permit. Otherwise, the rule of law is useless and they are permitted to continue as they please while the neighbors are left with their hands tied. The next comment in support comes from Elaine Leda at 1620 Dublin Rear Apartment. Some development is destroying our neighborhoods, yet not providing much needed affordable housing. DSP should support neighbors, not untrustworthy developers. In August 2020, neighbors went to the BZA to object to the DSP's issuance of a permit to Amicus Properties that expanded the footprint of a proposed multifamily house triplex at 1409 Broadway. The BZA agreed with the neighbors. Amicus appealed and the court also ruled in favor of the neighbors in January 2021, revoking the permit. But in February 2021, the DSP allowed Amicus to resubmit new plans for a double on the same permit. If the DSP had issued a new permit, as they should have done by law, Amicus would have been obliged to add 4 new parking places to match the new bedrooms. If Amicus cannot add parking places, they should not be allowed to add bedrooms. Next comment in support of the appeal from Christine Maristani at 7107 St. Charles Avenue. In August 2020, neighbors went to the BZA to object to the DSP's issuance of a permit to Amicus Properties that expanded the footprint of a proposed multifamily house triplex at 1409 Broadway. The BZA agreed with the neighbors. When Amicus appealed, the court also ruled in favor of the neighbors in January 2021, revoking the permit. But in February 2021, the DSP allowed Amicus to resubmit new plans for a double on the same permit. If the DSP had issued a new permit, as they should have done by law, Amicus would have been obliged to add 4 new parking spaces to match the new bedrooms. If Amicus cannot add parking places, they should not be allowed to add bedrooms. The next comment in support comes from Marie Gold, 625 Pine Street. This is yet another property purchased by Amicus, an out-of-state company making a lot of money altering an old New Orleans neighborhood into a student party town. The litter alone brought by the students degrades our neighborhood, and then there is the partying. Amicus is purchasing many properties in our neighborhood and turning them into crowded student housing. In August 2020, neighbors went to the BZA to object to the DSP's issuance of a permit to Amicus Properties that expanded the footprint of a proposed multifamily house triplex at 1409 Broadway. The BZA agreed with the neighbors. When Amicus appealed, the court also ruled in favor of the neighbors. In January 2021, revoking the permit. But in February 2021, the DSP allowed Amicus to resubmit new plans for a double on the same permit. If the DSP had issued a new permit, as they should have done by law, Amicus would have been obliged to add 4 new parking places to match the new bedrooms. If Amicus could not add parking places, they should not be allowed to add bedrooms. The next comment in support comes from Bruce H. Adams, 1621 Audubon Street, New Orleans, LA 70118. Please note my earlier comment where I had chosen the incorrect response immediately above. Let me just double check Bruce's original comment.
That was it.
Missy, should I reread Bruce's comment? He had submitted a comment earlier. I guess I can read it to be safe. Please note my earlier comment where I had chosen the incorrect response immediately above. I support the application for the following reasons. The neighborhood was not developed with this type of density/use. Streets are too narrow, parking is already oversaturated, sewer systems were not designed for this level of density and use. There are no user fees to address the additional demands upon public utilities. The size of the structure dwarfs the others in the neighborhood and blocks natural light to those it backs against on Audubon Street. This type of use will result in exacerbating garbage cans not placed nor retrieved in a timely manner, as is common throughout the student rental properties, as is the resultant thoughtless parking of the students in general. It is an obvious impact of the type of user throughout the university area. In support of the appeal, Mark Peneghy, 1509 Audubon Street. I support the appeal of this item. Having lost on this issue before, through and including in the court, the owner should have been required to apply for a new permit, which requires the owner to provide additional parking, which has not been added for the work contemplated. The next comment in support comes from Lynette Judge, 1512 Audubon Street, New Orleans, LA 70118. The original permit for this property was revoked in January 2021. 1 month later, Amicus submitted new plans to the DSP, which should require a new permit, not be piggybacked onto the old revoked permit. If the DSP had issued a new permit dated February 2021, as required by law, Amicus would not have to add 4 new parking places to match the bedrooms. If Amicus cannot add parking places, they should not be allowed to add bedrooms. The next comment in support from Claudia Garofalo at 922 Adams Street. This is another case of Amicus Properties not being able to add extra parking places and therefore should not be allowed to add new bedrooms. It appears that in February 2021, the DSP allowed Amicus to resubmit new plans for a double on a previously submitted permit. If the DSP had issued a new permit, as they should have done by law, Amicus would have been obliged to add 4 new parking places to match the new bedrooms. No additional parking spaces, no additional bedrooms. When is the city going to stop this injustice? Stop violating the sanctity of our neighborhoods. The next comment in support comes from Guy Cook, 1125 Lower Line Street, New Orleans. This is an illegal addition and should be stopped. Next comment in support from Patrick Baker, 1624 Broadway. I support the appeal. The next comment in support, let me set my timer, comes from Susan Johnson, 2822 LePage Street, New Orleans, Louisiana at 70119. Comment reads as follows. In her communications with the public about the development of properties owned by her client, Amicus's attorney, Catherine Swartout, frequently reminds the city and the BZA that the Louisiana Constitution, as well as the U.S. Constitution, affords all citizens the right to acquire, own, control, use, enjoy, protect, and dispose of private property. LA Constitutional and Art 1-4. In the case of 1409 Broadway, this quote appears on page 4, note 4 of her letter of opposition dated May 10th. Amicus's properties are owned by for-profit LLCs rather than by private persons. Even given that corporations have recently been defined as persons by the Supreme Court of the United States, certain practical questions arise, primarily concerning Amicus's enjoyment and use of the property. Let's distinguish between kinds of enjoyment. As a national corporation, Amicus is concerned only with the financial enjoyment of our neighborhood. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here. Residents, on the other hand, are concerned with the private and civic enjoyment and pride in their homes. Owner-occupants and renters used to live in a kind of balance with landlords. This is no longer true, not since the zoning laws that are supposed to negotiate the boundaries between neighbors have been so heinously violated by Amicus and the other student housing developers in our neighborhoods. Somehow Amicus and the other for-profit LLCs have ended up with superior rights. Why is this? And how would Amicus like to have developments like 1409 Broadway next to their own homes in the Lower Garden District and in Darien, Connecticut? S.P. Johnson, Principal Town of Carrollton Watch, a not-for-profit LLC. The next comment in support of the appeal comes from Joseph R. Delavisio, MD, 1317 Henry Clay Avenue. Parking density in the university area is a nightmare and it's getting worse. Permitting developers to further increase population density is a terrible idea. Amicus in the development of 1409 Broadway, as well as multiple other developments in the neighborhood, is a significant contributor to this problem. The parking plan they have proposed isn't viable because the driveway is too narrow to be safely used by larger vehicles. In addition, the new plan actually blocks or replaces the spaces that were already in use. In support of the appeal, Sarah Kiefer, 7718 Ferret Street, NOLA 70118. In August 2020, neighbors went to the BZA to object to the DSP's issuance of a permit to Amicus Properties that expanded the footprint of a proposed multifamily house triplex at 1409 Broadway. The BZA agreed with the neighbors. When Amicus appealed, the court also ruled in favor of the neighbors in January 2021, revoking the permit. But in February 2021, the DSP allowed Amicus to resubmit new plans for a double on the same permit. If the DSP had issued a new permit, as they should have done by law, Amicus would have been obliged to add 4 new parking places to match the new bedrooms. If Amicus cannot add parking places, they should not be allowed to add bedrooms. The next comment in support comes from Elizabeth Hook at 909 Burdett Street, NOLA. These developments are always cutting corners and loading our neighborhood with parking and transient occupant problems. The next comment in support comes from Juliana D. Paget, 935 Dante Street, NOLA 70118. I support the appeal of the Director of Safety and Permits decision for 1409 Broadway. 2 times neighbors have objected to the DSP's issuance of a permit to Amicus Properties that expanded the footprint of a proposed multifamily house triplex at 1409 Broadway. The first was in August 2020 to the BZA, and the BZA agreed with the neighbors. When Amicus appealed, the court also ruled in favor of the neighbors in January 2021, revoking the permit. But in February 2021, the DSP allowed Amicus to resubmit new plans for a double on the same permit. If the DSP had issued a new permit, as they should have done by law, Amicus would have been obliged to add 4 new parking places to match the new bedrooms. If Amicus cannot add parking places, they should not be allowed to add bedrooms. Next comment in support comes from Paulette Perrion, 827 Short Street. Please help all homeowners the right to protect their property without profit to out-of-state developers. Key to understanding the rights of all citizens. Thank you. In support of the appeal, Wendy Delavisio, 1317 Henry Clay Avenue. Anything that increases the parking density, especially in the university area, is unacceptable. The Amicus parking plan isn't viable. The proposed new plan is too narrow to safely accommodate large vehicles and is not functional. In Supported this appeal, Barbara Carol Hester, 915 Dante Street. The growing congestion is making living in these areas frustrating and unpleasant. In support of this appeal, Graham Hill, 917 Hillary Street. I support the appeal. In support of the appeal, Bill Ives, 8601 Zimple Street, New Orleans, LA 70118. If Amicus cannot add parking places, they should not be allowed to add bedrooms. Their plan does not add the required spaces. In support of the appeal, Keith Hardy, 618 Audubon Street. The single issue before the board today is whether the new permit was properly issued under the old number. Any consideration as to whether the project complies with the IZD would be premature, and the Department of Safety and Permits has not addressed IZD compliance. In support, Robert Strain, 7625 Booth Street, New Orleans, LA 70118. In August 2020, neighbors went to the BZA to object to the DSP's issuance of this permit to Amicus Properties. The BZA agreed with the neighbors. When appealed in court, the court also ruled in favor of the neighbors in January 2021, revoking the permit. But in February 2021, the DSP allowed Amicus to resubmit new plans on the same revoked permit. The DSP should have issued a new permit, as they should have done by law. This is yet another example of safety and permits favoring the developer over the rights of the neighborhood and ignoring the law. This permit needs to be revoked. Amicus needs add 4 new parking places to match the new bedrooms. If Amicus cannot add parking places, they should not be allowed to add bedrooms. The next comment is in opposition to the appeal from Elizabeth Hoots, 2327 General Pershing Street. This appeal has no merit. It is clear the owner has complied with the CZO. And the final comment in opposition, Gustavo Romero, 2600 General Pershing. How can the structure / property be pushed toward being a single family house with 4 bedrooms when historically it has been rented as a triplex with 8 bedrooms? Disgruntled neighbors are opposed to this being a nicer version of what has been for a very long time, but would be happy to gentrify the area by making it so only a single family with vast means can afford. Would they be here if it was a Newman family trying to dig a pool or build a 2-car garage with an outdoor kitchen? Those fellows would have been received with fresh cookies. And that is the end of the comments. And there was opposition, so the applicant has an opportunity to rebut.
Thank you, Emily. The issue squarely in front of this board is straightforward. Does the DSP have the authority to reissue a permit which had been revoked by this board, whose revocation had been affirmed by the Civil District Court in a final binding judgment, and which had expired under the City Code before its reissuance? By reissuing such a permit, the DSP is taking the position that it can ignore this board's decision, ignore a final binding court judgment and the City Code, and it has the discretion to avoid complying with the city's zoning laws instead of exercising any perceived discretion to fulfill the legislative intent behind the zoning laws. The DSP's position is not supported by the city's zoning laws and against well-established principles of law and statutory construction. Now, the developer's attorney seems to suggest earlier that the permit was not revoked because no order used the word revoked in connection with the permit here. I just want to remind you that the DSP did not argue that the permit was not revoked. In fact, the DSP is judicially barred from taking that position because the city represented the Civil District Court in its legal memorandum in opposition to the developer's request for preliminary injunction in the developer's appeal, which I attached as Exhibit L to our written comments, that the BZA decision in August 2020 revoked the permit. That's a final decision. There is also no dispute that the permit expired before the DSP reissued the permit on February 25th, 2021. The developer's attorney also seems to half-heartedly suggest that the DSP's reissuance of the permit is not subject to the BZA appeal. Well, the CO 4.8.b as in boy governing zoning appeals clearly states the decisions of the DSP on zoning ordinance interpretations and the CZO are subject to the BZA appeal. The DSP's apparent interpretation that February 20th, 2020 application falls within the CZO Article 19 exemption, despite the revoked and expired permit, clearly falls within the scope of the BZA appeal. Finally, the developer's attorney also seems to claim that the new duplex project complies with the IZD in any event. Well, first of all, this issue is not subject to the appeal here. The DSP did not assess the project under the IZD, and it is premature for this board to render any decision on that based merely on the developer's attorney's representation. Second, the developer's reliance on the non-conforming use determination is misplaced. The NCU determination had nothing to do with the counting of the existing bedrooms under the CZD. Although also the developer had clearly abandoned the NCU, intentionally abandoned the below grade basement apartments in June 2020. So in any event, this question is premature at this moment. The DSP has the duty to enforce the zoning laws and is obligated to interpret the laws consistent with the IZD's intent to require increased off-street parking for any increase in the number of bedrooms as of March 5th, 2020, allowing the DSP to torture the application process laid out under the city code. To reissue a revoked and invalid permit would undermine the city code and the CZO. If a developer could rely on a pre-IZD application despite the revocation and expiration of the permit, it would allow property owners to do an end run around the IZD. The city's zoning laws are designed to protect and balance the interests of all property owners in this city, not just those of the developers. We respectfully urge the BZA to enforce the zoning laws and revoke permit number 20-04351 again. Thank you.
All right, thank you. If I understand correctly, Katie also has a chance to rebut.
I believe the board needs to suspend the rules to do that.
Did we have comments in both?
We
Yes.
did.
Yeah, there were comments in both, so.
So Katie has the right. We don't have to suspend the rules for that. Right.
All right, thank you. And we're almost at an end. So I appreciate everyone paying attention just a tiny bit longer to take this last matter off your docket. Based on the public comments that we heard, I'd again like to address a few things. This property is not a dorm. It's a specifically defined term under the CZO, which does not apply here. Further, it's rented out full year rentals. It's been rented to students since 1995, again, as a triplex. Broadway Street is a very wide street, which in fact has its own little neutral ground down the center, and it's in the 2-hour parking area and a stone's throw. It's just it's neighborhood property, then the street, then it's 2-lane property. Historically, it had 1 space and 8 bedrooms. And now we're moving to 2 parking spaces and 8 bedrooms. There's been a lot of discussion here about how, the permit was revoked. It was determined that the DSP's interpretation of the word footprint was improper. So the permit was improperly issued, which takes us back to step 1, to the original application, wherein my clients altered the plans minimally to conform to that decision. And now it's a duplex, which is allowed by right. Someone else said it dwarfs everything else in the neighborhood. That's simply not true. It meets all the size and bulk regulations. It's also next to a 3-unit townhouse, which is higher in height. Across the street, that structure is also a multifamily unit dwelling, which I believe the height is higher than this addition. Caddy corner in the rear, the same one is higher than it in addition. Okay, nothing in here was to avoid complying with anything. This has been in litigation, obviously, to try and determine, as soon as that CDC decision came out, my client submitted the revised plans. Whether that counts as a new application or going back on the old one, I mean, nothing was abandoned. The abandonment period for permits is to make sure that that things don't sit undeveloped, right? If the city comes in and says, you know, you're building outside the scope of this permit, stop. You then have 180 days to make sure you submit revised plans and bring it back into conformance. This is the same that Nick Kindle said earlier. It is the custom of Department of Safety and Permits, and it's within their rights granted to them under the building code, which, as you know, is outside the CZO's jurisdiction and regulation powers. It's the building code, and I believe it's Municipal Code 2615, subpart 105 6. 1055 does the expiration of a permit, and 1056 is suspension, which gives the director the authorization to suspend or revoke a permit issued under the provisions of this code wherever the permit is issued in error or on the basis of incorrect, inaccurate, or any false statement or misrepresentation, or in violation of any ordinance or regulation or any of the provisions of this code. You have all dealt with a lot of projects throughout your tenure on the board or throughout life. The whole purpose of relating things back is to make sure that there is no public taking of your land by infringing more stringent things without the proper due notice, et cetera. It's also to make sure that there's not this never-ending loop of, by the time we comply with this and go through a year to see exactly what should be applied, and we make that revision, now there's new articles. By the time we go through and try and comply, there might be new ones. That is why things relate back to the original application date. And that's exactly what the IZD even considers in its writing, is that full applications received beforehand are not subject to it. But again, lest you think we're trying to pull one over on you and get rid of trying to add parking, this has historically had, and I'll even give it the benefit of the doubt. When we were at 631 Broadway, which we just heard about, but previously when we determined what constitutes a bedroom, this board held that an affidavit of the prior owner counted, or the previous leases counted. We tried to contact that prior owner. She refused for fear of retaliation of neighbors to get involved in any way, but she did tell me on the phone that she considered it to only have 7 bedrooms, even though they would rent to 8 people total. Bearing that in mind, if there's 7 bedrooms, at the time that it was sold to my clients, and at the time of their leases going through for 7 people, in those 7 bedrooms, that would mean that we're adding 1 bedroom and we're also adding 1 parking spot. So at the end of the day, no matter how you look at it, the spirit of the IZD is being upheld, and it was within the Department of Safety and Permits, within their discretion to relate this back, and actually it's for the public good and has become customary law to do so. Thank you very much again for listening. If you have any questions, let me know. I included the leases to show, and the room counts and the architectural plans with labeled bedrooms from the previous owner that were already in one stop. They're all in my opposition letter.
All right, thank you. Any questions from the board? And not all at once. All right, well, quick question, Mr. Kendall, I'm just trying to make sure we got clarity around what is being challenged. I just want to make sure we're clear on what is the question, because we have several points being attributed to this, including what was previously heard before the BCA.
Yes, in this case, the challenge is that the Department of Safety and Permits had reissued this permit, and the appellants are saying that instead of reissuing this permit, which was submitted, I believe in January 2020, that they should have had to apply for a new permit. And by applying for a new permit, then this development would have been subject to the University IZD parking regulations, which would require additional off-street parking to be provided.
Okay.
January 2021. Sorry.
He has the floor, so please no more additional comment unless requested. So just one other question of you, and this is a procedural question. When a challenge is received, or if something well, let me phrase this question differently. If a permit or a determination that applies to a particular permit is denied or overruled by BZA, does it trigger a permit being withdrawn from the one-stop shop?
So certainly when the BZA overturns any permit that's been issued by the department, we then, yes, send out notice that, oh yes, your permit has been rescinded, and I apologize if I'm not using the most precise language with any of these, but yes, like that then cancels that permit. And what the property owner is then given the option of doing is addressing the issue that was brought up in that particular case. So, for example, let's take 631 Broadway that was heard earlier today. That was an issue where the permit was rescinded based on the fact that the bedroom count was less than what we initially thought. We thought there was 12 bedrooms. It turned out there was only 7 bedrooms. BZA ruled, or I guess in that case, we rescinded the permit on our own after doing a zoning verification. But it's a similar sort of thing.
So Nick, maybe I'm asking the question wrong. What I'm actually trying to get to is the initial application and how it's in the one-stop shop system. I understand that traditionally permits, if it's turned in by a certain date, the zoning at the time of when that permit is the zoning and whatever applicable codes are in place at the time of a permit application being submitted, those are the rules that apply. When something is overturned at the BZA, does it then rescind the application itself, and that application can no longer be used? So maybe I shouldn't have said permit, I should refer to the initial application.
Yes, so in that particular case, the permit is vested in by the rules that are in place when a complete application is submitted. So the date that the permit's submitted with all the requirements, the required plans and everything else, it's vested in the rules that are in place at that particular time. If something happens with the permit, if the department figures out the permit was issued in error or the BZA overturns the permit, that does not cancel out the whole permit and send it back to square one. That just puts that temporary hold on the permit until the issues are resolved and it's brought back into compliance. At that point, we reissue the permit. And so that's common practice by our department. It's what was done with 631 Broadway. I just kind of went through my emails and found, another, I think 8 or 10 permits that I included in the staff report that, something similar happened. The stop work order was issued, a permit was rescinded, and then reissued once plans were submitted that brought it back into compliance.
So it's no
Did
different.
that answer your question?
Yeah, I think so. And I'm not trying to blur the line between waivers and variances versus appeals, but just from a procedural standpoint, case in point, if something was to get denied via waiver or variance, we often hear that, yes, the application as it's currently configured is denied, and that applicant can come back with a different type of application with a different scope of work, as long as it's not the exact same request. So in those cases, sometimes people will come back with a compliant set of plans based on whatever may have been determined beforehand. Is that a correct assumption, Nick?
Yes, that is correct. And in this particular case, it turned out to be a use issue because, they were proposing to expand the footprint of established multifamily dwelling. What they did was revise the scope of the permit and lessened it to go from multifamily to 2-family. And as a two-family dwelling, they can do an addition so long as it meets, the bulk and yard requirements of the base zoning district.
So it's no different from a set of plans being resubmitted later. Let's say if you have an initial application, that preserves whatever's in place at that time, but the plan could still be revised to something that still forms within conformity with the CZO.
Yes, that's correct. We see this more or less like we're issuing review comments to the applicant that says, like, you need to address these issues to get your permit issued. In this particular case, we had made a mistake and issued the permit in error. It shouldn't be, the applicant's fault that we issued the permit in error, and they're really the ones who would be kind of on the hook for the department's mistake. We're admitting that we made a mistake in this particular case. We shouldn't have been issued the initial permit because it was expanding the footprint of established multifamily dwelling. They submitted revised plans that comply with the current CZO regulations, comply with the decision that the BZA made 9 months ago when it overturned the initial permit. So, we see this as all just part of one project, one application.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? Hearing none, is a motion being presented? All right, I see a lot of people looking at something, just trying to check to make sure does anybody have any comment, anything to provide at this point?
I don't.
May I offer one comment?
Right now, the board has the floor. I'm sorry. See, or unless someone has a question of the applicant.
I don't have any comments. I'm looking at the screen, trying to get the words together to make a motion to answer the question.
Well, Ms. Lehart, if you just wanted to provide a comment, if you want to keep it brief, please.
Yes, I will keep it very brief. I wanted to just to point out that this particular permit under the city code, which the developer's attorney earlier relied on, specifically says that 105.5, it says expiration, I'm quoting, a permit becomes invalid unless the work authorized by the permit is commenced within 180 days after its issuance, or if the permit is if the work authorized on the permit is suspended or abandoned for a period of 180 days after the time the work is commenced. There's no dispute here that this permit had already expired. Now, if you interpret that to say that the DSP could reissue the permit regardless of expiration date, this would render the city code application process basically useless, essentially. So the city code really intends that the permit had an end date. It does not intend that the DSP can reissue basically a dead permit. And that's basically the consequence of the DSP's position. Thank you for the opportunity.
No problem. And actually, I think that's one thing. So I'm gonna get back to the point I brought up earlier, and I appreciate you providing that comment. That's why I made the commentary about application versus permit. In the application process, and Nick, tell me if I'm correct on this, only because I've dealt with this quite a few times. If there's any communication with safety and permits within a 180-day window of time, that application remains open. Is that correct?
Yes, as Correct, as well as, there was issues with this being an active litigation, which kind of like tolls the clock as well. So, we wouldn't hold it against the applicant because they were pursuing legal remedies for this. So in that case, we would pause the clock, and then if, it was 180 days past when, the litigation ended, at that point, there would be an issue, but, that wasn't the case here.
And that's the difference between application versus an actual building permit. So it's to the, right. So as long as there's some level of communication, and if safety and permits is communicating with the applicant, or if the applicant has provided some level of update to the city within that window, the application remains open. And in most cases, which has always been the precedent of the staff's posture, they will traditionally hold an application open if some open litigation is there, and that clock wouldn't start again until litigation has been resolved.
That is correct.
Okay.
May I clarify something again, Mr. James?
Yeah, if you keep it brief, if you don't mind.
Yes, I will keep it very brief. Okay, so that's the reason. If you read the city code, it's clear that, right, if you want to have a permit, you apply first, and then the DSP gets to look at the application and examine it. And this is precisely what has already happened here. There was an application, the DSP had examined the application, and that permit had already expired. So if you, so that's why I understand that the application is alive as long as the property owner is working on it diligently. But in this case, that's the process had already run its course. Once the application had already been examined and issued pursuant thereto, it's done. So you can't revive something that's already processed. And that's what the DSP is trying to do. None of the other situations, DSP has not provided a single example where they reissued a permit where the permit had already expired.
So, and that's why I'm trying to, we're using the reference of a permit that was revoked earlier, but the scope of work changed to an existing application, totally separate item. The application was modified and a new permit was issued based on work that they believe fell within conformance with the CZO, which at that time was not necessarily at the time. And I remember when we went through this case before, because I remember you presenting an extremely strong case at that time. It was about the footprint, and the expansion of that footprint was what was deemed as non-compliant at that point. But now we're talking about a different application. And I guess in this case, they made a plan that came into conformance with what was overruled then, in a new permit. Well, a permit was then issued off of the same application number, but it's a different scope of work that the permit was applied. A different scope of work was applied for under the same application. So that's what's making it at least hard for me, and just kind of understanding how procedurally it's worked in the past with safety and permits, even for me from a professional standpoint of how I've applied for projects and have had to make changes to the plan because of comments provided by either the zoning official for staff or from plan review. And my plans do get modified over time while they're open within that application window. I've had projects that have sat inside of safety and permits for an extended period of time, over a year and a half. But the plans were constantly being modified and staying within that 6-month window of time in terms of what was being communicated to the city to make sure that the current permit application remained open. So just trying to still understand what has happened before. And even from me, from a professional standpoint, I understand. That's why I'm asking very specific questions of Mr. Kendall to really make sure that it's spelled out how we got to this point. I understand your frustration, especially with the project, but there are rules that are in place and mechanisms that are still allowed to property owners, as well as for safety and permits, to manage these type of processes. So any other questions from the board? What's the pleasure of the board?
I'll make a motion and stumble through.
Don't stumble because it needs to be pretty straightforward.
Well, I'm moving to uphold the city's decision for BZA 052-21, finding that the Director of Safety and Permits was not in error in his decision. Jeez.
Okay.
But now I have to pop back. All right, yep, that's it. Get back to my other screen.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Ramiro Diaz will second.
Okay. With regards to BZA docket number 052-21, we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Gonzalez, which was seconded by Commissioner Diaz. Understanding that the Director of Safety and Permits this decision was not made in error based on the case as presented. Roll call vote. Commissioner Rufo.
Yes.
Commissioner Diaz.
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yay.
Commissioner Akins.
Yes.
And Commissioner James is a yes, and that motion passed with 5. That's our last item.
Would the board now consider a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Gonzalez and a second by Commissioner Diaz to adjourn the meeting. Roll call vote. Commissioner Rufo.
Yes.
Commissioner Diaz.
Yes, and I do have a quick question after this. So,
All
not
right. Well, all right, Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yay.
Commissioner Akins.
Yes.
And Commissioner James is a yes, and that motion passed with 5 votes. Commissioner Diaz, you had a question?
Yeah, I was just wondering if I may have missed it at the beginning, but was there any discussion about future meetings and location?
We are having these Zoom meetings under the authority of the governor, and this authority expires on May 25th. I do not know if he's going to extend it or not. I would plan on him not doing it, and we would go back to in person because of the mask mandate being lifted, but I can't guarantee that. So we will know more on May 25th. I think we're just going to have to advertise it both ways. If he does extend the emergency declaration, we're allowed to continue to do Zoom. If we're unable to do it in person, the city council is going back in person, and we are the same size as them. So it kind of undermines our argument that it's necessary. So we will keep you posted, but we have to see what he says next week.
Stay tuned.
And just can y'all hear me? This is Bob. Just so you know, I've been in contact with the council staff. We're going to be monitoring how their meeting goes. They're doing their next meeting in person. And so we're going to monitor those protocols. And if we have to meet in person because the governor lifts his order, then we'll have a proposal ready for y'all and give you guys ample warning of what needs to happen.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bob.
All right, thank you all for another long day.
Thank you.
Have a great night, everybody, and thanks, Rami, for bringing that up.
All right.
Have a good week.
Maybe I'll see you next month.
Now it's beer time, so never got my coffee. See y'all later.
All right.